creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows. Two men, a quiet riverbank, and something in the sky that wasn't supposed to be there. What would happen next? Leave them shaking, speechless, changed forever. They thought they were alone out there. October 11th of 1973, just another warm evening in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker had clocked out for a long shift at the shipyard. They wanted nothing more than a few quiet hours of fishing along the river. No noise, no stress, just the water and the crickets. But the river wasn't the only thing watching. Without warning, a high-pitched buzzing began to build, unnatural, mechanical. A blinding blue light flooded the shoreline, and then they saw it. A massive glowing craft hovering just above the water. Before they could scream, before they could even run, 3 beings emerged. Their hands were more like pincers. Their faces didn't exist. The men were paralyzed, dragged into the craft, and what happened inside that ship would haunt them for the rest of their lives. They were dumped back where they had been taken, confused, violated, and shaking. And when they reported to the sheriff, he didn't believe them. Until he left them alone in the interrogation room and secretly hit record. What he heard would send chills through anyone who's ever looked up at the night sky and wondered, what if? This is the story of the Pascagoula alien abduction. Yes.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Welcome indeed. Welcome. Season 2, episode 29. Episode 29 of Beyond the Shadows podcast. I am your intrepid paranormal investigator, Victus. And tonight, we are investigating the Pascagoula alien abduction. It's a story. It's a wild one. I know we've been hitting a lot on aliens lately, but they just keep coming across, and they're hitting real good. So we're just going to keep doing them until we move on to something different. But the Pascagoula alien abduction. This is a crazy one. I hope that this goes over as well as I'm planning it to. Playing with some new lighting stuff. I don't know if this red is a little too bright. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. Because this isn't about my face. I'm just trying to make those who do watch feel more entertained. But season 2, episode 29, 20 freaking 9. This marks we're just past the 52 weeks of the year. We're just past the halfway point through the year, so we're doing good. We're doing real good. We have we're gonna start trying to do some paranormal news every week, and we'll start it out right at the top of the show in honor of my favorite radio show, Coast to Coast AM. They start every show out with new news about paranormal, and I'm taking a card from their deck, and hopefully this pays off. So let's get into some of these news articles. Hopefully we don't get any repeats from last week. Really hoping. Let me adjust the sound level on this one right quick. I feel like this should be just a tiny bit louder. Don't know why it's so quiet. It's just quiet, I guess. Whatever. I mean, it's there. It's just really quiet. My plan was to have it as like background music while I'm doing the thing. I'm just gonna have to make sure I turn this back down here a little bit. Here go we. Matt Rife buys Haunted Warren House and the Annabelle doll. Comedian Matt Rife and YouTuber Elton Castee has purchased the home and occult museum of famous paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren in Monroe, Connecticut. This purchase includes the notorious Annabelle doll, and Rife has declared himself the doll's, quote, legal guardian. Other updates from the world of paranormal research is paranormal investigator dies. Oh, yeah, we knew that one. Parrot Kids Academy 2025 announced. Interstate Paranormal Research will be hosting a, quote, Parrot Kids Academy for young individuals interested in the paranormal at 2 different locations, the Robinson House and West Hill Manor. Registration is now open. New Paranormal Research Center established. The Dr. J.J. Polk House Museum and Paranormal Research Center is now live and will be sharing updates on historic renovations, behind the scenes, insights, and future plans of the unique location, according to the American Paranormal Research Association. Skeptics investigate alleged hauntings. The Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, CSI, and a program within the Center for Inquiry, the CFI, promotes scientific inquiry and critical investigations of paranormal claims. Skeptical investigators use scientific principles and critical thinking when evaluating paranormal claims, noting that many alleged hauntings can be explained by natural phenomena, psychological factors, or hoaxes. The scientific search for, quote, ghost particles. I know this one's a stretch. I'm sorry. Quote, for ghost particles, physicists at CERN in Switzerland and Goethe University in Frankfurt, Germany, have reportedly isolated a resident, quote, ghost that affects how particles behave within the superproton cyclotron. Yeah, we don't need to get into more of that. But that is just a few of what we got going on this week. Yep, that's really about it. Paranormal investigator who helped lead the Annabelle doll. Yep, everybody's talking about this guy dying they're saying it's just dominating the news, the paranormal news right now. Well, that's the way it goes. It's fine. It's totally fine. So, oh my gosh, there we go. I started that out right away with the S word. Trying to keep my energy up tonight, folks. A little tired, not gonna lie. Just need to get a little silly. We're gonna move on to our other newest segment, or I guess it's not the newest segment anymore since we're doing paranormal news every week. We are going to move forward and talk about what shirt am I wearing today. What shirt are you wearing today, folks? Tell me in the comments. What shirt am I wearing today? I'm wearing my throwback Cowboy Bebop shirt. Check it out. Yeah. Can't go wrong with the classics. The classics. The absolute classics. I love me some Cowboy Bebop. I will always be down to watch Cowboy Bebop. So let me get the screen layout fixed so I can see everything that's going on. And I hope everybody's well. I hope you all are very well. No new subscribers to the YouTube channel. Don't think. I haven't heard anything. Half the time I don't get notifications. So we have 211 subscribers, which is what we had last week. Our Flatwoods Monster episode. Jeez. Yeah, just didn't do as good as I was hoping. That's okay. That's okay. Let's look at. I want to look at the analytics for the show. Just want to make sure we're doing okay, everybody. I want to make sure that what I'm doing isn't just dust in the wind. Yeah, kind of slow down. We've slowed to a trickle. I haven't done any live stuff on YouTube lately because it's simple. The fact is, I'm just not getting anybody watching anymore. So it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Let's move on. Let's move on, folks. So yet again, welcome to Season 2, Episode 29 of Beyond the Shadows podcast. And tonight we're talking about the Pascagoula abduction. Yeah, it's a little louder. It's a little louder. Let me turn that down. Let me hit that thunder again. One more thunder. One more thunder crack. Yeah, I think that's right about where we need to be. Let me turn on this ambient sound, see how loud that gets. Because I don't want it to wash me out. I gotta make sure audio levels are good. Before we continue, I'm going to finish this can of this beverage. Get myself in the mood, in the mode.
Get myself in the mood.
Hopefully we won't have to break out the tinfoil hat too much tonight because it is falling apart. I did try to fix it a little bit before the show, and to no avail. But hey, that's all right. We can always get more aluminum foil, right? Right? Welcome in, everybody. Let's get started. October 11th of 1973, Pascagoula, Mississippi. Charles Hickson was 42 years old, a foreman at a local shipyard. He was a practical man, quiet, measured, and shaped by a lifetime of hard labor. He'd served in Korea, raised a family, and carried the kind of personal gravity that made people pay attention to him when he spoke. Charles wasn't one to tell tall tales. He had deep lines in his face and calloused hands to match. A blue-collar worker with no taste for fantasy. Calvin Parker, by contrast, was just 19, fresh-faced, nervous, and newly employed at the shipyard. He was engaged to be married and working long hours with hopes of saving up for a house. The age gap between them didn't stop the two from becoming close. Charles had taken Calvin under his wing, a mentor and a father figure, guiding him through the grind of the factory life. That evening, they decided to unwind with a few hours of fishing along the Pascagoula River. It was a routine gesture in a small town, with few distractions. The kind of evening people had hundreds of times and forgotten the next day. The spot they picked was just behind the Shelpeter shipyard? Shelpeter? I don't know. We'll look it up here in a little bit. An overgrown patch of riverbank where the muddy shores sloped gently towards the dark water. There were no houses nearby, no street lights, just marshland, scrub trees, and the dull hum of the insects. They brought a couple of rods, a small cooler, and a lantern. Calvin cast his line and leaned back on a weather-worn log. Charles cracked open a drink and stared into the black water. They weren't expecting anything, maybe a catfish, a couple hours apiece. The river was still, and the air was humid and thick with early autumn. The only sounds were the clicking of bugs and the occasional splash of something unseen breaking the surface of the water. For a long time, nothing happened. And then everything changed. Wait, I should do that more dramatically.
Everything changed.
Around 9 p.m., Charles noticed a strange sound. Low at first, almost like a distant engine or turbine. It didn't belong there. It didn't fit. He turned his head, frowning, scanning the tree line. Calvin looked up too, puzzled. The humming grew louder, and then suddenly, the sky lit up. A blinding blue light exploded across the riverbank. It was cold, sterile, unnatural. They looked up to see a craft, oval-shaped, metallic, and hovering slightly, about 30 or 40 feet away. It emitted no smoke, no jet stream, no rotor wash. It was just floating. Charles would later describe it as being roughly 30 feet long and about 10 feet tall. The surface was smooth with no visible seams or rivets, just a featureless shell glowing with a pale electric hue. But before they could react, before they could speak or even run, it descended. Three figures emerged from the bottom of the craft. They didn't walk, they floated silently towards the two men. Charles and Calvin stood frozen, their limbs heavy, their minds locked in place. Charles later said it felt like an invisible force had gripped his body. Calvin would claim to have blacked out entirely, his mind overwhelmed by terror. The beings were unlike anything either of them had seen. Roughly 5 feet tall, with bulbous heads, stocky frames, and long, jointless arms ending in crab-like pincers. Their bodies were covered in what looked like wrinkled gray metal or thick elephant hide. Where ears might have been were sharp, conical projections. No visible eyes, no mouths, no expressions. They moved with jerky, robotic precision, like mannequins, animated by something not quite alive. Inside the craft, Charles found himself in a small, dimly lit room. The air was thick and sterile, like the inside of a pressurized chamber. He was placed on a flat surface, unable to move. One of the beings hovered nearby, while another released a floating device, roughly the size of a football. It circled Charles's body, emitting a series of clicks and whirs. He felt cold metal press against his limbs, then silence. He couldn't speak. He couldn't scream. It wasn't pain he felt. It was detachment, like being disconnected from his own body. At some point, Charles lost awareness of time. Meanwhile, Calvin would later describe fragmented sensations. Lights, pressure, something probing at his mind. He would spend years trying to forget what he saw in that ship, but it never left him. Then, just abruptly as it began, they were back. Dropped unceremoniously on the same riverbank. Disoriented, trembling, Calvin began to vomit. Charles struggled to catch his breath. They looked at each other, trying to speak, but finding no words. Their rods were still there, the cooler untouched, the night unchanged, but they were not the same. They sat in silence for nearly an hour, trying to process what had just happened. Was it a dream, a hallucination? Were they drugged? But the fear was real. The memory was real. Calvin kept his head in his hands, shaking and refusing to speak, and Charles paced, muttering to himself. They weren't drunk. They hadn't taken any drugs. They hadn't fallen asleep. Something had happened to them. Something outside the realm of anything they understood. And finally, Charles made a decision. "We need to tell somebody," he said. And so they got into the car and they drove to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. They didn't know it yet, but this decision would change the course of their lives. What happened next would put them at the center of the most disturbing and well-documented alien abduction cases in American history. I didn't think about it until just now. I wonder if I can get... actual audio of this. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to see. We're going to see. Hold, please. Oh my gosh, so many ads. Why is everything got to have ads? Jeez, I just want to give good content here. Hold on, let's listen to this right quick. Okay, we're gonna come back to that. It's not super well here. It's not super well intelligent. When Charles and Calvin walked into the Jackson County Sheriff's Department after 10:30 p.m., they looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Charles did the talking. Calvin barely said a word. His eyes were wide, his face pale, and his hands were visibly shaking. The deputies on duty thought that they were dealing with two drunks, or maybe even a mental health case. Sheriff Fred Diamond was skeptical but curious. A lifelong lawman with a reputation for cutting through nonsense. He heard his share of unbelievable stories over the years, most of them fueled by moonshine, feuds, or teenage imagination. But this was different. Something about Charles's eyes, the way his voice didn't waver, the way Calvin looked like he might collapse any second. These weren't men seeking attention. They looked like they were trying to escape something they couldn't outrun. And Diamond brought them into his office, offered them water, and listened. Charles did most of the talking. He recounted the events with dry, factual tone. No embellishments, no drama. He wasn't trying to sell a story. He was trying to survive it. Calvin, meanwhile, sat in near silence, his arms wrapped tightly around himself, knees bouncing under the table like his body was trying to flee. Diamond remained composed. He asked questions, took notes, but when Charles mentioned the floating craft, the robotic creatures, the paralysis, he couldn't help but feel like his story was slipping into madness. Still, he decided to go a step further. He led the two men into an empty room, bare walls, a table, two chairs. He told them he had to file some paperwork and would return shortly. What Charles and Calvin didn't know was that the room was wired for sound. Diamond and his two deputies sat behind a two-way mirror and listened through a concealed microphone. If it was all an act, now it was time it would all fall apart. But what came through the speakers wasn't a performance. It was raw, unrehearsed terror. Charles could be heard trying to calm Calvin down, his voice shaking but steady. "Son, we got to tell him everything. We got to stay calm." Calvin, sobbing, could barely speak. "I'm scared, Charlie. I don't know what happened. I don't want to remember it. Now I want to hear this. Now I want to hear. I want to hear the stupid audio. Let's listen to it. Gotta get past these stupid ads first, I think. Oh no, here we go. There were long pauses, breathing, sniffles, and at one point Calvin said, "They took me somewhere. I blacked out. Something touched me, inside my head. I didn't want to see what they looked like. I just want to go home." Charles kept repeating the variations in the same thought. It wasn't human. I don't know what the hell it was, but it wasn't human. What caught the sheriff and his deputies most off guard wasn't what the men said. It was how they said it. They weren't grandstanding. They weren't speculating. They were trying to fill the silence with wild guesses. If anything, they were trying to say as little as possible. Deputy Glenn Ryder would later recall, that listening to the tapes gave him the chills. He said, quote, "You hear a lot of crazy things in this line of work, but these boys weren't lying. You could feel it. You could feel the fear." And after about 30 minutes, Sheriff Diamond re-entered the room. This time, his tone had changed. The skepticism was still there, but it was buried beneath concern. Let's see if we can do this audio. It's gonna be a little loud at first. Bear with me. That's an ad. I'm sorry. Ah, jeez. Again with the ads. I just clicked play after watching 2 ads. Here we go. I will adjust the audio levels.
Jesus Christ. You hear about something like that, but you can't believe it. Yeah, you hear that. I know. Yeah, I know. Where is something the United States can have up there? No, that wasn't done over what we see, though. Not what we see. It's something, and the Air Force and all know it's up there, too, see. And this ain't gonna be the only time this gonna happen again. This shit's I'm like had a heart attack tonight, ain't she? I know. And one day I need you to scared me to death, too, so. I'm just laying there crying right now, I can't tell you. I know that. It's something that you can't get over in a lifetime, see. Jesus Christ. I feel down bad back in nobody's blues. That's what I thought. I had been through enough of hell on this earth, and now I have to go through something like that, see. But they could have, I guess they could have harmed us, son. They could have done anything to us. They didn't hurt me. Maybe why they just picked us? I don't know. I'm telling you, man, I couldn't take much more than that. I know you get to bed and get some nerve pills or something, see the doctor or something. I can't stand it. I'm about to go all to pieces. I'll take you by when they get through us, we'll go by I'll get you something, settle you down with so you get some damn sleep. I can sleep that like it is, but I'm just laying here crazy. But Cal, when he brought you out of that damn thing, and when he brought me out, well, I like to know where the hell you were. God damn, I like to know where the hell got you straightened out, man. I didn't know it, though. I remember my heart, they just froze out just like that. I couldn't move it, just like I slept on a damn rattlesnake. They didn't do me that way, though. I passed out. I passed out. That's the first time I ever passed out in my life. You check the new medical records. It is. I've never seen nothing like that before in my life. You can't make people believe that, though. I don't know, so you won't believe it out, because I know. They better wake up and start believing. Damn right. They better wake up and start believing. Damn right. Listen, I seen it. I can't figure out the damn door. You see how that door will come around on that side of the chair? Yeah, I don't know how to open something. I don't know. I didn't see no door swing on it. I don't know how to open it. I don't know how to shit on it. All right, well, just see something like and look around and them damn blue lights and them son bitches, just like that, they come out. Yeah, I know. You can't believe it. You can't make people believe it. I paralyzed right there. I couldn't believe it. They won't believe it on these days. They won't believe it on these days. Might be too late. I knew all along there was people from out of world up there. I knew all along.
Okay. So that audio was courtesy of Clarion Ledger. That was the actual audio tape recorded from the interrogation room of Calvin and Charlie talking. So I grew up in the South here in the United States, and I see the dynamic here. So I kind of had an older country fella that took me under his wing and did his thing, and I feel like this is very similar to the way when we would talk about things that we saw. And I mean, the older gentleman, definitely a deadpan. I mean, he's the type of person that doesn't put emotion into his words, but when he speaks, he means what he says. Okay? And I think that's what we're dealing with here, is we've got this fella that knows what he saw. Nothing's going to change his mind about that. But he doesn't know what he saw. Okay? And, I wish there was more subtitles that I could share with everyone. It's really difficult to hear the audio in that. It's not a great recording. It's from the 70s. But let me go back over some of the quotes that I have written down here. Charles could be heard trying to calm Calvin down, his voice shaking but steady. Son, we got to tell them everything. We got to stay calm. Calvin, sobbing, could barely speak. I'm scared, Charlie. I don't know what happened. I don't want to remember it. There were long pauses, breathing, sniffles, and at one point Calvin said, they took me somewhere. I blacked out. This is one of the few things I could fully understand. He says, I blacked out. I think he said something like, I passed out. I never passed out so many times in my life, but I was so scared. He said, something touched me inside my head. I didn't want to see what they looked like. I just want to go home. And Charles kept repeating variations of the same thought. It wasn't human. I don't know what the hell it was, but it wasn't human. And then they argued for a little bit about how the door opened. So this is, what did we say, Mississippi, Pascagoula, Mississippi. I don't imagine in the 70s in Mississippi there were a lot of like pocket doors. I think we would see a lot of very traditional doors there. Doors like they would swing out or in. That's it. Pocket doors slide into the door jamb. And they were the thing that I could hear the most clear, and was they were arguing with each other on how the door of the craft opened, which is how fantastic does a circumstance need to be in order for your brain to be like, I don't know how that door opened. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're just a couple of very scared individuals. And I can understand, them trying to put into words what they saw. But this is a big thing. This is why this is so important, because they were in a room by themselves. They didn't have anybody per se watching and waiting. They were under the impression that nobody was there physically watching. And so when you think nobody's watching, you're a little more free to say what you need to say. And I definitely think this is the case for these guys. I really do. I really do. They were scared, and they thought they were alone. They thought no one was listening. And it doesn't sound like a couple of guys trying to get their story straight. It sounds more like a couple of guys trying to figure out what the hell happened. So after about 30 minutes, Sheriff Diamond re-entered the room. This time his tone had changed. The skepticism was still there, but it was buried beneath concern. He asked Charles to go through everything again, from the riverbank to the creatures to the inside of the craft. Charles obliged. His story didn't change. He didn't flinch. Calvin mostly stayed quiet, staring at the table. Diamond asked if he would be willing to take polygraph test, and Charles agreed without hesitation. Calvin declined. He was trembling too much. The idea of reliving any of it, answering more questions, was unbearable. The polygraph test was administered to Charles, and it wasn't perfect. Conducted a day later by an expert from the Biloxi Police Department, it was hampered by Charles' anxious state. The results were inconclusive, not because he failed, but because his physical responses were so elevated that the data couldn't be read reliably. Still, the examiner noted that Charles seemed genuinely convinced of his story. And word of the tape didn't stay secret for long. By the end of the week, the story had broken into local papers. Then the Associated Press picked it up. Headlines read, "Shipyard workers claim alien abductions." Suddenly, Pascagoula, Mississippi was on every newswire in the country. Journalists poured into town. TV news crews staked out the sheriff's office. Phones rang nonstop. People who had never heard of Pascagoula were suddenly fascinated by it. Skeptics called it a hoax, and believers called it the most credible abduction case in history. Charles and Calvin found themselves caught in a media vortex they couldn't escape. Charles tried to make the best of it. He gave interviews and appeared on national talk shows and even spoke to UFO researchers who had flown in from as far as California. He didn't seem to enjoy the attention. He was resolute. "If people think I'm crazy, let them," he said in one interview. "I know what I saw." Calvin, however, was unraveling. He stopped eating. He lost weight. He developed insomnia. His fiancée grew worried about his emotional state, and he refused interviews. He refused to talk about the event at all. In one rare moment of clarity, he told Charles, "I wish we never gone to that river." At the shipyard, things got awkward. Some co-workers treated them like celebrities. Others mocked them. A few kept their distance, unsure what to believe. Charles' supervisor asked him to take some time off. Calvin quit within a week. Rumors ran wild through Pascagoula. Some said that they'd been seeing strange lights in the sky that night, too. One man called the sheriff's office claiming his dog had been barking uncontrollably about the same time. A woman from nearby Gautier saw a blue light pass over her backyard. Whether real or imagined, the sighting spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, UFO researchers began descending in the Gulf Coast. The National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, NICAP, sent representatives. Dr. J. Allen Hynek, former Air Force consultant and founder of the UFO Studies, the Center for UFO Studies, expressed interest in the case. He would later call it one of the most important abduction stories ever recorded. Amid all the noise, one thing remained constant: the tape. No matter who listened to it. Lawmen, journalists, skeptics, believers, everyone agreed on one thing: those two men weren't acting. Whatever happened on that riverbank, it left a mark. All right, well, we've come through some of the the bulk of it here. So we're going to switch scenes over here. I've got some pictures I want to show. So I'm just going to let these run in the background, and you can take them for what they're worth. Really odd pictures. Yeah, they're really odd pictures. All right. In the weeks following the initial encounter, Pascagoula became a magnet for investigators, skeptics, believers, and opportunists. The Hickson Parker case wasn't just a local curiosity anymore. It exploded into a national phenomenon. UFO organizations across the country sent representatives. Reporters demanded exclusive interviews. Television crews set up camp outside the sheriff's office, and at the center of it all were the two men, Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker, caught up in a storm that neither of them had asked for. Charles tried to stay composed. He continued answering questions, giving interviews, and cooperating with investigators. Calvin, on the other hand, had retreated. He declined press requests. He avoided public appearances. He wouldn't even return calls from close friends. For Calvin, every time someone brought up the incident, it was like reopening a wound. The first wave in the investigation came from the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO, based in Tucson, Arizona. They dispatched 2 field investigators, Fred and Francis Stringfield, to Pascagoula. The couple interviewed both men extensively. Charles recounted everything in clear detail: the craft, the floating beings, the examination, the return to the riverbank, and Calvin remained reserved but confirmed the basic facts. The Stringfields found both men to be credible. Next came NICAP, a civilian UFO investigation group that had been active since the 1950s. NICAP analysts reviewed the sheriff's office tape, interviewed law enforcement, and examined the original witness statements. They concluded that, while the story was bizarre, the sincerity of the witnesses was beyond question. But it wasn't just civilian research who took notice. Reports suggest that the U.S. Air Force, despite having officially shuttered Project Blue Book in 1969, took an interest in the case. Though no direct Air Force involvement was confirmed publicly, Hickson would later claim he was visited by men in suits who claimed to be government agents. They didn't identify themselves, they asked probing questions, and they didn't leave a card. Then came Dr. J. Allen Hynek, a former scientific advisor to Project Blue Book and founder of the Center for UFO Studies. Hynek had been skeptical of many cases during his time with the Air Force, but in the later years of his life, he became more open to the unexplained. When he visited Pascagoula in early November, he spent hours with Charles and Calvin. He also reviewed the interrogation tape, his verdict. This case ranks among the most credible close encounters on record. Meanwhile, back at the shipyard, whispers continued. Some workers privately believed the story, others mocked it, but more than anything, people wanted to know what had really happened. Even those who doubted the details couldn't shake the sheer weight of emotion in Calvin's voice on that tape. In late October, Charles Hickson agreed to undergo hypnosis. The session was conducted by Dr. James Harder, an engineering professor and longtime member of the National Investigations Committee for Aerial Phenomena. The idea was to help recover more details of the encounter, particularly the moments Charles might have mentally suppressed. Under hypnosis, Charles described the inside of the craft with greater clarity. He said the walls seemed to emit their own light. He described a floating eye-like device that scanned his body. He remembered a sound, something like a humming, but mechanical and rhythmic. He also claimed to sense intelligence from the beings. Not communication exactly, but a kind of mental presence, like they were studying him, not just physically, but psychologically. Calvin initially refused hypnosis. He was too traumatized. But weeks later, under pressure from investigators, he reluctantly agreed, and his session was more fractured. Calvin wept during much of it. He described being separated from Charles, placed in a different chamber. He remembered a bright, blinding light, pressure on his chest, a sensation of weightlessness, and a thought that, one that didn't feel like his own, you will not be harmed. So right away, we are looking at a lot of the very, very same things that we get from a lot of UFO encounters or alien abductions, what have you. It's really, really checking all the boxes. It really is. But this one stands out. It's a little different. I wonder, I know that this location was near a bridge, and I'm wondering why more people hadn't seen it. Is the only thing that's really tripping me up.
All right, fella. I might be late, but I'm here.
Hey, glad to...
L-U-L.
Hey, we're glad to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're about a third of the way through the Pascagoula alien abduction. We're dealing with the aftermath of what happened. These 2 fellows were taken up in a craft and brought back after being examined. It's a strange story, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Essentially, these two fellas got off work, went down to a riverbank to go fishing, and one guy, an older fella, one guy's a younger guy, and they were taken up into a UFO. Both of them were examined and then replanted back on the riverbank. And nobody believed them at first until they put them in an interrogation room and they thought they were alone. And the conversation between the two men, the police were listening in, and they didn't know that they were being listened to. They were trying to figure out what happened to them, and in the audio recording, you can hear their voices shaking. They're obviously emotional.
One of the cases with real aliens and not copy-paste Gray's
That's right.
LUL.
That's right. Yeah. It's a cool little story, and I think that's why I'm liking this one so far, because this is so unlike the others. But sure, we're dealing with a saucer-shaped craft. However, this saucer-shaped craft flew sideways, not like there you go. There's the picture right there. Let me go back. Hold on. Come on, one more. There it is. This is the saucer-shaped craft, and it flew sideways instead of horizontal. So it was saucer-shaped, but it flew flat in the air instead of horizontal in the air. I don't know. It just seems weird. But yeah, the aliens themselves are just bizarre, absolutely bizarre. And I grew up watching a lot of throwback, old school black and white science fiction movies. I was a huge fan of the old school, the black and white UFO aliens, movies. I loved them. And you can see a lot of artistic interpretation of what people thought aliens looked like. And a lot of it bled off into the zeitgeist, especially here in the U.S. Because you could see, especially after, the Area 51 stuff happened, after the Betty and Barney Hill stuff happened, the public opinion of what we thought extraterrestrials looked like changed. And it was because of what we were seeing in popular media. In fact, the story of Betty and Barney Hill is the reason it was the first case of something that looked like what we understand as the Greys today. And I like the ones that don't fit the mold. So this one does not fit the mold. We're dealing with a really bizarre looking extraterrestrial. And that makes me feel like we're not dealing with something made up. It almost feels like they actually saw something, like they actually seen it. And it was so bizarre, because you got to think about it. Let's, think for a second. The only reason that we are bipedal, that we have, a torso and arms and shoulders and legs and hips, knees and ankles, and we bend in this way, is through evolutionary means. And this is why the throwback to, the old science fiction movies are laughable today, because back then we thought surely there's life out there, right? But we were always under the assumption that extraterrestrial life is going to look like a human. Like it would have a nose and eyes and a chin and shoulders and a head and, all the right parts in all the right places. However, this was one of the few and one of the earliest that didn't fit the mold, that was like, this is a humanoid. Like the words humanoid never came up in their description. Very, very, very different. In fact, this thing has no face. Just like three, I'm going to take a guess and say there's probably another point in the back of its head. a point where each ear should be, a point where the forehead should be. No face. It had arms, but they were too long. And instead of hands, it had pincers. And here's the crazy part about it is they had legs, they were bipedal, but they didn't walk, they floated. So everything about the description for these extraterrestrials is very original. And that's why I like it. Because the originality. And these are country folk. These are folks that knew nothing but working at shipyards their whole lives. So you got to think about creativity here. Like, give me a piece of paper and a pencil. I can come up with something. But the flip side of that is I am artistically trained. And I know kind of what's out there, what's not out there. I'll make up something. However, these guys had little to no time to rehearse this, if they did rehearse it, which I don't think they did. And they were emotionally shaken to the core. But it's just so unlike every other extraterrestrial encounter. Completely unlike. However, once they're on the ship, the rest of it kind of becomes, synonymous with everything else. It's just very, very strange. It's very strange. Anyway, how you doing, Lip? Glad to have you here.
Is this the one where they left them in the room alone and secretly listened while they kept talking to each other about it?
Yes, this is the one. We actually listened, so probably like 20 minutes ago, we actually listened to the audio tape. It's not great. It's not great quality. This was in the 1970s. Had a little trouble hearing most of it, but it was good nonetheless. You could hear, just a couple country folk. They thought they were alone, and you could hear the frustration in their voice, where they're trying to figure out what the hell happened. Like older guy, younger guy's upset. And the older guy telling the younger guy, hey, get your shit together. You need to tell them everything you remember so people will believe you. If you'd like, I could pull that audio clip back up. It's only a couple minutes long.
I'll go back and watch the VOD later, so don't let me make you recap stuff.
Okay, cool. There's going to be 2 VODs. I don't know why my internet dropped for like 10 seconds. So I have 2 VODs. It's the second one. The first one is only like the first, 15, 20 minutes of the show. But yeah, it's really.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
Why? I don't know why that. I'm going to stop. I need to turn that stupid mic off on this GOOGLE assistant. She's always listening. Any hoots. So we've come up to the point where word has spread and people are coming from all over the country to interview these guys. And they are not enjoying themselves. We just reached the part where they both had undergone hypnosis. They've realized a few details, and we're looking at the aftermath of the hypnosis. So, oh my gosh. It was the first time Calvin had admitted to any kind of communication, even telepathic. After the session, he was visibly shaken. I do not want to go through that again, he told Dr. Harder. Ever. As the story continued to spread, more alleged witnesses came forward. A retired Navy chief, petty officer, claimed he saw a strange craft in the sky over the Gulf that same night. A local farmer said he heard electrical humming sound and saw animals behaving erratically. A woman who lived across the river said her television flickered out around 9 p.m. and her dog barked nonstop for nearly an hour. Most of these accounts were anecdotal at best, but none could be conclusively verified by the volume that they added. The volume of them added fuel to the fire. Then there was the physical evidence, or lack thereof. Investigators scoured the riverbank near the shipyard. There were no scorch marks, no radiation, no physical trace of the craft. But there was something else, a faint circular depression in the reeds, roughly the size of the object described by Charles. The grass in that area was bent outward as exposed to high heat or pressure. Samples were taken, but lab results came back inconclusive. At the sheriff's office, the original interrogation tape was copied and distributed among researchers. The original remained in Jackson County's archives, but bootlegs quickly spread. UFO conferences played the tape to stunned audiences. Even hardened skeptics admitted that the emotion in Calvin's voice was chilling. The town of Pascagoula tried to move on, but the case had taken root. It became part of the local identity. Tourists started showing up at the riverbank. Kids dared each other to sneak down to the site at night. Some of the locals grew tired of the attention. Others saw opportunity. A local diner renamed a sandwich the Alien Special. Charles and Calvin, however, tried to go back to normal life. Charles returned to work and began writing a book. Calvin left town entirely, hoping to put the whole experience behind him. He changed jobs, changed phone numbers, refused all interview requests, and yet the investigations continued. In December of that year, Dr. J. Allen Hynek returned to Pascagoula and gave a public lecture at the local civic center. The place was packed. He spoke for nearly 2 hours about the science of UFOs, patterns in abductions and reports, and why the Hickson Parker case deserves serious consideration. He says, quote, "We are dealing with something outside the framework of conventional science, and that does not mean it's not real," end quote. Following the lecture, Hynek met again with Charles. They talked privately for nearly an hour. Charles asked if Hynek believed him. Hynek responded, quote, "I believe you, and that is a powerful thing," end quote. Skeptics continued to challenge the story. Some said that the men hallucinated. Others claimed it was a publicity stunt. A few suggested the experience was a shared delusion triggered by stress or environmental factors, but neither man ever changed his account. Years later, when asked why he kept telling the same story, Charles simply answered, "Because that's what happened." And Calvin? He would eventually reemerge decades later to speak publicly about the event once more. But at the time, all he wanted to do was forget. The investigation would fade from national headlines in the months that followed, but in Pascagoula and in the minds of those who listened to that tape, it never really ended. Whatever visited that riverbank on October 11th of 1973 left more than questions. It left 2 lives changed forever. And by the end of 1973, the Pascagoula abduction had burned its way into American consciousness. The flood of newspaper articles, TV specials, and radio interviews began to slow, but Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker, the attention never really went away. The phone calls became less frequent and the reporters stopped knocking. But the eyes never stopped watching. And in the small southern town like Pascagoula, it's hard to disappear. Charles did his best to live with it. He returned to the shipyard, resumed his work, began giving occasional public talks about the encounter. He wasn't chasing fame. He didn't run from it either. In 1973, he published the book, UFO Contact at Pascagoula, co-written with journalist William Mendez. The book detailed versions of the events and included additional commentary from researchers and investigations who had handled the case. It was clear from the tone that Charles believed every word. He saw the book as a way to reclaim his own terms, or to reclaim his story on his own terms. But with that came renewed criticism. Some accused him of trying to profit off a hoax. Others suggested the book was ghostwritten and sensationalized. It didn't matter to Charles. The experience had become a part of him. He couldn't explain it, and he couldn't prove it. But he could tell it, and so he did. Calvin, meanwhile, had taken a very different path. Not long after the media frenzy died down, he left Pascagoula entirely. He moved across state lines, changed jobs, and deliberately avoided anything connecting to the incident. Friends lost touch with him. Some assumed he was trying to outrun the embarrassment. But the truth was far simpler and far darker. Calvin had never wanted to be involved in the first place. He didn't want the fame. He didn't want the questions, and he certainly didn't want to relive the moments he said he'd shattered his sense of reality. In interviews many years later, Calvin would describe those months after the incident as the darkest period of his life. He suffered from panic attacks, he avoided crowds, he experienced frequent nightmares. For years, he refused to even speak the word alien. Every time he thought about that night on the riverbank, it was like reopening a wound that never properly healed. While Charles became something of a local figure in the UFO community, Calvin became a ghost. He didn't resurface publicly until decades later. But long before that, the whispers never stopped. People would approach Charles on the street, sometimes sincerely, sometimes mockingly. Some brought their own stories of sightings and close encounters, and others wanted to poke holes in his accounts. Charles learned to live with it. He was calm, measured, even when people challenged him. Believe me or not, he'd say, but I was there. So this is outside of having a really unique set of extraterrestrials, this is a unique situation because usually when we get to something like this, it's either one way or the other. Like between Charlie and Calvin, usually we have the group doesn't want anything to do with it, or they want everything to do with it. But this one, and why it's so unique, we have the older individual, the wiser of the two, doesn't necessarily seek the attention, but however, he would give interviews. Not necessarily like money grabbing. He did make a little bit of money off of it, sure. He wrote a book because that's our first rule of this podcast is who's making money off of this. Sure, we've got a guy making money, but usually it's the younger guy that will try to make money. And in this situation, excuse me, the younger guy, dude was 19 when this happened. He doesn't want anything to do with it, and he's shaken to his core. So it's a little untraditional that we've got two different people. One of them wants some of the attention, not all of it, but the other one doesn't want anything to do with it at all. I could only imagine something that happens in my life that would make me want to just get up and leave and not ever talk about it. You know what I mean? It's weird, It's the fact that we have two stories that are similar, but two different reactions to it seem to lend to the authenticity. Because, if you say that you had something fantastic happen to you, but you don't want to talk about it, you don't want to give interviews, he had to be talked into giving a statement to the police. I could only imagine the type of situation he dealt with. Yeah, it definitely seems like Calvin did not take it well. And it seems like his strong emotional reaction is case in point to the fact that he actually did see something. And that's a big reason why I like the story so far. So now we've come up to 1975 in the story. So in 1975, Charles underwent another round of hypnosis, this time with Dr. Berthold Schwartz, a noted psychiatrist and parapsychologist. The session confirmed many of the details from his earlier hypnosis. Under trance, Charles described a cylindrical chamber inside the craft. He spoke of metallic walls, seamless and glowing. He remembered the sensation of being watched, not just by the entities, but by something beyond them, something even more alien. Schwartz found Charles to be credible and deeply sincere. He wrote extensively about the case, arguing that while the experience could not be proven, the psychological impact was undeniable. But by the 1980s, the UFO community had absorbed the Pascagoula incident into its broader mythology. It was referenced in books and at conferences and on late-night radio shows. But it always occupied a strange place, too vivid to ignore and too strange to classify. The descriptions of the beings didn't match the standard grays reported in most alien abduction cases. And there were no large black eyes, no thin elongated limbs, no saucer-shaped craft. These beings were different, robotic almost, and that alone made the case harder to fit into mainstream UFO lore. Still, researchers returned to it again and again. Charles earned modest royalties from his book, but never sought out a major film deal or commercial opportunities. Calvin actively avoided anything that might bring him money or attention from the story. In the years that followed, Charles would attend occasional UFO symposiums. He maintained contact with investigators and remained open to interviews, but his life remained rooted in Pascagoula. He continued to work, to raise money, to raise his family, and to endure the occasional snicker from those who thought he'd made the whole thing up. Calvin, on the other hand, remained completely silent. He moved several times, kept a low profile, eventually married and started a quiet life far from the Gulf Coast. For a long time, not even his co-workers knew about the incident. He told no one. But inside, it was always there. The anxiety, the memories, the feeling that something had been done to him that he could never fully understand or escape. And while the public moved on to other mysteries, Roswell, Rendlesham, Phoenix, the Pascagoula incident remained a peculiar outlier, a case that never quite fit the mold and never quite went away. In 2011, Charles Hickson passed away at the age of 80. To the very end, he stood by his story. In his final years, he gave a handful of interviews reflecting on the experience. He said he never regretted coming forward, but he did regret how it affected Calvin. He said, quote, "He was just a kid. He didn't deserve what came after," end quote. Calvin Parker finally broke his silence in 2018. Jesus, 2018. 30, 40, almost 50 years? Jeez. He gave his first full public account in decades. His reasons were simple. He wanted to set the record straight before he died. He published his own book, Pascagoula, The Closest Encounter, and detailed things he'd never spoken about before. His account closely matched what Charles had said all along, but Calvin added something new, something darker. He believed the beings that took him weren't just observing, they were manipulating, studying him in a way that felt clinical, cold, like he was nothing more than a specimen. And he hinted at something else, that the encounter might not have been the end of it. He spoke of strange dreams, lost time, memories that didn't seem to belong to him. the implication was clear, though we never said it outright. He believed they'd come back. Calvin passed away in 2023, just a few years after going public. And with that, the last living witness to the Pascagoula abduction was gone. But the case endures, not just in books and in documentaries, but in whispers in the minds of those who listen to that interrogation tape and who hear two men struggling to make sense of something impossible, something that changed them, something that once seen could never be unseen. Okay, so we're getting close. I may not have written a super long script for this one, but it's a really interesting case, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. We are down to the last, quarter of the 1/5 of the script. So, Lip, I'd like to know your take on this case. What do you think about this so far? Do you think this is real? Do you think it's legit? Do you think it's just a couple old hillbillies making something up? I like the story. I like it a lot. It's so unique, so unlike every other encounter. Ooh, look at that. We've got... Ooh. Yeah, I gotta ban somebody in chat. Cool. Way to go, Automod. Awesome. Yeah, Automod did its freaking job tonight.
It's hard to say, really. Lots of odd, interesting details, but plenty of red flags too.
Yeah, sure. There's lots of red flags. Not gonna lie. But there's so many things about this story that, I can't help but feel like I feel what's the word I'm looking for here? The sincerity in what they're saying, especially in the audio. It always seemed like every job I had when I lived down south, I had an older guy that kind of took me under his wing and we would be close. I had a good friend of mine, still a good friend of mine. I still hear from him every now and again. Dude's got 50 years on me, but he's a good guy. And we worked side by side for years until he got me promoted to a supervisor. And then we were, we were doing our thing. But he always told me, he said, look, I don't have friends. But if I did have a friend, you would probably be the closest thing to a friend. And I appreciated that. But he was the same way as Charlie was in this story. He was deadpan. He was, he didn't know much in the world outside of, a little bit of country music, his pickup truck and his dog. And when I hear the tapes and I hear the way that Charlie talked to Calvin, I can't help but feel like I've been there with somebody, with this guy that I know, that I understand what he's doing. Like he's being the father figure in the conversation. Let me switch scenes here. That he's being the father figure in this situation, that when you go back and listen to the tape, this older gentleman's telling him, he says, look, you've got to tell them everything. You got to tell them everything you've seen. Otherwise, no one's going to believe us. And, geez, I can't help but the end of the tape, right before the end of the tape. Oh, geez, I'm just going to pull it up. I'm going to pull it up. Because the way he says it, he's like, we need to tell him everything. We've got to tell them everything that happened. They've got to understand. They've got to try to believe us, even if they don't believe us, because it might be too late. And that's the last thing. It's so poetic. It's almost like it was written for a movie. It's so good. Let me get through these stupid ads first. And then I'm going to zip to the end of this. It's like the last 3 sentences he says on the tape. It's so good. It's so good. But what we're dealing with is an older gentleman. He's departing his knowledge on the younger guy, telling him what he can to help make the situation better. We'll replay the last 20 seconds.
Them some bitches just like that to come out. Yeah, no, you can't believe it. You can't make people believe it. I paralyzed right there. I couldn't believe it. They won't believe it on these days. They won't believe it on these days. Might be too late. I knew all along there was people from out of the world up there. I knew all along.
I love that. I knew all along that there was other universes out there. He says, we got to tell them. We got to make them believe us. Because it might be too late. I'm sorry, but that conversation comes across as really sincere to me. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's so good. It's so visceral. Jeez. Oh, geez. Yeah, just the way he tells him. He says, look, we've got to tell them. We've got to make them believe. Because I knew all along that there was... How did he say it? I knew all along that there was other universes out there. I knew all this time. I'm going to hit you with that line one more time. It's so good. It's spoken so well, because this sounds just like the guy in my life. The old guy that took me under his wing and got me promoted. It's just like him. One more time. Here you go.
Them damn blue lights and them some bitches just like that to come out. Yeah, no, you can't believe it. You can't make people believe it. I paralyzed right there. I couldn't believe it. They won't believe it on these days. They won't believe it on these days. Might be too late. I knew all along there was people from out of the world up there. I knew all along.
Yeah. And it just hits me to the core, because I know people like this. I know old country folks like this that's all they know is their job and living and their wife and their dog and their truck and country music, and that's it. That's all they know. And when they see something they can't explain, like, I know that if I were to, or if the gentleman, I'll just put his name out there. His name's Jimmy. He's a good guy. Jimmy's a good guy. If this were to happen to Jimmy, this would be his reaction. And then he would find a way to be like, it's, maybe it's just some junk, but, I knew there was something there, right? There had to have been. Universe too big. He's a skeptic until he sees it with his own eyes. And that's what this happened. This is what happened here. Charlie was a skeptic. All he knew was what was in his life until it happened to him. And it became so matter of fact for him that it's just, I saw it. Okay, cool. It's true. There's other life out there. I've got to tell everybody. They got to believe me. And he just took it as gospel. And I love it. I love it because he's just a no-nonsense individual. All right, so let's tie into the last little bit of the story here. I've got a little bit more of the script, a couple pages. And then we'll get down to... So we got 4 pages left of the script. And then we'll get down to what we think is the truth behind the Pascagoula alien abduction. I'm going to drink the rest of this because it's real strong and I want it to be in my brain. Mmm. Yum. This video is not sponsored by this beverage, but if you want to be my sponsor, look me up, yo. Give me a shout. Years passed, then decades. And by the early 2000s, the Pascagoula abduction had mostly slipped out of public view. It was a case people remembered, especially those deep in ufology, but it rarely made headlines. The world had moved on to newer mysteries: Roswell, Area 51, the Phoenix Lights, and the increasingly global rise of the alien abduction reports. Pascagoula had become something of a footnote, but to those who knew the details, it was never just a story. For UFO researchers, the Hicks and Parker case remained an anomaly. It was one of the few abduction cases with immediate police involvement. What is this word? Wow. How did I... Contemporaneous? Jeez, this is what I get for writing a script when I'm drinking. Contemporaneous? Is that even a word? I gotta look it up. I'm sorry. Let's sidebar.
Yeah, that's right.
Contemporaneous, existing or occurring in the same period of time. The example is Pythagoras was contemporaneous with the Buddha. Interesting. Yeah, I guess my brain goes into I still know everything mode when I'm having some drinks. It was one of the few...
Contemporaneous.
Yes, contemporaneous. That's a weird one. I don't... This is what happens when I write a script when I'm drinking. Yeah. No, it's fine, though, because it's, it's a word. It's a real word. I know it, but I don't know that I know it. Mysteries. Mysteries. It was one of the few abduction cases with immediate police involvement and a contemporaneous recording of raw emotional testimony and witness statements that remained consistent over decades. The tape recorded by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department had become sort of a litmus test, something researchers would play for skeptics and believers alike. It didn't prove aliens existed, but it proved something happened. In 2013, on the 40th anniversary of the incident, local officials in Pascagoula finally acknowledged the significance of what had occurred. A commemorative sign was erected near the riverbank where the abduction reportedly took place. It read, quote, "The Pascagoula UFO Incident, October 11, 1973. Reported alien abduction of Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker. One of the best documented cases in UFO history." Now I want to see it. I want to see it. Let's switch scenes. All right, let's kill the slideshow. Window capture. There we go. Pascagoula, Mississippi. Jimmy Buffett's childhood home is here. Interesting. So the shipyard, here's the shipyard. Interesting that there's also a U.S. Navy engineering office here. Hold please. Where did they put that? Alien abduction? Oh, it zoomed in. I was hoping there would be something. I wonder, it zoomed in on this lighthouse. Oh, there it is. That's it. Cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's cool that they did that. I'm going to take a guess and say the one with his hand on his head is the young guy who freaked out. Oh, you can't see it. The one with his hand on his head is the one with the kid that freaked out. And the one standing there, completely composed, is the older gentleman. Yeah, so this is like just a synopsis of the story. That's cool. I really appreciate they did this. But I will say, it's nice that we don't see like an overwhelming number of photos of it. Right? Oh, here we go. Like it's... Oh, you can't even see it. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting I have a bubble here. And an ultra-wide monitor. Yeah, that's cool. I can appreciate that. That's cool. I appreciate it. You don't see a lot of them just paying respect to what happened. You mostly get people just poking fun at it, right? But I will say, this is a good sign. This is a good evidence for the decision I need to make here towards the end, and we'll get to why that's important here shortly. For years, there had been resistance. Some city officials were wary of turning the event into a tourist attraction. Others feared it would bring ridicule. But as time passed, the fear subsided. The story had endured, and there was growing recognition that whatever had happened that night, it was part of the town's history. Tourists began to trickle in, some to catch fish, some to take pictures. Others just wanted to stand where it happened, to look out across the dark waters of the Pascagoula River and imagine what Charles and Calvin had seen. In 2018, Calvin Parker reemerged and finally published his full version of the encounter. His book, Pascagoula, The Closest Encounter, reignited interest in the case. It was raw, straightforward, and filled in the gaps left by decades of silence. He described the examination in detail. The thoughts were not his own. The sensation of being paralyzed but aware. The overwhelming feeling of being watched. He also described something else, something that hadn't been public knowledge. Parker claimed he experienced missing time in the years after the encounter. He had periods of memory loss, nightmares that felt more like flashbacks. A few times he'd woken up in places he didn't remember going. He said he believed he'd been visited again and again. Not abducted exactly, but observed. He described seeing lights in the sky over his home, hearing strange buzzing sounds at night, waking up with unexplained bruises on his arms. He never claimed to know exactly what happened, but what was sure the experience in 1973 wasn't the end of it. Parker's decision to go public again brought renewed attention. Documentaries were made, podcasts covered the story. I mean, that's what we do. The new investigators took up the case. People started to reevaluate the Hicks and Parker incident in the light of modern abduction narratives, and a strange pattern emerged. Many of the features described in the Pascagoula abduction, paralysis, floating entities, missing time, telepathic communication, would become standard elements in later abduction reports. But in 1973, they were not part of the popular imagination. The idea of abductions wasn't yet widespread. Pascagoula, in some ways, was ahead of its time. In 2019, a second commemorative plaque was installed, this one funded in part by the city and in part by local residents. The sign included a QR code that linked to a digital archive of newspaper articles and recordings. Oh gosh, was that there? I didn't even see it. Hold on. I gotta look real quick. Hold on. I gotta see if there's a QR code. Because if there's a QR code, I'm gonna get so mad. Because I had a hard time finding information about this. Oh no, there's no QR code on that sign. Okay. QR code that linked to a link to digital archives of the newspaper articles and interviews and recordings. The city of Pascagoula wasn't just tolerating the story anymore; they were embracing it. UFO researchers continued to dig. Some discovered new documents, previously overlooked police reports, private correspondence between investigators, and transcripts of interviews that had never been published. A few fresh witnesses came forward. People who had remained silent for decades but now felt comfortable enough to speak. One man, a retired engineer, claimed he saw a strange light pass over the river on the night of the October 11th. Another, a former sheriff's deputy, confirmed that the original tape had been copied multiple times and distributed to law enforcement in other states. He said, quote, "Everyone wanted to hear it, even the ones who didn't believe." End quote. Skeptics remained. Some suggested Hickson and Parker hallucinated the entire event. Others floated theories involving military experiments or environmental contamination. But none of their skeptics could explain the tape, or the physical symptoms, or the way both men stuck to their story, even when it cost them their jobs, relationships, and peace of mind. In the final years of his life, Calvin became a reluctant spokesperson of the abductee community. He gave talks, appeared on radio shows, answered questions that haunted him for the most of his life. He said he wasn't trying to convince anyone. He just wanted the truth out there. If it happened to me, he said, it could happen to anyone. After Calvin's death in 2023, tributes poured in from around the world, from seasoned UFO researchers to ordinary people who had experienced something they couldn't explain. Many saw Calvin as a symbol of reluctant honesty, a man who had suffered privately for decades, then chose to face his past one final time. Today, the Pascagoula incident occupies a unique space in UFO history. It lacks the media saturation of Roswell. It doesn't have this photographic evidence of Phoenix, but it has something else. Two men, one recording, and a consistency that has never been successfully challenged. In recent years, academics have started including the Pascagoula case in university lectures about mass psychology, belief, and trauma. Not necessarily to prove alien exists, but to explore how people respond to the unknown. Was it extraterrestrial, a shared psychological event, or something else entirely? No one can say for sure, but the case has outlived its critics, and its influence continues to ripple. In the town of Pascagoula, the river still flows as it did in that night in 1973. The sky is still vast and quiet, and the banks where Charles and Calvin once sat are still there, unchanged by time. Visitors leave flowers, notes, messages carved into the wood of trees nearby. Not everyone believes, but those who do, they come to stand where it happened and to look up. And wonder what else is out there. Interesting case. So I've got a lot to say. First and foremost, I want to say I appreciate the city of Pascagoula really stepping forward and doing their part to commemorate what really happened here. Because what we are dealing with is a groundbreaking UFO abduction case in the history of the United States. This is important. This is absolutely important because this does not fit the mold of what we think of when we think of a UFO alien abduction case. Nothing about this case fits the mold other than people being taken into a craft to be studied and then dropped back where they were picked up. I think that this is a 100% legitimate case of alien abduction. I really do. Because it's so different, because it's such an outlier, that we are dealing with things that at the time were not commonplace. At the time, people weren't talking about alien abductions. So I think the closest case of alien abduction before this would have been Betty and Barney Hill in the 50s, 52, 53, 20 years. And before that, there was no one. We didn't have any recorded cases of alien abduction before Betty and Barney Hill, officially. So this is, this is close to like the reigning champ of what we're looking at for alien abductions. The Pascagoula abduction is so unique. And at the time, the Betty and Barney Hill incident was so unique. Go back and listen to season 1. We did a 2-parter on the abduction of Betty and Barney Hill because there's so much to take in. They were the first to come up with the description of the grays. They were the first to come up with the concept of missing time. They were the first to come up with the concept of alien abduction. And when it comes to the Pascagoula abduction, we're dealing with a lot of the same things. We're dealing with missing time, which is an afterthought, to be clear. It was an afterthought. We're dealing with an unknown, non-human biological entity that picked up these two guys, examined them, and dropped them back. But the kicker, the real kicker in this case is we didn't know until many, many years later that the younger of the two, Calvin, continued to have cases of missing time. That he continued to feel like he was being abducted. Now, for somebody who didn't want to be in the spotlight to come out 40 plus years later and say, here's my story. Oh, but by the way, this other stuff happened too. Check this out. I think that further proves the point that we're dealing with a real alien abduction case here. Because, first and foremost, he did not want the spotlight. He did not. He wanted nothing to do with this. He moved halfway across the country and waited almost 50 years to tell his story. What type of incident do you have to go through to make you wait 50 years to talk about it? I've been through some stuff. I've got a little bit of PTSD from some stuff that I've seen. Sure. But I can talk about it today, 10 plus years later. 50 years, almost 50 years to talk about something I couldn't even imagine. And listening on that tape, the sincerity in Charlie's voice, when he says, you've got to tell him what happened. You got to make him believe, because it might already be too late. That I've known all along that there was something else out there. Sincerity in its purest form. So I'm going to say yes. The Pascagoula alien abduction case is true. It's real. We're dealing with something that really happened. Now, depends on how deep you want to go. It depends on if you got your waist-high waders on tonight. You know, you could talk about how maybe this is transdimensional, time travel, all sorts of other things come into play here. And it's the kicker about alien abduction cases, because you don't know if you're dealing with strictly extraterrestrial, something not of the human, not of planet Earth. But there's so many convincing cases of alien abduction, alien encounters, UFOs that do give us information that makes us think that what we're seeing isn't necessarily extraterrestrial, but maybe transdimensional. Us from the future going back in time to visit. There's so many things that can be taken into play here. The only thing that this is missing, I think, is there's no message. Usually we get a message. I mean, we did get, let me scroll up in the script. They did tell him one thing. I think they just told him that it would be okay, or everything's going to be okay. Something like that. I don't know. Geez, I wrote 19 pages of script. I can't find it. But Calvin did say that he remembered them telling him everything was going to be okay. That he was going to be all right. And I think that's the extent of the communication we're getting, because usually, and this is what I think separates this story from a lot of the mainstream ones, is we're not getting a message of the world is impending doom and, nuclear holocaust, and you've got to stop with the nuclear bombs. That message doesn't come across here. Calvin really drived it home, talking about how he felt like he was just being observed, like he was a specimen. And that's what's so different about this case. That he's not being given a message, that he's not, so I don't know how else to say it, but we're not seeing a lot of the hallmarks of what we see in alien abduction today. And that's why I'm going to continue to say that this is a true case of alien abduction. So, with that being said, so I'm not going to open it. I'm sorry, I said the S word. I'm not going to open another drink just to take a drink. I'm sorry.
Bag M and tag M.
Bag 'em and tag 'em. That's it. Yeah, I'm going to say we're going to chalk this one up to the books. We're going to say that this is a real case of alien abduction. One of the few. I think the last time we said a case of alien abduction was true was the Betty and Barney Hill incident. And that was season 1. Early season 1. Maybe the first 15 episodes of season 1. So if you haven't listened to that, go back and listen to the 2-parter of the abduction of Betty and Barney Hill. Fantastic investigation. We did such a good job. It was a very, very interesting story. Cool little story. But yeah, I really enjoyed this. Coming out of the South, really tickled my fancy. Really tickled my pickle. It did. My pickle has been tickled. This did it. This did it for me. Color me biased because I've got a soft spot for the older, under the wing gentlemen that try to take care of the younger folks. It's different in the South. That's just the way they are. They're good people. And, I don't see sensationalism behind this. We didn't see anything on Google Maps. I had to, it was 1 or 2 photos on Google Maps. Usually when we deal with a place that has learned to embrace their alien abductions or alien encounters, we have restaurants with, UFOs on top, or suntan places that'll, call it like the far side of the sun or whatever. There's 1,000 different alien themed things. Look at the restaurants in every other building within a 100-mile radius of Roswell, New Mexico. It's going to be alien themed because they're trying to make money off of that. We don't really see that here. They reluctantly put a plaque out. Well, now 2 plaques. It doesn't seem like they're trying to cover it up. They're embracing it slowly but surely. So I'm going to say yes, this was a real encounter with extraterrestrials.
I'm not saying it's space aliens, right? But it goes without saying it's fucking space aliens.
That was quiet. Let me turn that up. Let me turn that up a little bit, and I'm going to hit that again.
I'm not saying it's space aliens, right? But it goes without saying it's fucking space aliens.
Space aliens. We are dealing with space aliens here. It's true. So before I continue with my closing monologue, thank you, Lip, for showing up. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I think next week we're going to deal with... we're going to go with something ghost-related next week. Let me go ahead and put that on the board. So that way we know.
LUL pleasure as always.
I'm very glad you're here. I'm glad that you are a returning viewer. I'm fortunate that you're here. Otherwise, I'd be just talking to myself and I lose my drive. So thank you. You are single-handedly keeping me going. Without my co-hosts here, I don't know how I did it for so long already without them. But I'll be glad when they come back. There we go. We got ghosts on the board. We're doing ghosts next week.
Got this too.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give you some sounds. Yeah. I really appreciate that. You don't even know. I've been doing this for over a year now, and you are the only consistent viewer. You're the only one that's subbed, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for you, sir. Glad you're here. I'm glad you're getting enjoyment out of this. Tell your friends. Let's get some more people in here. Let's get a full conversation going. Let's get a heated engagement, a heated argument. Let's argue with me about some shit. Let's do the drinking game where every time I say so, we take a drink. I don't know. Maybe I'm grasping at straws. Anyway. Well, that's the way it is. And as always, if you've got a story, something that's happened to you, feel free to reach out at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Tell us your stories, your recommendations, what have you. Let us know. We'll talk about them on the podcast. And thank you again to everybody that's followed and subscribed on YouTube. I appreciate every single one of you. You keep me going. You really do. It's nice to know that I'm not just talking to a microphone. It really is. Single-handedly, Lip, you are taking the cake. You are the putting you on a little pedestal here. Everybody, thank you so much, The Lip. You're doing amazing things. Glad you're here. I'm glad at least somebody's coming back every week. So we're gonna do our closing little monologue. Let's see. Do we have any? Do we want to raid somebody? Let's see if my buddy's streaming. Let me see right quick. No. No, I was going to say, well, we're going to raid my buddy Hef, but he's not streaming right now. But thanks again, Lip. Thanks for being here. We're going to wrap it up after the closing monologue, and we'll see everybody next week. We're going to talk about ghosts, poltergeist, something. We're not sure yet. We'll see what happens. We'll see what comes up in the research. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And with that, we're going to go into our closing monologue. Stay spooky, everybody. Here we go.
They didn't ask for attention. They didn't chase the spotlight. They just wanted to go fishing. What happened on that riverbank in 1973 was never meant for headlines, never meant for books or documentaries. It was personal, violent in silence, unexplainable in every human way. Charles Hickson stood by his story until the day he died. Calvin Parker tried to run from it most of his life. Neither one of them ever changed what they said. And maybe that's the most unsettling part. Because for all the theories, all the speculation, all the attempts to explain it away, something happened up there. Something that shattered their understanding of the world and left a mark neither of them could ever erase. And now, they're both gone. But their story remains, unanswered, unresolved, unshaken. And maybe that's the point. Some stories aren't meant to be solved, they're meant to be witnessed. So no matter where you find yourself, on a UFO, floating above a gurney, being poked at by robotic aliens, football-shaped eyeballs floating around a gurney observing you from illuminated walls, or strapped to a chair at an underground bunker like Aeon. Be careful. Stay strange and don't lose your head. But no matter what you do, make sure you follow us. Beyond the shadows. Whoa, whoa. Good night, everybody. Have a good one.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
creature like this, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Whoa! All right. I felt his tongue on the inside of my mouth.
Gross. Gross.
He ran in here. I was like, oh, he needs my attention. Yeah, he does. Okay, he must have left the room. I left the door open tonight. Usually I shut the door, but come to find out, I'm so loud when I do this that it doesn't matter if the door's closed or not. So,
Oh, well.
my wife actually told me that when she's outside with the dog, she can hear me. I was like, well,
Them some thin walls, dude.
all right. I was like, yeah, they really are. This house is so old. No insulation in the walls. Very cold house all the time. Middle of summer, it's cold. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Season 2, episode 7, Beyond the Shadows podcast. My name is Victus.
I'm Aeon. And I'm Paul.
And we are your intrepid paranormal investigators. Insnifstigators is what we call it. Is what the puppy, when the puppy's sniffing around the yard and he's on a trail for something, we call that insnifstigating. We are your paranormal insnifstigators. We get a doozy for you tonight. Per your request, per your most recent email request, Aeon. We're covering mermaids tonight. We're covering mermaids. Yeah, you can check that off your bucket list.
There you go.
So,
I just really liked the video last week, man. I
you could tell
I really
it
like it.
resonated with you because
Yeah.
immediately when we were like, so what are we gonna do next week? You're like,
mermaids.
mermaids. We should do mermaids.
Oh, now your mic's off. Tap it.
Sorry.
There you go.
You were so haptics. Yeah, isn't it great? The
Who
world
knew
is
magic?
changing.
Yeah, who knew Magic Mike had a whole new meaning?
Right? Yeah. I did listen back in the last 2 episodes just to listen to quality. See,
Mhm.
Check up on quality control, see how the audio is doing. I'm really pleased with this microphone.
Yeah, it sounds good to us.
Yeah, it admittedly there's a little bit of a quality drop off because we do communicate through Discord. But I think we're doing okay. That was a big reason why I picked up the I was on the subject about boosting the server because I want the video's good even out of the box, without boosting video it's good. But we need to make sure audio is crystal clear, and what I hear compared to what you hear is different to what the streaming laptop hears, just a tiny bit.
Gotcha.
It's just, I'm working it out. I'm trying not to incorporate 1,000 pieces of equipment because I cannot afford more equipment here. I only have so much bandwidth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens now. We started with 2. Let's just say that.
Started with 2.
We started with 2 and we're up to 5. So
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
started from the bottom. Now we're 5 screens.
Yeah.
But good news is stream's looking good, nice and strong. Not like last weekend where I had to edit 5 videos together.
Really? That bad?
Oh, it was a nightmare. Oh Lord, that is delicious. Thank you for telling me about that.
This is good.
Wow. It's just, and you said the other one is too fruity?
Yeah, I like this one better.
100 times fruitier. Absolutely. That's good though. I like it. It's good orange juice. So,
Proper juice.
wait, did I have something? I thought I had something.
A joke?
Oh, I have something. Are you ready for this?
Sure.
So, I'm going to. Okay, yeah, the stream can't see this. I'm gonna pull this up. I need to pull up my Google Photos account. So, I was doing yard work.
Mm-hmm.
It's finally getting warmer, you know. So, this is the first Saturday I've had off in 5 weeks, and immediately I was like, I got to get out there. I got to do some yard work. You know, I still got
that work with the WERK.
Yeah, yeah, with the silent T.
WERQ. Huh? WERQ. WERQ work
with a silent T in the front. So I go out and, you know, so there's a weird part of the corner of my yard where I have a shed, but they left like 6 foot from the corner of the property line, in between the corner of the property line and my shed.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a big tree in front of it, so I can't do nothing with this space. So I just, when we moved in, you know, we had chicken then, so I put a piece of chicken wire across the front to keep them from going back there, because I had a chance to dig through it and clean it. Well, I had time on my hands. Finally got back there, got a chance to clean it out, moved the chicken wire back. I got an extra 10 or 12 foot in the yard. And I'm moving along, and I saw something sticking out of the ground.
Uh-oh. Was it a body?
All right, let me switch scenes. I saw this sticking out of the ground. I said, "What's this?" Because this whole area is overgrown with ivy. Ivy is so bad here.
I thought you were going to say this because this whole area is a known Native American graveyard. So
yeah, it's a known Native American burial ground. So before I go too much further, let me explain. The shed. So my shed, it was a small 5x5 wooden shed, and then at some later date, somebody added in like a 10x5 concrete block shed onto the wooden one. So there's 2 doors.
Okay.
So if you're facing the front of it, the door to the right goes to the concrete block half. The door to the left goes to the wooden half. Well, the wooden half, the floor is soggy. It feels like you're going to fall through it, all this other stuff. Hey, Bob. And I don't do much with the left side. I put the lawnmower in there.
Mm-hmm.
But there was always, so like the bottom left corner of the wall, in between the door and the corner of the building, there was this small like 3x3 opening at the bottom corner, and there was like carpet and padding in there.
Okay.
And when we moved in, I found a pole with like a dog's lead cable on it.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, this is where the previous owner kept his dog.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, when, you know, the dog can stay tied up in the yard, and then he can go in this little weird corner spot of the yard, or the shed, when, you know, the weather's bad. So this first picture, this is about 5 feet away from that. Do you see that?
Yeah.
You ready
is
for
it
this?
a grave? Is it a grave
ready?
marker? It is. It's a grave marker. You have a grave in your backyard.
I have 3 now, actually, but
Well, but I'm saying this looks like a people grave. Given
no,
the
this
date.
was, well, what, 15 years?
Oh yeah, I guess so. Still, there's a cat.
But
It's a cat.
so all around it, there was like yard ornaments and dog toys.
Oh, okay.
So,
Huh.
we've got a new member of the family.
Oh, there you go.
It was spooky at first, but now we've got another one to take care of. It's fine. I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
So the
Interesting.
good
They had a whole marker made.
right? And
Had a
it
whole
was
peak
this was under
marker made.
this was under like 4 inches of dirt, so it had to have been there since the 90s.
I mean, that is what it says.
Yeah. So
A little marble and concrete marker.
yeah. So
Interesting.
like we had one made for Chicken when he passed,
Mm-hmm.
and it is nowhere near the quality of this one.
Yeah,
this is like 4 or 5 inches thick. It's solid marble. My guy.
Yeah, that's like the ones out in the grave. You know, the people graveyard.
Yeah, check that out. How wild is that, huh?
Pretty soon you're gonna have a pet cemetery situation going on, so be careful.
We do. We have a pet cemetery situation going on.
Well, I mean,
not,
like a
not in a bad way.
Stephen King pet cemetery issue going on.
I
Yeah,
wonder
Matt,
who was living there in 1992.
you know, I've actually gone. After I found it, I went in, took a shower, and I went and sat in bed. I tried to pull up some old records. I couldn't find anybody with that last name.
Young.
Yeah. So I don't know. The previous owners, the 2 previous owners of the house going back to the early 90s, did not have that name.
Maybe Sam Young was a tribute.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't actually the family's last name.
Sad, but nice in its own way. You know, I'm glad we found it.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it scared me a little bit at first because I saw that first picture. I stopped and I was like, oh no. Because it's clearly marble, right?
Right.
I was like, no. But
yeah, it's either a dog or a very small child.
Doubt it's a child because why would you put dog toys around a child's grave? Just saying.
Like,
if that did better,
like dog.
I just searched those dates and that name, and it doesn't appear to be a person. At least not that anyone's reported.
Thank
in
God.
his area.
Anywhere.
Anywhere? There's no Sam Young anywhere that
Not
died.
with those dates.
Huh. You would
Yeah.
think given the innocuousness of that name that there would have been some repeats.
On those exact dates?
Sure, you put in my birthday and my my first and last name, you get just a ton of hits. And
A lot of them are scoundrels.
even with my birthday, I mean, same. But even with that birthday, you get a whole bunch of the same guy. I'm like, wow, so they all had the same first and last name as me and the same birthday, and like one of them's one of the first things to come up is a gravestone. I'm like, outlived that one. We were born the same day. I outlived that one.
Let me see if I can find ornament. Jeez. Yeah, these are not what I'm looking for. So, the only one I was able to piece together, the only thing I was able to piece together that was around that headstone, it was one of the old Roadrunner plastic whirlybird things, where it was like the Roadrunner doing this, and then its legs was the piece that caught the wind.
Yeah.
And most of the pieces were there. And I was gonna save them, but I'm like, these are just in horrible condition. I wanted to find like a picture of it. I thought that would have been kind of cool. I remember seeing them growing up.
Yeah.
But I had that, and some flowers down, some fake flowers, some silk flowers, and they were still intact. Surprisingly, somebody took good care of that little grave for a long time. It makes me sad that it was just overgrown like that, but we found him. So we got another family member, Sam. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Sam. Anyway, before we go too far, hold on. Where's it at? I need to color code this because I keep losing it.
Too many buttons on the button machine.
What shirt are you wearing today? What shirt? What shirt, Anita? I'll go first because y'all see mine anyway.
Yes.
It's just rubber ducks wearing sunglasses. My wife picked this one tonight. It fits very well and it's very comfortable. It's actually a golf shirt. Way to go, Walmart, for the win, by the way. I got like 15, 20 different versions of these. Bunch with like cool like 90s aesthetic going on. Like the Taco Bell colors.
Oh, yeah.
And I will likely go back and get another because this shirt is very comfortable. The day I bought it, I slept in it. Very comfortable. Very lightweight. It's a golf shirt.
Comfortable or that you were tired?
Both, absolutely both. So, let me ask this one question.
Uh-huh.
What shirt are you wearing today?
Well,
Let's see him. Let's see him. Let's see him.
I'm wearing a bluey shirt.
it was the 80s, man.
This
was the 80s. Oh.
They're wearing sunglasses on their head and listening to a tape.
Oh, cool.
And it's funny because this was the 80s or it was the 80s or whatever is something I've heard my mother and father say many times.
It was the 80s.
yeah, right. It was the 80s. Like that explains everything.
Yeah, we did crazy stuff. I did crazy stuff for the whole 4 years I was alive in the 80s.
He got caught blowing coke off of what? It was the 80s.
It was the 80s. Oh, okay.
Oh, right, the 80s. like I know.
I like Bluey because did you know that the entire color scheme of the Bluey cartoon is the entire color spectrum that dogs can see?
Oh, that makes sense. Is it a spin-off of Blue's Clues?
No.
Oh, okay. Because that's what I thought. That's what I thought was funny because the guy from Blue's Clues died of a drug overdose.
Did he? Steve?
It was the 80s. Yeah, Steve.
Wait, he's been back lately.
Has he? Oh, maybe that's why he got kicked off the show. He was doing drugs.
He died.
Yeah,
and kicked him off.
He had He had an issue with heroin.
I will say,
looking back, it sort of was obvious.
I prefer heroes, not heroines.
So bad.
I'm gonna put that on your headstone. That's a good one. I will say,
sounds like some jingly crap they'd come up with in Dare.
Right. Oh.
Idolize heroes, not heroines. It's both misogynistic and anti-drugs.
Perfect.
At the same time.
Perfect for the 80s.
Corny and misogynistic.
So Steve from Blue's Clues got sober, and he made a comeback on like Facebook, and he's super popular on Facebook and TikTok right now. And he does these videos where he's like really close to the camera, and he's all like, "Hi, friend, how you doing? Just wanted to see how you're doing today. I know things are going rough. Tell me about what's going on." And then he acts like he's listening for 15, 20 seconds, and then he gives like this great advice. And it's like your dad sitting there talking to you, giving you a pep talk. And it's so weird. Actually, it's not weird. It's really inspirational. And I really like the videos that he was making there for a while.
Sounds super weird.
Because I watched Blue's Clues as a kid.
It sounds as amazing as that preacher lady. I've forgotten their name.
With the tattoos?
Yeah, with the tattoos. And like her favorite thing is forgiving a-holes.
With the sleeves. Yeah, she's got the sleeves. Yeah, she talks about how forgiving a-holes is not about them, it's about you. Helps you let it go. It's not about actually forgiving them, it's about you letting it go. But she gives this very impassioned speech with her full sleeve tattoos. Yeah.
I will send you the Blue's Clues, the Steve video. You'll be like, okay, this is actually kind of wholesome. It's nice. It's nice because I watched him when I was younger, so
I did not actually watch Blue's Clues. I grew up on like Fraggle Rock and that sort of thing, reruns on PBS.
Speaking of Fraggle Rock, let me see.
I love Fraggle Rock. You better not be about to say anything bad about it.
I'm not going to say anything bad.
Okay.
I did not watch Fraggle Rock. I optioned for a different show, and I'm curious if you've ever watched it, because it was my favorite show, hands down, for years and years and years. And I will fight people over this. Eureka's Castle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I watched Eureka's Castle, too. The scene
Love Eureka's Castle.
Yeah, I watched it.
My baby blanket was Eureka's Castle, and my mom still has it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
So, Paul, what shirt are you wearing today? Let's see.
They brought Fraggle Rock back, by the way.
I know.
So here's a fact that everyone knows. For years, I have had jobs that required very formal dress in one way or another.
True.
Yeah.
But the secret, I would much prefer to wear jeans and t-shirts all the time.
True.
So I had a church job in California that I required to be even more formally dressed anytime I was publicly doing anything. So all the priests got together and got me a t-shirt. So here it is. They made
Here
it.
we go. It's a T-shirt. It's a T-shirt.
Yeah, T-shirt.
That's
It's
nice.
a T-shirt with probably an iron-on white applique thing. This is the second time I've ever worn it.
No, it's
Of course,
cool.
in California, I couldn't wear it.
We could make you a couple of them.
Oh, I don't.
It's just a black Hanes T-shirt.
No, I mean him. Make
Oh,
him a
yeah.
couple of them.
Oh, which reminds me, I have shirts for you guys. Yeah, they're not the ones I wanted to get made,
Mm-hmm.
but I picked one for you, Aeon, and the wife picked one for you, Paul.
Sweet.
So you both have hand-picked shirts from a place here in, well, not in Virginia. It's north of Virginia, in Maryland. It's an awesome store called Five Below, and it's literally like nothing in there is more than $5. And they've got a whole wall of T-shirts, and they don't make them in fat boy size like I wear. But if we get you guys a size bigger because they shrink, but I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I'm going to send them. So for too long, I'm going to need to get y'all's address. I keep forgetting. Oh, geez, Soya, I'm so sorry. I didn't even see chat. I'm sorry. I'm so engrossed in this conversation. Soya, how you doing? Let me see. Do you want me to pull up speech chat so you can hear what she's saying?
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
This will take just a second. But yeah, I plan on sending y'all these shirts. Got it. We use cookies. Yes, continue. Click to unmute. Let's do a quick test right quick, see if we could hear sounds. I didn't hear anything. Wow, so the system audio doesn't come through.
We'll just have to look. All right, so yeah, we're gonna try to look.
Yeah.
Beep, beep, beep. Hold on, let me...
Paul's,
okay,
Paul's
I got to work
monitoring.
around. Switch scenes right quick. I got to work around. I just got to switch scenes so I don't completely dox myself. Not like the entire universe doesn't know who I am. Wonderful
I'm universe adjacent.
This is a wonderful website, by the way. This is what I used when I was doing the gaming thing for the longest time, because I'd be gaming and I would get distracted seeing chat. So,
oh yeah, I used to type stuff into your live stream, but I noticed watching it, like I'd type it in and do like almost a 30 count. And so by the time you'd hear my thing, the moment at which I had typed it had passed and it was way out of context.
Okay, hold please. Oh no, wait, I turned the audio off. Control panel, voice, enable speech. Oh, there it goes.
There it goes.
Oh, good. There we go.
Can people hear that on the stream?
Yes, because it's coming through Discord.
Oh, I see.
yes, so yeah, we got it. Let's
was that like how you call a cat?
You can't hear it?
Oh, good.
Oh well,
That
we
might
can.
be better. Sounds
Oh, we can hear it. I'm sorry.
Was that first one like how you call a cat? Psst, psst, psst.
Okay, let me minimize that. Let me go back to this.
Which, funny enough, is actually how I call my dog.
It's hilarious to me that I can't hear it.
It's
hilarious.
It's hilarious
It
stuff.
sounds funny over here. I'm sorry you can't hear it.
There you go. Turn the volume up.
Hello.
Let's try it now. See what it does.
I could be TTCing anything into your ears. It's a crime waiting to happen.
I know you heard that one because I can see the audio in OBS.
That's funny. It's a crime waiting to happen.
Beep beep, I'm a sheep.
Also, one of my very favorite. I love Edsford videos.
I've been made.
ASD videos.
That's funny.
Welcome, Soya. Welcome to one of the amazing features of streaming. I know y'all are kind of new to this, but this is good because we
Like
can
what
keep...
you're seeing. We have a YouTube channel. https://www.youtube.com/@BeyondShadows Podcast. Watch the backlog of older episodes.
Yeah.
Clap.
Thank you.
Get used to
Thank
that
you, chatbot.
because that's going to come up every 10 minutes. So get used to that.
Jesus.
Thanks,
come
Nightbot.
All right. So,
Jeez.
yeah. Do you want me to disable Nightbot for the?
You might need to disable Nightbot if it's every 10 minutes. If we're gonna have her up, we might need to turn him off. That's gonna be too much. We'll be in the middle of talking and have to wait for that.
All right, hold on. I'm getting on here.
I mean, funny, but
It's good. It's good for new people. But
yeah.
I mean,
You should have a mute button for TTS lol.
Yeah, I know. Now I've got to do two-factor authentication. Hold on.
We're here for the lulls.
You are here for the lulls. Yeah.
Here for the lulls.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Authorize. You've already been authorized, Nightbot. Come on. Commands, timers. There we go. I'm gonna turn these off. There we go. Timers are off. It should take effect immediately. So, welcome, friends. Beyond the Shadows podcast, season 2, episode 7. Excuse me. 6 was rapid fire last week.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I've had to reorganize my t-shirt lineup because I have the Sonic shirt, and I have the Kirby shirt. So they've moved their way to the bottom of the pile now. I was like, dang, geez, because you wore them back to back. I was like, well,
yeah,
nuts. So
those
those go to the bottom of the pile. Yeah, because the Walmart by my house doesn't sell those. We went.
Also, I'm terrible with waiting my turn in conversation in person. So maybe turn the TTS down so you can talk over it.
Oh no, it's totally
Sonic.
fine.
Yeah, I
Totally
wore my
fine.
Sonic shirt a week or two ago. Last week, my 1990s Sonic logo shirt.
Yeah, it's good though. It's a good shirt for sure.
Yeah, well, that will be the issue since we both shop exclusively for T-shirts at Walmart. So
Yeah, because we're
gonna have
cheap.
some of that.
We're
Yes.
cheap asses.
And a T-shirt every week. I mean, I don't know about you all, but like, go buy like 10 weeks worth of T-shirts. All of a sudden, you're like, man, I really want them to be $5.
2 stacks of shirts this tall, and as I wear
And I
them.
forgot to forget about figuring out how to time my contributions with TTS.
No, it's fine. Don't you worry about it. It's just another way to make the podcast more engaging. Just be aware that this is going to be recorded for posterity, and you will be in the recording of the podcast now. So mind your
pressure.
Mind your manners. No, I'm just joking. We don't.
No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure. If you screwed up, I'm gonna murder you.
Just Sharpie designs direct onto your chest.
Yeah, I've got. We can do some stuff. It's fine. So we've burned 30 minutes just lollygagging. It's fine. It's totally fine. We're talking about mermaids this week.
Mermaids. The
So-
Sirens of the Sea.
Sirens of the Sea. So last week we were doing rapid fire, and that mermaid video.
Guest starring that silly cow on TTS.
So we watched our video last week from Animal Planet, and these guys were down in the sea in like New Zealand or
Oh
something
my
or
gosh,
other.
those scary things.
Yes, and
Yeah, they peel the
Down-
skin off of sailors. Everybody knows
Yeah.
that.
yeah, and down in the submersible, handprint in the windshield, and it was a full episode of Animal Planet. We'll get to that at the end. Let me save it for the end because I've got
Okay.
something. I've got something for you, Aeon.
Okay.
but I
I'm
don't
still
want to.
excited, even though I feel like you've already doomed it. But I'm still excited.
No.
That
It ain't
face
like that.
that's the face of a liar. That's the face of a liar.
Look at
You're
this.
making my
Look over here.
yeah.
Look.
Yeah, no, I know. No, do it for the kid. Yeah, it's the face of a liar. Yes, that's the face that liars make when they don't want to when they don't want to crush your dreams, but they know they're going to.
What are you
That's
talking
what I
about?
have to do outside of
Yeah.
court.
No, it's
Now you're
good.
trying
'cause-
really hard not to make a face.
No, it's
and
good
it's
because
failing.
that face he made plus the face I made and you pointing at his face. Now we've got a thumbnail for this episode.
Okay, so
Welcome to production at its finest.
so take us in then.
So you won't hear much of this.
Aliens.
Yeah,
Because mermaids are not aliens.
no. Although that one looks like one.
Yeah, they do. I mean, look at the anglerfish.
Looks
Have
like
you-
an alien.
Yeah, have you seen the most recent video of an anglerfish?
So do you guys prefer your mermaids with fishtail or fish head?
I guess that's what depends on what you want to do with them.
Yeah, fish head for me, please. Fish head, human body. Yeah, that's my preferred mermaid.
I guess my only question is what is the evolutionary advantage for a creature living in the ocean to develop a fish head but people legs?
You know, I ask that about sociopaths all the time. What's the evolutionary advantage to sociopathy?
Oh, I can tell you.
I know you already.
All right, yeah. There's definitely an evolutionary advantage. It's just not advantageous now. Well, not for everybody else.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sociopaths make great generals and warriors because they don't care. Because they don't care.
I love that the TTS voice is so dry. That
Sounds like
Soya's-
sarcasm.
Yeah, even though Soya's laughing,
It sounds like sarcastic laughing.
It's like deadpan laughing.
Ha 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 ha.
Ah, the anglerfish that emerged was apparently really tiny.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Was we see all these like really up close photos and like National Geographic of anglerfish, filling the whole frame with these
Yeah, they're
giant
not big.
teeth, and they're like
H-A-H, ha 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 ha.
yeah, they fit in the size of your palm, or the size of them. They're like this big, the size of a lemon is what they said.
Are you talking about the picture that looks like an alien head, like an actual alien head, the gray one? That's all
no,
over.
The black one.
Oh, black, gray, yeah. But it swelled up from the pressure differential.
I think it was dying, and that's why it came to the surface, which is usually what happens with deep sea animals.
Oh no, the one I saw looked like the head of a gray, with tiny.
Oh
eyes.
no, this is
You know what I'm
the one
talking
that-
about?
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it looks like a head, like one of the grays' heads got lopped off and dropped in the sea.
Know the one
Yeah,
that
the-
looks like an anglerfish, nightmare of the seas.
Yes. Yeah, like this guy right here. This
Yeah.
was it looks massive because of the way they take the picture, but it's the size of a lemon.
Really?
Oh,
Huh.
Yeah.
The things
Yeah,
they
they're
don't
very-
tell you.
Yeah, they're very small. So, let's dive into
Also,
mermaid.
I'm on a 20-second lag and probably even longer for the TTS, so this is lovely.
Yeah, that was my problem on Victus's stream when he'd paint. I'd say something that was super funny at the moment, but then the moment would pass, and then a whole
yeah.
nother moment would pass.
Yeah.
And then my thing would come and be like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I was watching a buddy of mine streaming last night, and I'm quick with the witty comments. And while he was streaming, I was like, "Oh, this is going to be so funny!" And then by the time I get it typed in, they're already on to something else. It's like, let's delete that. And then they say something else funny. Oh, here we go. It's going to be so funny. And then I hit enter, and the lag was like 15, 20 seconds. I was like, they don't even get the reference anymore.
Yep. Yep. Timing and
It's hard
comedy.
to gauge tone from TTS and size for motion pictures with nothing else but water and fish in it.
Yep. So TTS is the anglerfish of the internet. There you go. So let's dive into mermaids. No pun intended.
near.
Also, I think fish bottom depending on anatomy. I think that's what I'm gonna go with.
Okay.
I mean, fish got a foot too.
Right?
right?
Yeah.
Although that would make you wonder about the male mermaid, the mermen's.
Mermen?
Yeah, the mermen's. You know, is it just? I saw an anime cartoon where it was the mermen, but it was like,
no.
yeah, but this is and so it was just flopping out all the time as they were swimming. Like, wow,
I'm
you'd think it'd
pecking
have
right
like
now over that segue.
they're like, you'd think you'd have some sort of pocket or
Merbois.
something. They're like, we're not dogs, we're mermen. Like, oh my god. So, yeah, they're just-
Merlads.
Merlads.
Yeah. All right, so let's get. So the myth of the mermaids, a half-human, half-fish creature, has captivated human imagination for millennia. Across cultures and centuries, mermaids have been depicted as both benevolent and malevolent entities, symbolizing beauty, mystery, and peril. From ancient Mesopotamian deities to medieval
I'm just a
beastry.
mer baby.
Yes, we know. We're going to delve into the histories and origins of mermaids, documented sightings, and their evolving role in cultural narratives. So one of the earliest references of mermaid-like beings trace back to ancient Mesopotamian mythology around 4000 BC, which I did not know it went back this far. A big surprise to me. The Babylonians refer to Oannes, O-A-N-N-E-S. Oannes? I'm not sure what inflection to put on Mesopotamian.
Both sound equally right, since I don't know.
Singapore's mascot is a merlion. How's that for useless information that I hope doesn't interrupt but will laugh when it probably does, but please continue.
My God.
All right. The Oannes is an amphibious god who emerged from the sea to impart wisdom and civilization to humanity. Similar to later mermaid myths, Oannes were depicted as being the upper body of a man with the lower body of a fish, signifying connection between the ocean and knowledge. But by 1000 BC, the Assyrian goddess
Aeoli, garlic mermaid.
Aeoli, yes. Aeoli, oh my gosh. The Assyrian goddess Atagratis, considered to be the first recorded mermaid figure, was worshipped in what is now modern Syria. According to legend, Atagratis fell in love with a human shepherd, but overwhelmed with guilt after accidentally killing him, threw herself into a lake. Instead of perishing, she
had to bro.
It's fine. Don't you worry about it, Soya. We'll live with this TTS for now. She transformed into a mermaid, forever bound to the water. This myth laid the foundation for later mermaid narratives that associated them with love, tragedy, and transformation, which is also the foundation for, i.e., The Little Mermaid. The Greeks further developed mermaid-like beings in their mythology. Homer's Odyssey introduced sirens, creatures originally depicted as half woman, half bird, but later evolved into more recognizable fish-tailed figures during the Hellenistic period, somewhere between 300 and 100 BC.
Feel free to turn off TTS for the stream at any point.
At any point was in caps, by the way.
If only TTS shouted.
It's fine.
Capitalized.
No, it's fine, because this is great, because we don't usually have visitors. If y'all get tired of it.
We're attention starved.
Yes, we are.
We're
very glad to have somebody here 2 weeks in a row.
Obviously, we like attention. We're broadcasting a podcast.
I yelled IT.
I yelled it, but it's spelled IT.
That's funny.
Yeah, that was also in all caps. So the Greeks further developed mermaid-like beings in their mythology. Wait, oops. Did I read that part already? Yeah, about the half birds, half human.
Yeah.
Concurrently, the Greeks
You're handling
also...
it wonderfully, by the way.
Thank you. So, knock knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
I hate this one. Interrupting cow. Interrupting cow. I hate this one. God, I hate that one.
I'm not saying you're a cow, Soya. It's just a joke. Wait for it. Wait for it. No.
Who's there?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, a little bit of a
Oh my
delay.
H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's just this is good for us, I think, because it makes it more chaotic.
Moo brought to you via TTS.
So in the Hellenistic period, these beings lured sailors to their doom with enchanting songs, reinforcing the association between mermaids and peril at sea. Concurrently, the Greeks also revered Nereidus, benevolent sea nymphs, and Triton, Poseidon's fish-tailed son, further cementing the image of humanoid
Don't worry, I
aquatic
can
beings.
handle being called a cow. I've been called significantly worse and still laughed.
Well, I'm not calling you a cow. It was a knock-knock joke. So, from that point, there's not much reference between the Hellenistic period, 300 BC, all the way up to medieval. And
Did you just say sea nips?
sea nips? Yes, I said sea nips.
Yes, SEENIP. S.
Nips.
C nips.
Paul looked up as you spelled nips. He's like, "Oh, what nips? Nips."
They were the aquatic version of a costume
Mic
failure.
drop.
Mic drop. Yeah, the delay is crazy. What's your
Neeples.
Neeples? Yeah. Didn't Soya say last week?
Oh, nymphs.
UK doesn't know where she is. They are. Excuse me. I don't know. So, not much in between Hellenistic period and medieval period. We have a lot of like seafaring tales. What I came across in research was mostly seafaring lore. In it,
Yes, I'm in the UK.
Yes, that's right. The majority of the lore revolved around what was drawn on maps, and this is where a lot of aquatic lore comes into the story. Was they were seeing things while they were mapping the world, and they were drawn in. So you could think of like old nautical maps where you saw like serpents swirling in and out of the waves in weird parts of the ocean.
Or mountains where it said there be dragons.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. This is the extent of what we saw between 300 BC and medieval times. We had people trying to map the world, saw things that they didn't quite understand, and map them as sea creatures.
Sexy walruses and sexy narwhals.
That's right.
Yes. Aquatic lore. Moist lore. We like our lore moist.
Yeah, the narwhals is a whole rabbit hole. Don't go down that one. It's crazy.
Also, I've known a lot of people who hate the word moist as a word. Like they would like
And
they would like
sexy
visibly
giant squid dragging ships to their doom.
That's right.
Yes. Like they would visibly cringe when you say the word moist. Except that's how you
Ha ha ha,
describe
moist lore.
I thought someone would like that. Moist lore. We like our lore moist. Moist.
Thanks for
heavy on the
leaning
S. Heavy on the S's and T's.
in. Thanks for the ASMR on that. Ooh,
Yes.
yeah. Give it to us one more time.
Moist.
Delicious.
Get a little tea pop in there.
I just think of cake when I hear the word moist. It's a yummy
See-
word to me.
See, me too. Me too. But I said like I knew a particular person that if I'd use the word moist, they'd be like, "Oh, gross! Stop." I'm like, it's literally the most
Ha 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 ha
popular
ha,
way to
clap,
describe
good moist
well-baked.
lads.
It's literally the most popular way to describe good cake. Moist.
Or really any food.
moist.
Yeah, unless it's. I mean, you don't even you don't want like moist crackers. but-
Right. A moist
my-
towel. A nice warm moist towel.
So before my wife, or not my wife, before my little brother met his wife, it was big moist. Insert my little brother's name here on Facebook. And I was like, why did you choose that? And he said, because so many people are uncomfortable with using the word moist that if they wanted to,
To put
tag
ladies at ease, you should specify that you only ever imagine them dry as a desert. Ha ha ha. Soggy crackers.
Soggy crackers. That's funny. Yes, moist crackers. I give my
Yeah,
crackers a little spritz of tepid water before I eat them.
me, salt water.
That way your
crackers.
mouth's not so dry.
That's right.
I think it just turns it back into flour, doesn't it?
I guess. Moist
Turns
flour?
turns back into a pre-baked state just before baking.
Yes, that's right. So
Yeah,
dough.
moist cracker. Yeah, so dough. Yeah,
Dough. So moist
Yeah,
crackers are dough.
unleavened dough. Moist, unleavened dough.
I love moist crackers. They're my favorite.
Gross. Sounds
are
like some Rick
rolling-
and Morty stuff. Pre-moist crackers.
It does, right?
Pre-moist crackers.
A dunker, that's horrific.
Yeah.
So, by the medieval period, mermaids had become deeply entwined with Christian morality. Religious bestiaries, that's the word they use, bestiaries.
Dunking crackers into a cup of room temperature water.
Delicious. Delicious.
Religious bestiaries such as the Aberdeen bestiary from the 12th century depicted mermaids as a symbol of vanity and sin. Often
Well, yeah, 'cause they
show,
always made them super hot.
yeah,
Jesus
so they had to be
mermaids?
sinful. Yes, Jesus mermaids.
yes, Jesus mermaids.
They must be sinful because they're attractive.
Of course, they were often depicted as holding mirrors and combs, representing the dangers of lust and earthly temptation. The
'Cause
representations
everybody
were
lusts after fish.
right.
Vanity,
Obviously.
vanity issue.
I know all three of us do.
Lust after
Absolutely.
fish.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to go into Red Lobster anymore because of it.
Oh, you too?
Yeah, they just keep them out there in the tanks like that. What do you expect?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the biscuits. I'm into the biscuits. The
You're
cheddar
in-
biscuits.
You don't just like the biscuits, you're into the
I'm
biscuits.
into the biscuits. Yes, all the way.
Some car improved the Red Lobster here. by
Don't
the
be
way.
vain at sea and don't shag fish.
Don't shake.
Right.
Yeah, somebody improved. Yeah, Paul's not wrong. Somebody greatly improved our local Red Lobster by driving a car through it.
That's funny because that same
Ha
thing
ha
just
ha ha
happened to
ha
our
ha ha
pizza
ha
Hut.
ha clap.
Clap.
Nothing like a hot cheddar bay.
Face pressed up against the glass.
Oh.
What are you doing in there? What are you doing later?
Give us the
Turgid as
Herbert.
fug.
Give us the Herbert voice. Give us the Herbert voice about fish. Come on, let's hear it.
Hang on.
Let's hear it. Come on.
You made me laugh while I was hitting my vape. I like me some moist lobsters. I'm not gonna pick you. Use my special one.
I'm hungry.
Gross. Just a nice warm cheddar bay with a lobster.
Oh, geez, we're gonna.
I call them my cheddar babies. You get back here with that biscuit. Yeah, it's hard to hold it.
Do we still wait?
Ha
Do we
ha
still
ha ha
have?
ha 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 clap.
Do we still have that? Do we still have that Herbert sound in the soundboard?
Not since you made a new one.
No, we moved it, or we removed it. Oh, I'm sorry. We made room for all the other stuff. Sorry.
Get your fat ass back here.
That's it. That's the one.
It's easier with lines I've actually heard him say. It's harder to
Yeah.
make them up.
No,
My
you're
voice
good. You
falls
got
out of the register.
it. You got it. It was good. I thought it was good. So,
Let's see who can eat the most Tylenol PMs.
my favorite is so when Jesus comes back and all the good people go up to
Amazing.
heaven. So when all the good people go up to heaven and they have the second coming of Jesus and it's like post-apocalyptic and all the people are ascending and Herbert scoops up all the children and is like, come on, children, get in the basement. And he's dragging like 15 of them into his basement. Yeah. I love the Second Coming episodes. Those were great. So, where were we at? I get distracted by Herbert. These representations were reinforced in literature such as Sir John Mandeville's Travelogue, circa 1357, which described encounters with mermaids and other sea creatures, warning of seductive and treacherous natures.
See, he knew.
He knew it.
He knew they were real.
So despite their portrayal as omens of misfortune, mermaid sightings continue to be recorded throughout history. One of the earliest first-hand accounts of mermaid sightings came from an English monk, Ralph of Coggeshall, in 1187 CE. He documented an incident where fishermen in Suffolk, England, allegedly captured a seaman. The humanoid aquatic creature described a fish-like but eerily human.
He knew what was up.
He did.
See? The thing.
It was held in captivity for months before escaping back into the sea. Although its authenticity remains questionable, such accounts fueled mermaid lore throughout Europe. Can you imagine some medieval time? They capture this thing out at sea.
Old Ralphie, I've never heard of him before.
Well, now you know.
And none since.
Yes, 1187. So they capture this thing out in the sea, take it back to the castle, put it in a bucket of water, and it managed to flop its way all the way back to the sea.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
They are
He bonked
slippery.
it. Monks are like that.
Yeah, he did.
They are slippery.
They are slippery. Slippery merman.
Because they're fish.
That's
they're
right.
Fish. Slippery
Yeah.
because they're fish. I'm so delighted we're doing mermaids after watching that video
this
last week.
is great. I'm enjoying it.
tickling
We're having
me.
a blast. So, during the Age of Exploration, the 15th through the 18th
I
century.
swear Suffolk is inland as well. Not sure though.
Yeah,
Oh, he had to
let's-
go a long way. Yeah, no, he had, yeah.
You know,
he made it.
let's look it up. Let's look it up.
Monkfish her spectacular.
Oh well, I mean, part of it's coastal. It depends on where he was, I guess. A quarter of it, I would say, is coastal. I mean, it doesn't say where he took it to.
Suffolk was regularly raided by the Vikings.
I looked. It has some coast.
It does. Let's see. What did it say? Coggeshall?
I'm in London. Nothing exists outside of here to me.
So here is here's where the monk was. He took the thing from the ocean all the way here. So that merman flopped at least
Ha
50.
ha 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 ha. He took it home. Who knows how far inland it could have been?
He took
Right.
that thing 50, 100 miles inland and it flopped all the way back to the sea. I don't see any rivers. Do you?
It probably did like a mud skipper sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
They do like a little sideways sidewinder motion thing across the mud. Yeah. I'm imagining him on his front arms like a little mud skipper.
In terms of the
Little-
UK, nothing exists. I only visit foreign countries.
That
Come on
checks
over to
out.
the U.S. There's all sorts of nothing over here. All sorts of nothing. So yeah, this thing flopped for 100 miles before it got back to the sea.
Checks out.
Yeah, it seems logical. Obviously, it really happened. Obviously.
I mean, they had
So-
it for a week. I mean, geez, how could it not have happened?
Right? So here's the first sighting that has a name attached to it that we all recognize. Are you ready?
We know no one recognizes suffix
Yeah, I believe that monk.
Yeah, see?
because they always come after everything.
Well, Christopher
Suffix.
Columbus
After
in-
everything, suffix. English.
Ah,
English.
I see
Come
what
on,
you
it's
did
like
there.
it's like three ways. It's like 3 ways. Jeez.
Uh,
All right.
Every good joke I told you won't
Oh,
laugh
wait.
at.
Oh, you just your retribution non laughing? Is that what it is?
That's it. You laughing deep down where you laugh about those things.
Paul's back because I groan at his dad jokes.
Wait. Do the Suffolk thing again. Do the Suffolk joke. I got it.
No, now I don't want to.
Okay.
Oh, suffix her, you're on fire today.
See?
There you go. We do have that
there
sound.
we go. There we go.
So in 1493, Christopher Columbus documented seeing mermaids near what is now the Dominican Republic. However, he noted that they were not as beautiful as they are painted and suggested they bore close resemblance to manatees, which is interesting because this is where the foundation of mermaids come from. They were seeing manatees. Yeah, they were seeing manatees in the water and they didn't know what they were.
Yeah, see, I never got the impression for like whenever people would say that, like, you know, they see manatees or whatever. There's an African equivalent to manatees that they call something else, but they look exactly the same. I think they have a split tail instead of a.
He still wanted to bonk one.
but like the manatees, that doesn't make me think, you know.
That guy was at sea a while, I imagine.
Right. It doesn't make me think mer person. It just, I would guess it would be weird, but they certainly look closer to a cow than a person. But, you know.
Yeah, so he made it from over here all the way to here. And the first creature he saw, he swore is a woman in the water.
Right. Yeah, see? Yeah.
A ship full of men, you better believe he did.
Yeah. He's like, maybe something I can stick it in. Jesus. It must be a mer woman.
Like me and those cheddar biscuits.
Cheddar biscuits. Warm cheddar biscuits.
See, I didn't grow up in watching the American Pie movies. I grew up watching the American Cheddar Biscuits movie.
Gross.
Yeah. Draw your correlations however you choose.
This didn't come out so hot, I'd be afraid to burn the crap out of yourself.
I have never looked at an animal and said, that is definitely a woman-like thing that is seducing me.
Right. You ain't been on a ship long enough.
I'm so hungry, man. I could bonk a lobster.
Yeah, this does not cause stirrings of the loins for me. For sure.
It's the sexy tails.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the tail. It's just it's an oar. It's a rudder.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, for us, like we've seen.
Ha 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 ha. Okay, yeah, fair. I've not been on a ship for more than a day.
Yeah. You see,
Yeah, me either.
Like, I don't see how this can be misconstrued as a human.
Right.
But we grew up having this knowledge. You know, I grew up with what was that? Wildlife Fact Files. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember, Paul?
I remember Animal Kingdom.
Was that black and white?
It's Mutual of Omaha's Animal Kingdom.
Oh, yes. No, I do remember that.
This is what I had as a kid. So it was like a binder of stuff, and it was like pages.
Oh yeah,
and
no, I did
pages.
have those.
Yeah.
Yeah, they send you different ones to add to it each
Yeah,
month.
it was like a highlights thing.
Mhm.
Right.
And Zoo magazine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was my thing growing up. Wow, oh gosh, that brings back some memories.
I remember when the dinosaur section came, I was so excited.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I was that kid.
With all the
Wow.
facts about what must have definitely been facts about dinosaurs, though I'm not sure how they established them as facts.
Known as the thunder lizard because it's thought the ground must have shaken as it walked. Brontosaurus was a plant-eating dinosaur. It was longer than a tennis court.
It's because of that dump truck he's got on him. They call him the thunder lizard.
You got that badonkadonk. Yeah, that was wow, man. That really brings back some memories. Good times.
All right, mermaids.
All right, mermaids. Sorry,
mermaids.
He noted that they were not as beautiful as they were painted, and
I
suggested
had
they
a file
bore.
of facts. I got a British wildlife spotting one and I loved it.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing. Absolutely the same thing. Oh wait, wrong paragraph. Bore resemblance to manatees. Similarly, in 1608, explorer Henry Hudson's crew claimed to have spotted a mermaid in the Arctic waters near Norway.
Shagging fish? Weird. Shagging dinos? Probably would.
Oh yeah, I would.
Especially they're called thunder lizards.
He claimed to have spotted a mermaid in the Arctic waters near Norway. In his ship's log, Hudson described the creature as having a woman's face and a body, but a fish's tail. And these encounters were based on genuine experiences of misidentification of marine animals, which contributed to the belief of mermaids for centuries. So, which brings us to mermaid folklore. Oh, okay, buddy, hold on.
Folklore.
Interestingly enough, mermaid legends were not...
A woman's face? Height.
Mermaid legends were not confined to Europe. In West Africa, the belief in Miami Wata, a powerful mermaid-like water spirit, emerged during the 17th century. Maima Wata, often depicted as a beautiful woman with a fish's tail or serpent-like features, was believed to bring fortune and misfortune alike, influencing later mermaid legends in the Caribbean and the Americas, though through the transatlantic slave trade. In Japan, all these foreign words. Nin-gyao, a mermaid-like creature, was believed to bring either blessing or calamity. I'm not going to try to pronounce this book, but it was written in 1590. A collection of supernatural tales recorded sightings of the Nin-gyao and their supposed magical properties, particularly the legend that consuming their flesh granted immortality.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Also, in Brazilian folklore, Lara, the freshwater mermaid, seduced men into the depths of the Amazon River. This tale, first documented by Portuguese colonists in 1725, bore striking similarities to the European siren myths, suggesting cross-cultural exchange of mermaid lore. Which is interesting, because I really didn't think Brazilian, along with West African, for lore.
Got them pink dolphins.
Of course.
Yeah, the pink dolphins. Wow, those are weird.
Yeah. Look like sunburnt dolphins.
Yeah. In Brazil,
it's like the naked mole rat of dolphins.
Yeah. So this brings us up to the 19th through the 21st century literature, hoaxes, and popular culture. The 19th century saw the romanticization of mermaids in literature, most notably Hans Christian Andersen's The Little Mermaid in 1837. The fairy tale...
have you ever had more than one caipirinha in one sitting? The booze is strong.
I don't know. I haven't. I don't guess. Question mark. This little guy is attached to me today. He's been like this all day. He just wants to be here. This fairy tale introduced a melancholic, self-sacrificing mermaid longing for an immortal soul, a stark contrast to the early fearsome depictions. Andersen's story became the basis for modern mermaid interpretations, especially with Disney's 1989 adaptation, which transformed the tale into a widely beloved children's narrative, which we all know. We've all watched.
Other notable filmographic lore, such as the
sorry, please continue. And also, Pupper is a sweet baby.
The deeply researched Splash of memory. Splash. The incredibly factual story of a modern mermaid finding her way in the city.
Yep.
No?
With no voice.
With no voice.
Yeah.
No. No. Okay.
Able to completely and entirely seduce a man without using a single word.
Yes, just her
That's
fin.
unusual.
Is it not also a continuation of the ideas behind vanity?
Right.
I mean,
Sure it is.
she was pretty for the
Ha
80s.
ha ha with Daryl Hannah.
Right.
Yep. She was
Tell
80s
us-
pretty.
Tell us, Basil.
Was that 90s?
Tell us, Basil. What do you
Weird that
know?
mermaids had big hair.
I loved that movie.
Not a
However,
movie,
no-
it's a documentary.
That's right. Documentary of my life.
It's a documentary about mermaids.
Okay, you ready to go? This is what I live with.
Mm-hmm.
I will
Puppy
try to. Oh,
Me too, with Gus in the morning.
what is that sound? Am I plugged in?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. In recent years,
Also,
mermaids
is that
have.
not a little pop at dudes with the "I like it when she doesn't speak" thing?
Oh,
Probably.
yeah, that. Back in the '80s, I think it was like women should be seen.
Ha
in
ha
that
ha ha
bird,
ha! I
right?
stand corrected, I guess.
Basil also stands on my arms. Okay. What is this? What are we doing? Okay. This is my life. In recent years, mermaids have maintained their place in popular culture and pseudoscientific speculation. I'm not going to read this part. What is he doing? He's so much taller.
His
than me right
meerkat
now.
impression.
Yeah, he's meerkatting. Okay. Do you want to get down, buddy? You want to go see what's going on in the other room? There you go. Mom's making sounds, so he's got to investigate. And
Basil's
snifstigate.
looking out for merpuppers.
That's right. Merpuppers. He's very interested in every sound in the universe. I'm not going to read this part. Nope. I'm going to skip over it. So, we've reached the crux of my research when it comes to
The crux.
the crux,
Crux.
the hand gesture of what I was able to dig up about mermaids. So, I did dig. I did find videos. I found photos, but they were so obviously faked. Like,
Too bad.
horrible. Yeah, Paul, you're just devastated. I know you are.
He doesn't want to believe.
I
He
don't
doesn't.
want to believe in mermaids.
So I did
But you want to
put
believe
together.
in subterranean lizard men.
No, I don't know. That's even a little far for me.
So I did put together a list of first-hand accounts of mermaids.
Okay.
You ready to
Modern
run down the
first-hand
list?
account?
Yep.
They start in 1493 and run up to
January 28th.
it just says 19th century.
Oh.
That's non-specific.
Ha 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 ha!
Yeah.
Paul.
So the first one is the one of Christopher Columbus in 1493. During his exploration of the Caribbean, Columbus reported seeing 3 mermaids, which he described as not as beautiful as they are painted. This is the continuation of the quote. The quote starts, quote, "Not as beautiful as they are painted, though to some extent they have human appearance in the face," end quote. Modern historians believe he saw manatees or dugongs. What is it?
Those are the
dugong?
other ones. That's the other one. That's the
I
other
don't
one
know
I
what
was
that is.
talking about. They have the dugongs have like a split tail, and the manatees have like the oar-looking paddle thing.
Oh, so it's
Yeah, they look the same
so it's just a manatee
except
with
for
a
the tail.
different tail. Yeah,
They got like a dolphin tail.
yeah. There you go. That's a great example.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
that's the
manatee
one.
with a different tail. That's all it is.
Yeah.
The fact that he said, "as they are painted," means he was desperately looking for them.
Yes. Painted women. Interesting. Yeah, I
Dugong
didn't
is
know.
a Pokemon Commune.
Yeah, isn't it a Pokemon? Yeah, right? Which might explain the mermaid-like descriptions. So, in 1608, Henry Hudson, the English explorer, known for his explorations of Canada and the northeastern U.S., reported sightings of mermaids off the coast of Norway, which we talked about. John Smith in 1614, the English colonist famous for his role in Jamestown and his connection to Pocahontas, claimed to have seen a mermaid off the coast of Newfoundland. He described her as having large eyes, finely shaped nose, green hair, and fish-like lower body. Smith admitted he was nearly drawn to the mermaid, suggesting an alluring quality often associated with mermaid lore. Interesting. I didn't know that one. John Smith, like Pocahontas John Smith.
Yeah, I mean, he never did anything questionable, so I mean, you can believe him.
No, didn't pillage an entire society.
No,
or anything.
He's a stand-up guy,
with a name like John Smith,
right? How can you go wrong?
In 1723, Hans Egede, I don't know how to pronounce Egede, Egede. We'll call him Egede. Hans Egede, a Danish-Norwegian missionary, wrote about a mermaid sighting off the coast of Greenland.
I bet Pocahontas wished he got fully lured. Poor lady.
Yeah, John Smith was not a stand-up guy. He and his crew described the creature with human-like head, long pointed nose, large hands, and a fishtail.
Didn't steal a whole ass woman and make her renounce everything she knew.
Nope. Not that guy. He was a stand-up comedian. His account, published as missionaries' reports, added to the growing lore of mermaids in the North Atlantic. So, Japanese Ama de Vires in the early 20th century, who traditionally collected shellfish off the coast of Japan, reported seeing a ningyao, a mermaid-like creature, for generations, and they are often described as having fish-like bodies with human faces. There are even preserved remains of supposed ningyao in some Japanese temples, though most are believed to be hoaxes. Let's look. Oh. Interesting. Sexy. This really checks some boxes for me. Yeah, that's bad.
I mean, they're mummified, so I mean, you can't really hold that against. No one looks pretty after they're mummified.
No.
I mean,
I would.
Some
Anyway.
Wanda lips.
Yeah, there you go. Duck lips.
Half mask.
Right.
Let me pull up pictures of this one. Let me see.
That
This
was
next
made.
one.
That's not friggin' real.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks. That one looks made.
I was hoping for a fish with a teeny tiny face.
Me
Ha 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 the zoom.
So this is the Banff mermaid from the 19th century. The mummified mermaids was displayed in Scotland in the 19th century. Notice the Banff mermaid. It had the upper body of a monkey sewn into the tail of a fish, likely a creation of sailors or showmen to draw crowds, but it led into local tales of mermaid sightings. This one, I have actually seen this one. So where I used to live up north, Ripley's, believe it or not, was huge up there. And this one made a tour through the town I used to live in.
Oh Lord.
And actually got to see this one up close. It's crazy looking, yeah, but if you can catch the rotation just right. This one's also been known to be called the Fiji mermaid. Oh, this is a really good picture right there.
Strange Boner podcast today, man. I'm a woman, by the way.
Ah, geez, it's such a good picture, but it's so small. Yeah, it was a monkey sewn into the bottom half of a fish. Minimal effort. Minimal.
Yeah.
Effort. And then also throughout history, fishermen from various cultures, such as those in the British Isles, Scandinavia, and Southeast Asia, have recounted mermaid sightings. Many describe these creatures as omens, either of good luck or impending doom, depending on the culture. So, before we go any further, do you want to bathroom break?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll do a quick bathroom break, and we will be right back, and we'll wrap this thing up. Here we go. Don't go away. All right, so interesting thing happened. I didn't get a chance to tell you this yet. So
interesting.
Downstairs, which is where the puppy's kennel is,
Mm-hmm.
and we leave the TV running down there. We found a couple good YouTube channels that play like lo-fi with some cool little animations of whatever. I've been watching this one called Boo, where it's like generic GIF animations of like a ghost sitting like on a park bench with an umbrella, sitting in the rain, with lo-fi music playing, and then every
Did you spot a mermaid?
Not downstairs. I didn't. So we've been trying to lean away from the music stuff and play more natural sounds. And I discovered that there are YouTube channels for pets.
Yeah.
So I pulled one up. It said YouTube live. So we only watch the live channels because they can stay running for days and days and days, and
yeah,
you don't have to mess with it.
Right.
So I found one that's good for dogs and cats. I go downstairs to use the bathroom. The cat is 2 inches away from the screen, slapping the screen with a squirrel is. She is in love with this YouTube channel. And
I play
Yes,
play
Pet
live.
TV.
I play live stuff from Prime for Gus when we're gone, and because I found the same thing you were saying, that like the live ones, I don't come back and it's been off for an hour.
Yeah,
you know. Or,
what's he watching now?
Well, so he mostly watches the Repair Shop, that British show.
Yeah.
Where they act like they're doing all the repairs out in like a thatched barn, which maybe they are. I
Wee
don't know.
Kitty's loving it.
But he's I used it once and now I just leave it on because there's a lot of talking.
Yeah,
the dogs like the talking, so I just play that one.
Yeah, it's so like Basil and the cat both go downstairs at the end of the night, and we put him down. So we discovered really quickly. We put him downstairs, and once we start talking or watching cartoons, they all start whining and meowing and barking, and like we've got to have something to break the noise. Plus, we live in the hood, so lots of noises outside. We needed something to break up the noise from outside. And I think this live, like, it's somebody in our temperate zone because there's tons of Orioles. So somewhere north of us, somewhere in obviously Maryland, bunch of Orioles, bunch of squirrels, rabbits and stuff. Like you could see seeds and stuff run out in the yard. It's just a huge, like 6-7 hour long video on a constant loop. Wonderful video. And they will both just sit there on the floor like a foot away from the TV and watch it. They're totally fine with it. And it's a little nicer waking up in the middle of the night, not hearing lo-fi downstairs.
Right. Right.
But I mean, I don't mind lo-fi.
Moody saxophone.
Yeah. I like lo-fi. I like lo-fi. I do. Well, I mean, the soundtrack for the podcast, the backing track is lo-fi.
Yeah, but I can't hear it.
Yeah, because we don't monitor. Do you want me to monitor so you can hear it?
No, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
good. No, I don't hate lo-fi. I feel like it came on as a thing because people realized how easy it was to make it, and so you have a million lo-fi producers out there cranking it out, and it seems like an excuse to just do bad monitoring and bad mixing because all of it's like bad filters, so it sounds and they're like, oh no, it's not bad, it's not a bad mix, it's just lo-fi. Like that's my cringe about lo-fi, is I feel like you get away with doing bad production. You're like, no, it's not bad production, it's just lo-fi. It's supposed to be like that.
Yeah, it's downsampled on purpose.
Yeah, it's downsampled on purpose. I didn't just crunch the crap out of it with the compressor on accident and
Is
not
the
know the
speaker
difference.
blown?
Yeah. The bass sounds like just the bass is playing through a blown speaker. Why is that? Oh, well, it's because it's lo-fi. It's like, that's not that. Yeah, that's not. That doesn't check. Doesn't track.
We use Harris Heller, to be clear. For those listening on Spotify later and on YouTube, we use Harris Heller. Check him out if you're a streamer, any kind. We don't plug this guy enough. He is a phenomenal musician. He used to be a full-time streamer. Now he does videos to help streamers get started, and he produces 5-6 albums a year.
I like the lo-fi mixes that are called things like music playing from inside a washing machine in the other room.
Yeah. That's about what it sounds like.
Yeah. Well, Harris Heller does all this stuff. He produces 5-6 albums a year, pretty decent quality. I've always used Harris Heller for the podcast, or not for the for the podcast
For your
and
stream.
for the stream in general. Even when we were doing the
Ha
art
ha ha
stuff.
ha. What's EQ? By the way, check out my
Right.
lo-fi track.
Right, what's EQ? Exactly.
Oh. But Harris Heller puts out like 200 songs a year, and he gives them away. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't slap royalties on anything, because he was frustrated with streaming and not having any decent backing tracks. So he switched his thing, and that's all he does is music now, and a couple of YouTube videos every now and again. But he's slowly petering away from doing the YouTube stuff. But kudos to Harris Heller if you're watching. Thanks, guy. You've been a big help, friend.
Okay, so I feel like it's time for you to crush my dreams.
All right, are you ready?
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling based on that video because I don't know. I'll tell you why later, but you tell me what you found.
So, before we get into that, let me. We're in the right scene, so I can bring up Instagram. And I don't know why this one link is saved.
Yeah, I used to follow him.
Yeah, Harris Heller's great. He's a good guy. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. That was the video of
Crush them dreams.
Crush Them Dreams.
Crush him.
That was the video of Gambit at the end of Deadpool and Wolverine. I need to find the video that we watched last week. Saved. 225? That's right. Wait, is that right?
No.
No. 223.
Maybe.
Yeah, these are the videos from last week from the Rapid Fire.
There was the skin one. Love that.
Where is it? Come on.
Is that, there it is, the blue.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
so we're gonna switch,
no one's gonna be able to see that.
we're gonna switch to Instagram view.
Yeah, it's a tiny
There we
video.
So this is what we watched last week.
The little finger pinch, dream between forefinger and thumb, crushed.
Okay, so this is what we watched last week. And Aeon was so excited about this video. And so it shows people in a submersible, and they see a handprint on the window. And this is an actual Animal Planet episode. So I pulled up the episode and I watched the entirety.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was doing that, I went down a Reddit rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
Are
Okay.
you? I was about to ask you if
Who?
you're sitting down, but I know you are.
I am. Yes, I'm still sitting down. Yes.
Okay. So, this is not the first time that Animal Planet has produced something of this caliber.
Okay. This caliber. That's a innocuous way to use the word this caliber.
Yes. So, Animal Planet has been known to produce episodes of fake content.
questionable content.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So this episode runs parallel.
Shame. They're owned by National Geographic. Shame.
This episode's run parallel to their Megalodon sighting.
I didn't even hear about that one.
Yeah, I found the video, and it is even worse.
The Megalodon video?
Yeah, it's like 1990s. Bad.
They keep capturing weird stuff?
Yeah, so so the Megalodon video was like these people are in a fishing boat and they're checking for sharks, and this giant Megalodon,
Ha 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 ha, questionable content.
300-foot long Megalodon breaches the surface and takes down a boat.
Oh. Okay.
On Animal Planet. but they said it was real, but it never made the news. Consequently, also this video made the news, but it was also released to the news with a statement that it was for entertainment purposes only. So
I see.
So Animal Planet has a history of producing
lies.
Yes, that's the word. I didn't want to say it. I'm glad he did. So if you wanted to, so if you wanted to karate chop somebody, you could karate chop the person in the room.
and not that you know, National
Questionable.
Geographic, not that nationalgeographic.com isn't an entertainment entity, right? The company, the commercial company, but it is owned in part by National Geographic Society, you know, like with pretty notable
How low were their ratings?
scientific
Ha ha
laureates
ha ha! Filthy lies.
through history.
Yes. Filthy lies. So,
and they don't own a majority share, but I'm like, for shame.
so this
shame.
was to be fair, this was produced before Disney acquired National Geographic.
How does that? What's that have to do with it?
Well, because Disney does. Admittedly, the standards for National Geographic are nice and high now. Since Disney acquired National Geographic, they don't produce any more of this kind of stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see.
And if they do,
they made
it's
it back
not
into what National Geographic was when they still had a magazine that people bought.
right. Yeah.
Got
So this was, from what I gather from the almighty Reddit.
So you know it's true.
So it has to be true.
Of course.
You know, not just anybody can write anything on Reddit.
Right. So I've done lots of reading and all this other stuff, and I was able to parse together an idea of what they were doing. So the years that they produced this off the topic.
Did Disney give them a bigger budget for these sightings?
No, actually, Disney cut this stuff out. So once Disney acquired National Geographic, they quit producing stuff like this. They started producing
Just because Disney's part of the system and they don't want you to know.
Right. Absolutely. So right before Disney acquired National Geographic, I think it was like 2 or 3 years before is when this mermaid sighting was officially aired.
Reddit has never lied to me.
No,
right?
Not me. Not me.
Never. Yeah, it's just all facts.
So it was the downswing of National Geographic. They were grasping at straws. It was the swan song of National Geographic as a singular entity.
Disney's run by mermaids.
That's right.
See?
Yeah.
The answer.
So their swan song was to start producing stuff that was more eye-catching. Which makes sense. They were producing things that were a little more fantastical just to get people to watch.
Animal fiction planet. I see.
Yeah, and within 12 to 16 months after this video, Animal Planet was acquired by Disney because National Geographic was acquired by Disney, and that's when a lot of the falsities had stopped. My original plan was to be like, here, I've got footage of a real life mermaid and build it up and build it up and build it up and then show you a clip from Disney's Little Mermaid. But I wasn't entirely sure. I wasn't entirely sure that I could get away with it, copyright wise.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah. Did you find the picture of the dried up one on the coast?
Which one?
There was one that looks. It looks very much like a dried up person fish, but I think it's more like a dismembered fish body, is what happened. But it's dried up weird, and the salt did something weird to it. Oh, that's not gonna Searching mermaid on the coast isn't gonna get you anywhere. There you go, down in the corner. Yeah, that's. I think that's the one. Yeah, looks like a human rib cage.
So a lot of these, This is the same as the. Geez, what was the name of that little creature that was found on the beach in like Jersey? Was it Jersey? The little pig creature that was found on the beach.
What? No.
So, somewhere around Jersey, there's like a special effects school.
Mm-hmm.
And for their final exam, they're tasked with creating something so amazing and fantastical that it catches the news. And whoever gets to the news gets an A for the semester. And
that's cool.
So this is one of those. Also,
okay.
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh God, I forgot.
Okay, except the only problem with this is they made the tail a bone.
Yeah,
which is a problem. The fin's a fin, not a bone. That's not quite right.
Where's it at?
There's a better one that looks more like a desiccated body.
This
not
one.
Just no.
Ha 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 ha! Someone dropped their art project in the water.
Yeah, so that's what it is it's a special effects studio near Jersey Shore, and this is a thing they do.
Oh, okay. Huh.
And this one I have seen published in books.
Really? As what? As a pigman?
Like a cryptid.
Oh, okay.
An unknown cryptid. But they would throw it in the water at high tide, so it would wash up on the beach at low tide.
Okay.
And so it would get a little wear and tear, and
okay.
It's a special effects school in the area.
Okay, so what was with the mer creature and the submarine though? I mean, did they just completely fake the video?
It was faked. Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's really well done for that.
Yeah, sure it is. So I pulled up the video, and I did some screenshots trying to catch just the right frame in correlation to the article that I read. The anatomy doesn't quite line up. So the handprint would be right on the window. So like here. So you see how I'm to the left of it? Well, it's a little off, but I'm over to the side of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the way the handprint and the body correlated, it was like the handprint was here, but the body was way back here turning away.
Yeah, well, I thought it was doing one of these, like a rapper's, like,
Yeah, that they showed that it was like estimation between the guy in the cockpit at the submersible, according to the handprint on the window. The arm would have had to have been around 12 foot long.
Okay. So, yeah, that's an issue.
That and the body was totally turned away, but the head was here, but the hand was way up here.
I got you.
So it was just a thing that they were doing, grasping at straws, trying to get more people to watch Animal Planet. That's all it was, unfortunately. But I do want to bring up one video.
Okay.
And this is one from season. Yeah, one from season 1. We did talk about this.
So it was Daryl Hannah.
It was.
Yeah, she was looking a little weathered, notably in the video.
Yeah. So this is a video that we watched on an episode of Rapid Fire in season 1.
Okay.
But I want to replay it because this is one of my very favorite pieces of evidence. We watched the full video. I wasn't able to find the full video for this episode, but I was able to find like a snip of it. See if you remember this. Oh, hold on. We're muted.
We're chilling. We're out here chilling.
Oh, yeah.
I hear it. him.
Yeah.
Where's she at? What the fuck is that noise, bro? What is that noise? Where are you? This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's nuts.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause right there.
Yeah, I remember that.
So 1 minute, 1 second is the start of the important part of the clip. This is where people say that they hear the words "jump for me."
Okay.
Here we go.
Is that
So there's-
Sauce 90?
No, this is _bonehead. Do you want to see if we can find this full clip?
No, go ahead and play the part you were.
All right,
saying.
so you're gonna hear it's gonna so it flip to his face, and then he turns it around, and he goes to the side of the boat,
Mm-hmm.
and right before you hear the squeaky sounds, we're gonna call them squeaky sounds. If you listen really closely, it sounds like it says "jump for me."
Yeah. Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So,
Also, Stream can't see the clip, FYI.
Oh, nuts! Yeah, I'm sorry.
You had it on the wrong.
Yeah, we are nuts. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna go back a little bit. Wait for it. Jump for me.
Yeah.
Jump for me. Jump for me. So
Noise tinks.
there's a so in the full clip, if you remember back when we watched this in season 1, the dude had gone to both sides of the ship, and you could see in the water something was keeping pace with this boat going 40 knots. I think it was 40 knots.
Mm-hmm.
And there are very, very few.
Yeah, I remember this dude. I followed his TikTok at the time.
Yeah, he gets. You could see something swimming in the water, keeping pace with the boat on both sides, like perfectly in pace with the boat, which is really strange, because anything that would follow a ship in the deep ocean like this, they generally try to breach the water a little bit because they're playful. This is why they're coming up to the ship. However, I will say the general consensus with this, according to Reddit, the almighty Reddit, the truthful Reddit, is whales. Okay, so then we're gonna yeah, you're making the same face I was making when I read it. When I read it off of Reddit.
Yeah, because when you record whale songs under the water,
it has to be under the water.
Right, because it doesn't translate above, like a whale making the same noise above the water is not, it's made to transmit through water. It's too, too low frequency or too high frequency. Anyway,
I think
either way,
he was
it's
posting
not,
a bunch of them.
It's not audible above the water. That's why you have to record them under the water.
Let's see if we can find this guy's channel.
Honestly, my thought for those squeaky noises, if it's not something out there, excuse me, something out there making it, is you see the big steel trolling lines running out of the back of the, from the back of the boat, suspended pretty high, was a weird sympathetic vibration up through the cables. Have you ever tapped on a suspension cable with a piece of steel and it sounds like a Star Wars blaster?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so I thought it was
Whales
that
don't
from
talk
the
to you
friction
out of water.
Right. I thought it was the friction of the water going by it and it making because that's all you do with a string of a guitar or a string of a violin is you agitate it, with something with just a slight bit of friction. Like a bow doesn't, the friction of hair doesn't feel like that much, but it's enough to excite a string on a violin. So I thought maybe 40 knots with water going by a giant cable and the boat acting like the soundboard, the sounding board for a violin, that it might be making those weird noises.
Yeah.
But I can't test it. I don't have a chip.
It's funny you say tapping a suspension cable or a tension cable, because that's actually how they recorded the sound for the blaster on Star Wars.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
I saw a thing of that, and I was like, that's not true. And I went out and I actually hit one with like a piece with a wrench, and yeah,
pew 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 pew. Yeah, it's the waves shooting back and forth.
Yeah, pretty cool.
So this isn't the original poster. This is. I wish I could read the rest of the guy's name there. It's a TikTok of a TikTok.
Right.
But we watched this full video in season 1, and you could clearly see something else keeping pace with the boat in the middle of the ocean in the middle of the night, which is really strange because even oceanic
I remember
creatures...
at the time, he was posting a fair few TikToks and he said that he was on a research boat.
Yeah.
I don't know if he... Well...
It looks like a fishing boat, but...
Yeah, it looks like a fishing boat, but I mean, he's obviously trolling something behind it.
He was just crew and not a researcher.
Yeah. They're definitely pulling some sort of equipment behind them with a heavy cable. And you really don't troll fish out in the open water like that.
Yeah, the originals have probably gone down.
Probably like side scanning radar. Like
that's what I was thinking.
Looking for aliens.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Right. This is how they found the Titanic. They were dragging side scanning radar.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
Shoot. Well, since we found the Titanic, let's take credit for that and forget the
right. But it looks like they're pulling some sort of heavy piece of equipment, given how big, steel cables, almost 2 inch across.
That's a big boy.
I was following his account. BC, he was building a nice little narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I could find the video that we watched. I went back and dug through the server and tried to find the original footage that we watched. It was... I would have to go through and dig through each one of our rapid fire episodes to find the actual video. But it was... this was creepy in itself, and they added the subtitle in just the right place to where you could hear the jump for me thing. Plus, he was, filming whatever it was that was keeping pace with his boats. It was enough to make me, I don't bring stuff to the rapid fire episodes that don't have much sustenance. I don't bring the stuff that's obviously AI or what have you. Just to show, hey, this is AI and this is what we look for. I try to, weed through what we have and give us the best quality stuff that we can. And that's why I brought this video up. So in that same vein, I want to say he was onto something here, because I can't think of many things that are going to follow a boat out in the middle of the ocean, specifically at the middle of the night, that aren't going to breach the surface.
Well, also, I mean, he doesn't really say where he is, but, something that you'll even find them talk about on, ocean documentaries is that once you're out in deep ocean, it's a desert.
Yeah.
For ocean life.
I
like,
was definitely compelled by that dude's videos when he was posting them.
Yeah, so
they're,
like
they're good.
while dolphins and whales migrate, you know, I mean, yes, that's true, but the likelihood that you'll run across them in the open ocean, unless you're actually tracking them with radio collars and things like that, there's just nothing out there, especially near the surface. There's just nothing out there. So that's why I found it strange that something was tracking the boat. Now, if you're near the coast, sure, you know, everything, you know, the shelf, the continental shelf that runs out from every landmass is full of life. That's where the vast majority of every ocean documentary is covering, is the continental shelves that stretch out from land masses. But once you get past that, out into deep ocean, there's just nothing there. Not near the surface anyway. So, I thought this video, and like you said, it's a shame we don't have the section where that catches the thing following the boat. But it
dolphins got thrown out as a thing in the comments from what I remember.
But out in deep ocean, you're not gonna have dolphins.
Yeah, you're not gonna have.
So hold up. What about killer whales?
Even still, killer whales are not. This is the anomaly we're dealing with. You're gonna have animals that will make sound beneath the surface of the water, and they can also make sounds above the surface of the water. But we have no recorded instances of them making sounds beneath the surface, transitioning to above the surface. And if they are going to make sounds above the surface of the water, they're going to be stationary.
Yeah, and
Those guys were on boat tipping vendors for the past few years.
And they make clicky noises above the water that are audible above the water, but it's because the sonar-like sounding stuff that they all produce and whales produce doesn't translate out of the water, because, you know, audio doesn't travel through those two mediums the same way.
Yeah, that's bonehead again.
So maybe there's hope. Maybe there's still mermaids. I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there's undocumented animals out in the deep ocean because of how hard it is to run into other life. I think if there's somewhere where animals exist that we don't know about, the ocean is the number one place because of how little of it is actually researched and charted.
Here we go. I got it.
Oh, there. Yeah.
We got another one over here. What are those?
Yeah, look at them.
Well, it isn't a beautician, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
That is definitely something keeping pace with the boat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. On both sides. So this reminds me of Jurassic Park when the velociraptors get out. Okay, so they're going to do things to catch your attention on both sides. Meanwhile, that alpha is inches away from you, getting ready to strike, right? Mm-hmm. So this
also, when this guy was posting these vids, there wasn't widely available AI-generated imagery at all, so it was mildly plausible.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's absolutely wild.
Swimming real fast underneath that water.
People are going to try and purposely mislead you always for clout.
Oh.
And this guy's doing the exact same
Velociraptors
thing.
can swim. They really are clever.
Paravane stabilizers, and what those are special wings that are attached to some small or mid-sized ships like this one with long cables like this.
This should give you a better visual. So they help the ship stay steadier by reducing how much it rocks from side to side. It makes the ride smoother for everyone on board.
Anyway, that video goes on to show another clip of him reacting to a mysterious creature making sounds. These sounds are just whale noises, whether they're edited in or actually whales that he's listening to, that's up for debate. And before anyone comments this, let me just get ahead of this. There was a story that went around that this guy got banned from social media, got in a terrible accident, and was killed. Also a hoax. His accounts are active on TikTok and Instagram, and he is doing fine. Don't be a sucker. Hope that helps.
Helps a lot. Well, cool. All right.
Ah, okay, nice.
Now,
Okay.
I hate
Nice.
you, guy with facts.
Yeah.
Although
I
I don't
hate-
know enough about boats, so I believe him. I don't know anything about ocean-going boats, so I'm inclined to believe him.
I know a
I have
thing or
very little
two,
on boats.
and I've never seen that.
Yeah, but what he's saying makes sense. And I didn't want to mention it, but if you look, they're not only are they
So
pacing
my
the
initial
boat, but
thoughts
they're-
of bored man on a boat held true.
yeah,
Indeed.
yeah. But they not only are they pacing the boat, but they're literally exactly pacing the boat like they're attached to it. And they also happen to be spaced out on either side the very same length from each side.
Okay.
Which does, I guess, lean towards something structural. Much as I hate it.
Better visual. So
Yeah.
they help the ship stay steadier by reducing how much.
Okay. Well,
Much as I hate it.
I don't see
Which I
him.
do.
I
I'm
don't
not
see
going
him
to check the
editing.
facts either way, in favor for or against the mermaids.
I don't see him editing the sounds in on a boat.
I mean, I've got some, all of them have some pretty good built-in software, and there's some pretty good free software out there that lets you overlay anything onto anything. If you're not trying to make like a motion picture, like a cinematic motion picture, you can overlay most things.
Let's do something right quick. I want to make a video. Bad example. I don't know who that is. Let me pull it up on my phone. Let me see if this audio is available in TikTok. That would be the decider. So we're gonna create a video. Oh, jeez.
iPhones
Yeah,
had
but-
iMovie as standard at that point.
That's
True.
right.
True, and
Making a
there's
video.
there's CapCut, and
Oh, yeah.
there's one that I used to use for like good transitions, but it had all kinds of you could pull any audio and put it mesh it in, not just overlay it, but like mesh it in with the sound. It had an EQ and all kinds of stuff on it. It was free, so you can lay in the sound. It's not inconceivable, though. The way he did it, it does sound like it's fitting. It does sound like it's out over a big expanse. Like he either picked really good audio or he did some good filtering on it. If it's if the audio's fake.
Oh, it's not coming through.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so you can find some stuff.
Don't know if CapCut was around then, but they actually have iModels in CapCut.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, probably.
I hope he
fake
got a
also.
big following from that.
Wait for it. Oh, it's like,
Like you can type out a little script and get the AI models to say whatever you want.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's AI, but there's 209 sound samples on TikTok of whale sounds.
Yeah.
And don't
So-
forget, GarageBand and iMovie were standard on iPhones then.
Yeah, you're right. Well,
Yeah, but it looks like he could have just pulled it straight from TikTok too, though. Based on what you just
absolutely.
found.
Yeah.
Well, I was one of those followers.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, a good story goes a long way.
yeah, it did a
know.
good job. It got us to sit here and talk for 2 hours about mermaids.
Yeah. Well, so I guess I'm ready to render judgment.
So am I. Do y'all want to go first? Or want me to go first?
I already know. Paul decided before we started, but go ahead.
No proof of mermaids. Likely, very, very likely, no such thing.
Hey, huh?
Yeah, same. I mean, I don't. I feel like there's a lot of problems with all the videos.
Ha 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 ha.
And so I don't think that any of them provide any proof that there's, mermaids.
Right.
And I guess intellectually, I want to be like the skeptic in me wants to be like, yeah, I mean, what's the advantage? The way everything else looks in the sea, why would there be one thing that evolved to look like a people, look like a half land thing, half water thing? Even the stuff that is half land, half water thing don't look like that.
Yeah.
Right. So I feel like that says that there's no biological advantage. And for something to exist for that long with no biological, nothing else found that same biological
There's
advantage.
never any actual proof,
That it cuts.
which is so annoying.
You'll dull Occam's razor trying to cut that way.
Yeah.
And I don't like it, but that's true.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I haven't seen enough. I mean, I really like that video. We've been talking about that video since season 1. But I just happened to pull up the one video to explain, and it makes sense because I can recall. So when he's, he cuts a few times between his face and showing the water, that would make an easy transition.
Yeah.
So even if you're switching between front facing and rear facing camera, the audio stays the same.
Yeah.
Let me pull this up one more time.
I think people out there be jazzing up mudfish out of boredom.
Yeah. Mud skippers.
So let me unmute this.
With their little arms, lol.
Yeah.
So what do we say? 1 minute, 1 second. All right, so watch. He switches between front-facing and rear-facing cameras, and you hear an audio skip.
No. No audio skip, but still, I don't think that means he can't have spliced something in and that,
Maybe it was when he switched to.
Ha ha ha! That's exactly IT.
Yeah. Yeah, and the truth is, with that same sound, I could go out into the woods around our house and do the same video all over again, right? Except be like, oh, it's banshees out in the woods, right? And you'd be like, oh yeah, it sounds like banshee,
All mermaids are sexy mudfish. Mic drop.
Which is, yes, that's what we discovered. That sums up the whole episode. Yes.
So there
you can layer audio so easily.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you can. Yeah, I know you can.
So there, in that video that we watched tonight, there is one transition between him switching between front and rear-facing cameras where the audio skips just a fraction of a second, where he's talking and then it goes quiet, and then you get audio of the boat and everything running again. So in between the scene where he's leaning over the boat and the scene where he's front facing, before the audio skip,
OMG, no, not banshees, but it's Paul, but as a cryptid priest on his day off.
So before the audio skip, you see the arms out over the edge of the boat, straight out.
Yeah, the cables. Yeah, they run out to the side.
And then he switches between front and rear facing, and then he goes to the side of the boat, and then the arms aren't there.
Yeah.
So.
He may have even pulled somebody else's video.
Yeah,
of a boat.
It's very possible. So I think we have a sound clip just for that. Here it is. Yeah.
Speaking of how easy it is to layer audio, there's a guy that I really like, and he's often on Mix with the Masters and stuff like that. But he does this one video that just blew my mind, and he has a huge sound studio because he's this eccentric dude that does nothing but mix for movies, big blockbuster movies. But his sound studio is like this big open room, and just up against one corner is his computer, and then the sound studio is like a concrete floor, and he's got a bunch of garbage in there, like literal garbage.
Yeah.
Like a dumpster, for instance. He has a dumpster, and at one point he's like dragging the dumpster across the floor with a winch, and following it with a mic. And then he's like crushing up paper and recording it with a mic. He's like, now watch. And he enters it all into, and then he's like rubbing something across the, anyway, he enters it all into Melodyne, which is who makes ProTune.
Yeah.
The company that makes ProTune. And he tunes all these sounds. So what he's looking for is vibrational sounds, percussionary sounds, and plucked sounds, right? But he's making it with junk. And then he tunes them. And all of a sudden, the scraping trash can, now that he takes out all of the discordant sounds, is the cello, right? He tunes them all to be the tones of these instruments, and he's like, now watch, and he plays it back, and it's a symphony. It's just the coolest thing. It like sounds like a classical symphony, because tones are just about what type of tone do you have. You know, plucked, percussion, vibration, drawn, you know, whatever. So he's like, I just use whatever. He's like, it doesn't matter because I just tuned it into being the instrument that I want. I was like, oh my god. And he's, you know, it's really interesting. But if he can do that, I mean, he obviously is a professional mixer. But if he can do that, a dude can layer some stuff on his phone.
Yeah. So I think we can give it a buzzer.
I wanted to do a mouth Foley project where I do bad Foley with nothing but my mouth sounds lol.
You know, that would be interesting. You know, we talked at length. Was it
EQ the heck out of that.
Was it last episode we talked about the guy from Prairie Home Companion?
Yeah. The Foley artist from that.
Yeah, dude's phenomenal, and he can do so much with just what's in front of him.
There's I don't remember what they call this particular module on Ableton Live, but it's a synthesizer on there, and the way it works is you pick a note, right, and then you can pick characteristics. So you can make a bow pluck, like you combine these types of sounds, but it's a synthesizer, so you can combine several different characteristics together. So like they have what, you know, I just combine stuff like a plucked and a bowed thing, or a bowed drum, like stuff that you can't actually make happen, but the synthesizer makes it, and it makes really interesting stuff. So yeah, you can do almost anything now.
So I think it comes down to we got a guy we got a guy bored on a boat.
Yeah.
And he's just got nothing but time. And
a failing nature.
So much.
And a failing nature company trying to make money.
Yeah, so he's probably got tons and tons of time on his hands.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, odds are, you know, if I was going to go on a boat, I was going to take my laptop.
Right.
I could edit some stuff together. You know, we've all seen the intro video. I could make whatever I want to happen. Probably it was just him bored.
Yeah.
And sadly, that's our most convincing piece of evidence. So, you know, other than somebody at the Ripley's Museum, somebody show me something it's real. There was tons of videos of people carrying something off of a beach, but they looked like they were made out of pure silicone with no structure. So there would be like a full-blown mermaid on a stretcher being carried off by like 4 people. But the whole time this thing's being carried, it's jiggling like a jello mold.
Yeah, but what about Daryl Hannah? She exists.
I know this.
Yeah, you just can't get her wet because then she'll sprout her tail. Just like in Splash. It's a documentary.
Yeah. So, I think this week we have debunked mermaids.
Yes.
And unless we're living in a cartoon world run by Disney, this doesn't happen.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So, well, I think that about sticks the nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm.
Mermaids are not real, friends. I'm sorry to all you Little Mermaid fans out there. I know my wife is probably listening from the other room.
It's a documentary.
So, what are we going to do next week? We've got, do we want to see what we've got stacked up? Do you want to find something new for next week?
How about you said you had Amityville ready to go, right?
Yeah, let me check the files right quick. I have
I think you said-
Amityville. I've got the Amityville house and the Thornton Heath Poltergeist.
Let's do Amityville.
Okay. Are you gonna wear your shirt next week, Paul?
I'll wear something. I'll wear something that'll be.
Boo to
spectacular.
mermaids
I know
not
what you're gonna
existing
wear.
lol.
I know what he's gonna wear. I hope it's what I think it is. I hope
Okay,
it's what
cool.
I think it is. It'll be good.
We'll
It'd be better
cover-
it'd be better for Exorcist stuff, but it'll be good.
No, Amityville it's right up there with Exorcist. It's close.
Yeah, didn't the church
Yeah.
come visit it and do a house blessing anyway? What's considered a minor exorcism?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just splashing the walls with holy water and saying a few prayers. Yeah. Yeah, they did do that.
Amityville's a classic.
Classic.
Well, Soya, you should be here next week because we're going to do a full, in-depth investigation of the Amityville house.
I don't know a lot about it, but I do know a lot about what was
Where
the
is it?
original Exorcist movie, because that's based on a real story.
We should do a possession episode one week, and you could bring to bear
Oh.
all of your knowledge. Paul is a designated exorcist?
No.
Investigator?
No.
What was your association with it?
Well, it would depend.
Depend on.
Well, the time frame you're talking.
Well, I'm talking about exorcism. So what's your association with them?
Well, in the Western Church, if you want an exorcism,
Ha 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 ha, I hope Paul's gonna turn up in a brightly colored leotard and a metal hairband wig.
would be amazing.
Oh no, that's really good though. That's better than what I was thinking.
So in the Western Church, the bishop decision makes when someone
Ha
applies
ha
for
ha
an
ha ha
exorcism.
ha, Paul. No.
And you can't even understand how many people come to the church and think they're possessed of the devil or something.
Probably as many Karens as go to Lowe's and ask to see the manager.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like so there are different people. Somebody investigates, somebody's assigned to investigate and make decisions about it. And they're usually people that are designated exorcists. And one will just make decisions and investigate. The bishop will decide ultimately if there's going to be a major exorcism conducted or not.
So you were
A
never
huge,
trained
long
in exorcism?
I'm sorry?
You were never trained in exorcism?
Oh, sure I was.
Oh, okay. But you were never a
Oh.
designated exorcist.
Yes, I was.
See, okay, I thought you were. So
But
you were
not
just
today.
telling.
That's not my
No,
job
not today. I don't mean today.
That's not my job today.
I know it's not your job today. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. No, I thought that you had. Yeah, you were a trained exorcist. That's
Right.
what I asked, and you were like, no, I wasn't.
But
So which
funny
is
to
it?
say
Were
you
you, were
a
you
trained
lying?
exorcist because
Were you lying then, or are you lying now?
anyone who's a priest is a trained exorcist.
Okay,
Whether the church wants you to be doing it or not. The church never wants to talk about that anymore either.
No, but we want to talk.
Well, we can talk about it. I can tell you the whole process. I can tell you how
Good.
it works.
Good. Don't tell me now. We'll do
An
an
amazing book called
Bird law, exorcism law, exorcist, that's Paul.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And there's an amazing book called Hostage to the Devil by Father Malachi Martins. 5 modern-day Americans possessed of the devil and the whole exorcism story. Some of them I think are debunkable.
Paul
Some
was
of
an
them-
untrained exorcist.
Untrained exorcist.
Yeah, I just got it out of the cracker.
He just went in swinging holy water in a book and just hoped for the best.
It's like, I'm going to knock the devil out of you with this book.
It looked like some D&D stuff. He had a mace full of holy water and a 30-pound Bible, and he
No.
just beat the devil out of you. No. +5 to holy enchantment.
There you
Oh
go,
my gosh,
Soya.
thank you.
I gifted Soya a tier 1 sub.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
Because
lovely.
Soya, you've been a phenomenal addition to the podcast these last couple of weeks. Thank you so much for being here. That's for you.
All right,
Yeah,
so
you-
Amityville House.
Yeah, we're gonna do Amityville House next week.
Okay.
Oh, so he's over here using
Ha
the.
ha 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 thwack with a copy of the Da Vinci Code.
So he's over here
DC,
using
that's
the.
all that book was good for.
I think the movie was probably better.
Yeah.
I read the
so-
book and I wanted it to be better, and it just
Dan
wasn't.
Brown's only okayish book was Deception Point. Thank
Right.
YOU.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. And I thought, although I will say, I thought the one where he that's about the rings of hell. What was it? Demons.
Yeah.
The book was way better than the movie. The book at the end of the. I'm just gonna spoil it for everybody because if you haven't read it by now, you're.
It was the devil.
No, if you haven't read the book by now, you're not going to. But at the end of the movie, they find, the box with the contagion in it, right? That was going to release and make, a third of all people sterile or whatever. Well, in the book, yeah, they find it, but it's already been open for like 2 months. And so the virus is released and just nobody knew it. And I was like, oh, that's perfect. No, I like that. That's a good ending.
Oh, I didn't read Demons.
Oh well, it's too late now.
Well, there you go.
The whole time they were searching. So in the end, in the book, the whole time they were searching
Ha
for
ha
it,
ha 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 ha, the devil did it.
they were already
Mic
too
drop,
late.
ha 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 ha.
They were already too late by the time they even started looking, which is funny in the book because all the suspense, all this story, except they were too late
Oh wait,
before
I
they
think
ever
I did
even
read
did.
it.
Yeah, they were too late before they ever even thought to look. I was like, yeah, because that's what happens with terrorism. It happens, and then you look after. There's never the exciting race to prevent it.
Did Dan Brown write Timelines? Or was that Michael Crichton?
Yeah, it was the common cold the whole time.
Yep. Right. Yeah. I think Michael Crichton, I think, was Timelines.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about Timelines. Yeah, I get Michael Crichton and Dan Brown mixed up all the time. Michael Crichton is great.
How?
How?
Dan Brown stuff's all on like very shaky, miswritten history, and Michael Crichton's all like biology, science, and like
It's
hard
the
fact
level-
stuff that he extrapolates as opposed to
the
like
level
make
of-
shit up.
The level of mystery throughout the whole book, absolutely. Like
Okay.
compare Timelines to say. I don't want to say Da Vinci Code, but it's almost on the same level.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
you can't. No, they're not.
I'm sorry. I like Michael.
It's like
Crichton
comparing
more
Da
than I like
Vinci
Dan
Code to
Brown.
all the science stuff they covered in Jurassic Park, like in the book. Like when you read the book,
Yeah.
like dude goes like way into the biology and stuff, way more than was necessary for the book to be cool, but because he does just a ton of research.
Have you
Oh, well,
heard of a
that-
book
and,
called Journey of Souls?
No.
Yes.
I have. Yes. Ironically, Michael Crichton wrote Jurassic Park, so
Yeah, that was my point.
yeah. It's
That was the point I was making.
you can't. You know what? Here you go.
We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. You acting like we're arguing.
Cootie queen, you lit liquor.
Are you just gonna soundboard me? You're just gonna soundboard me? That's what you're doing.
Yeah, you're getting soundboarded.
Ancient astronaut theorists propose.
Is that a
There you go.
soundboard tangent?
that one just landed in just the right time. Oh,
All right,
gee.
what else?
All right.
What else?
So we're gonna cover Amityville next week. I'm not gonna lie. This week was a lot more entertaining than I thought it was gonna be. Thank you, Soya. You made this so much more entertaining than it probably was gonna be. It's so much nicer.
Sorry,
when we're not-
thinking about books and paranormal fun. I thought it could yield an interesting discussion somewhere down the line.
No, you're good. No, it's good. It's nice to have somebody here to interact just a little bit outside of the three of us because we've been talking amongst ourselves for almost a year now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna complain. I'm glad you're here, Soya. Thanks. So
It was so much fun. Thank you guys.
You're welcome. We had fun.
So, do you want to give us some closing thoughts while I find somebody to raid?
Sure. In sorry.
Yeah, it's hard to carry on from the point
in
forward.
in the realm of Cheddar Bay biscuits and mermaid lust, you know, I feel like I was really invested in the mermaids because it's not just a cryptid, it's like a crypto person, right? Like everybody's always talking about the missing link, which is a whole thing I don't even want to go into. But I think
Mermaids, smash or pass?
Smash.
Super Smash.
Pass.
Super Smash. Yes. Super Smash. I can see why it persists. It's much like the reason why a lot of the mythology persists. It's appealing in that, both it has a sex component to it, and it has the mystery component to it. And who doesn't like mystery sex? So, in our search for the weird and wonderful into the briny deep, rather than looking in Davy Jones's
Ha 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 ha
locker,
ha 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 ha. Of course, after all that Red Lobster talk.
rather than all that hot Red Lobster talk, rather than looking in Davy Jones's deep locker, you can just follow us.
Beyond the shadows.
Mysterious manatee sex.
We're gonna before we go, we're gonna raid Mikey Warrior, a buddy of mine that followed me from many years back. He's a good guy. Give him a follow if you haven't already. Here we go. Good night, everybody.
Look at the badongadonks on that dugong.
Gross.
Yeah, never fucking. Not anymore.
A creature like that. How would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead.
I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
creature like this, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Okay, and then they put it by like metal frames over their bed. I'm not sure what it's supposed to do, but dude charges a lot of money for them.
I've seen the guy on Instagram. Is it Instagram? And he's like out in the woods, usually sitting on a tree stump talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Or he'll
Except he
have
lives
2 or
somewhere in Central California.
yeah, or he'll have like 3 or 4 of them on a tree stump, and he's got like a walking stick in his hand. Usually, I know what you're talking about. I've seen these videos.
But I've also seen an interesting video of them taking. It's not a pyramid shape. This thing kind of looks like a sombrero, but it's a bunch of different metals in some sort of a resin cast, and they set it on top of a cup of water while they freeze it.
Mm-hmm.
And it does do a weird and interesting thing, right?
What does it do?
Well, so they have a cup right next to it freezing, and they have the cup with the sombrero thing sitting on it, and it does this weird thing with the stress line. You know how there's always like white bubbles and stuff in the water?
Yeah.
So where the one makes like a cloudy like center in it, the other one makes these like streaming lines going up towards the almost like it would make a circle right through the sombrero. I don't know.
$19.99 that can be yours too.
Yeah. So I don't know, but it's you know, it's a thing that's out there on the internet. So
Maybe something with magnetism.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Because they basically made a big sort of magnet in a way, or at least something responsive to electromagnetism.
Right.
Or they'll make one and they'll put it over like they'll put fog underneath it and it'll seem to be drawing the fog up through it. Or blowing paper when they hold it over the hole in the middle like it's pushing energy in some direction. I don't know.
Anywho, it's welcome in everybody. Welcome. We're this is season 2, episode 4 of Beyond the Shadows podcast, where we try to suss out the good from the bad, the pretty from the ugly, the smart from me. We are your intrepid paranormal investigators. My name is Victus.
I am Aeon.
And I'm Paul.
And tonight,
hello, everybody.
You have no idea what we're doing.
No.
Paul knows because he's seen the title of the stream.
He acted like he thinks it's something else, though. So
yeah, you'll get it here in just a second. You're about to go, oh, I guarantee it. I guarantee it. So tonight, we're going to cover the Fresno Nightcrawler.
I thought they
Nightcrawler.
caught him.
And what was that guy?
Well, he was a lot of
Night-
Golden
Gate Killer?
Golden State Unaliver.
Night Stalker? Isn't that what they call him?
No, that was somebody else.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. But I literally just found a website that lists every single cryptid, and I just just scrolled and boop, this is what we're doing this week. Well, I did it a few times because like a couple of them was like, here's one paragraph, it's all we can tell you.
Gotcha. Something somebody just made up.
But the Fresno Nightcrawler, we have photos and video evidence tonight.
Oh,
excellent.
Video and photo. Ha ha ha. Well, before we get too far into it, let's do our little mini segment. What shirt are you wearing tonight? Let's see it. What is it? Welcome to the neighborhood. Is that The Simpsons?
Yeah.
It is.
Bart and
Yeah,
all the
Bart and the
bullies.
kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the other ne'er do wells from.
What do you got, Paul?
I have a collared polo and this nice jacket.
I like the jacket. It
All
cuts
black.
well. All black.
All black.
Got. You had me in stitches. It's Frankenstein's monster in The Bride of Frankenstein. Ironically, it's never been named The Bride of Frankenstein's monster. It was always The Bride of Frankenstein. It makes you wonder.
He made it for himself, but she was really dumb, so he
Yeah.
just he made
That's
it
what
for
happened.
himself, but turned out being married to a reassembled corpse isn't super great.
I actually got this at Walmart.
Really?
Constantly
That's
looking.
where all mine come from.
It's constantly looking. I got this one, and then I got a new Misfits shirt. I'll wear that one probably next week because I love the Misfits. And then I got a couple others. Have you seen the Carrot shirts?
Mm-mm.
So
What
I
are
read
those?
a little bit into it. It's a not-for-profit farm,
Mm-hmm.
and the money that would be made as profit goes towards making clothing. That when you buy the clothing, it helps them buy clothing for homeless people and perpetuates sustainability. Goes back into like planting trees and rebuilding the environment. But the company's called Carrots.
Oh, dang! I thought you were gonna say there were new shirts made out of carrots.
No. But they are really dope. And it's just solid, they've got just solid colors, and it just says across the front, Carrots. And at first time I picked it up and I was like, that's so ironic. I love it. And then I felt it. I was like, this feels better than like most shirts I've ever touched. Super thick. And then the print is like raised. You'll see. Maybe I'll wear that one.
Like the foam.
Yeah.
But
but
the
almost
foam screen on.
Yeah. But
They bake
it's
it
like,
afterwards. They go.
it's like that, but it's also like pressed into the fabric. So
Oh, okay.
from the inside, it has an indentation, but from the outside, it has a raised portion.
Okay.
It's a really weird print, but cool little shirt, and the money goes into sustainability and all this other stuff. But they stock these shirts, then within a few days, everything's sold out.
So the reason I thought you were gonna say that the shirts were made out of carrots is I have a Coca-Cola shirt that is made out of recycled Coca-Cola bottles. They made
really
fabric out of it, and it's one of the softest, most durable T-shirts I ever bought, and it was like $5 at the time. And all the ones they had, just all it was different colors with different colored Coca-Cola labels on them or logos on them. But it's like it's soon to be 20 years old. Still doesn't have a hole in it.
Jeez.
Yeah, super soft and light, great in the summer. Feels like a T-shirt. I mean, doesn't feel like a workout shirt or plastic shirt, you know.
Right.
But and then I had one for a while called a red dirt shirt.
Mm-hmm.
It was from a shop in Arizona that literally dyes all their fabric with red dirt.
Oh, that's
from the
cool.
desert. So they're all like a rusty color. So that you said carrot, and I was like, oh sweet, they're making shirts out of carrots now. But no.
Nope, not that website.
So it's
Hold
like
on.
the Toms of T-shirts.
So
or the Bomba socks of T-shirts.
The Bomba socks.
You know, you buy a pair, they give a pair. You
Right.
know, same with Toms. You buy a pair of Toms, they give a pair of Toms.
Right, and that's what Carrots does. It's, you know, I haven't dug into it too much, but okay, just making sure. I was checking out, seeing who was in chat already. I got speech chat up anyway. But yeah, you'll see. It's cool. It's just they've got one that just says Carrots, and then there's one that's got like the farm logo, and then the back has the logo for the farm big. But I like the one that says Carrots because I'm simple. I'm a simpleton. So we are covering the Nightcrawler, the Fresno Nightcrawler, but
Fresno Nightcrawler.
before we do, I want to throw one little tiny side story in here.
Okay.
So this is actually from where'd it go?
I would not have thought this was a cryptid by the name.
The Nightcrawler, really?
The Fresno Nightcrawler. No, I would have actually thought
hard-working lady of the evening.
No, I would have thought, yeah, that Fresno Nightcrawler. That'd be an awful name for a lady of the night.
Well, I looked at it because Nightcrawler on X-Men was one of my favorites. Nightcrawler and Gambit were my go-tos, always have been.
I would have thought this was a specter or a haunting or something, based on the name.
Well, it's got a few different things that people think they are. We'll get to it. It's fun. It could either be a cryptid, a ghost, or an alien.
Oh, sweet.
So we get all three in one tonight. But this was something I wanted to bring up. I was thumbing through some old files, and I remember we had a cryptid sighting in 2022. Made headlines in Texas.
Where? What was it?
So,
or what did it appear to be?
Let me read this. Amarillo, Texas. What's the date on this? Where'd it go? Dang it, I closed it. Hold on. For some reason, I didn't put the date on this, but the picture I'm going to show you has a date. 5/21/2022.
Oh, okay.
Is that May 21?
Yeah.
May 20. That's my that's the day that I got out of cryostasis. Not the year, but the day. Anywho, May 21.
Hey, you look pretty thought out for just 2 years ago.
Thank you.
Keeps
Amarillo, Texas, around 1:25 a.m., May 21 of 2022. Security cameras inside a perimeter fence at the Amarillo Zoo, in Texas, captured a strange image outside the zoo. Now, the city of Amarillo is seeking the public's input to help solve the mystery. Was it a person with a strange hat who likes to walk at night, a large coyote on his hind legs, a chupacabra? For now, the strange visitor is an unidentified Amarillo object, according to the news release. You ready to see this thing?
Yeah, let's see it. Unidentified Amarillo object. That's silly.
First of all, how come cryptids only come out at night?
Right?
Well, that's how they're cryptids. It's harder to study them at night. Otherwise, they'd just be that thing that you see every day along the side of the road. I think most cryptids are probably semi-nocturnal.
Gotta
Hence
be,
why it's
right?
hard to find them. Yeah, because it's hard to find them. Skinwalkers, all that. They're all just, that's part of the problem. If they were just, otherwise you just call them, daywalkers.
Right? That's what I called people that work during the day when I worked at night shift.
Daywalkers.
Daywalkers, yeah. But this is, they
pretty weird.
Still to this day, legit don't know what it was. Like they went out there the next day and they found like a cut through the bushes and through the trees where it walked through. They don't know what the hell it was. Well, weird.
It's a not Yodi.
Not Yodi, yeah. Not Yote.
Mm-hmm. It does have a coyote looking sort of top half, but he looks like he's wearing skinny jeans.
So there are two. So this is one of the cheaper security systems that you can get, where you don't get a good smooth video, but instead what you're getting is stills every couple seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the most clear of the three images. The other two are just a blurry mess.
Was it running?
It was walking. It took a few seconds to cross this section, but this is the best one. This is the picture that made it on the news. This made it up to USA Today. That's pretty big for a cryptid.
Famous cryptid.
Famous
overnight.
cryptid.
Has it ever been seen again? Other than in that guy's mama's basement.
No, just the basement.
Yeah,
just the basement.
I'm kind of with Aeon. I see those skinny jeans on there. I don't.
I mean, Wolfman. You know, Wolfman.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where's the sound I'm looking for?
I mean, they even made a. They even what's his name was even in a documentary about it in the 80s.
Who's that?
I think they called it Teen Wolf.
I was my finger on the trigger. I was ready. Oh look! Can you tell that I used my fingertip to touch up my hair dye?
Yeah, I know. I wondered what that was when it glowed earlier. That's funny.
Cool.
Because there's always this one little spot that I always can't get, so it's easier just to do this. And I'm like, is it good?
Yeah, your hair is radioactive tonight. It looks good.
This is special UV reactive hair dye.
Oh, nice.
And it's vegan and cruelty free.
Oh, well, there you go.
It smells wonderful. It also has to do partially with this wonderful candle burning behind me, but
does it taste good?
Yeah.
Does it taste good too?
Actually, no, because I put leave-in conditioner.
I'm just glad you tried it.
Thanks. Well, there you go. Wait, I got a sound for that. I'm trying like hell to get... So, I spent the majority of the day trying to figure out how to get the stupid soundboard on Discord to be triggerable by my MIDI controller. I can set it up to where the MIDI controller works in OBS, and the people in the stream hear it.
But we won't.
But y'all won't. So, yeah, I've been wrestling with this all day. I've installed so much malicious software in my computer, trying to get. I don't want to say malicious. But when you
software Windows did not approve.
Well, yeah, technically yes, because what I'm doing is I'm downloading stuff that people have made off of GitHub. And when you try to install it, Windows pops up and says, this isn't a trusted developer. And it says developer unknown because it's a nobody. It's a kid in his basement coding for fun. But I tried 5 or 6 different things today and I just couldn't get it. I thought I got close at one point, but it just wasn't close enough.
It's funny because on Mac, there's just a program that comes with it called Audio MIDI Router.
Yeah.
And you can send audio from anything to anything on your computer.
Well, I think, if I really wanted to, like, I could set up a MIDI controller on my phone or something, and then route it through the mixer into the, or from my phone, a headphone jack into the computer and run it that way, whatever. But
like a mic.
Yeah, I just don't want to deal with all that. It'd be easier just to use the stuff that's already here, if you ask me.
Oh, they got some free apps for your phone that are like a...
Yeah, I've paid for one.
Sampler, like a little sampler, and you can just load the sounds into the sampler.
Yeah, I just want something to trigger sounds, but it has to be sounds triggered. Well, it would have to be like a soundboard, like a MIDI controller.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the MIDI controller. I've got the sounds. I just need a way to make the two work. But
I like the headphone jack idea.
I actually only have one USB port, one USB-A in this laptop that I'm using.
Oh, I see.
So, in order to put it like an audio in, I would have to bring my USB-C Thunderbolt dock in here and then hook that up as a mic through the Thunderbolt dock into the laptop, out the laptop, to Discord, to the stream, to y'all.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. It's never easy to do the things you want to do. Streaming is complicated. It really is.
Streaming is complicated. That's why people spend quite a bit of money on rigs once you start
Mhm.
really doing it. All right. Well, tell us about the Nightcrawler.
I'm going to tell you about the Nightcrawler.
Tell me about Nightcrawler.
I'm going to freaking tell you.
People over in Fresno
Do it.
were leaving Our Lady of the Evening. They looked over, and what did they spy but the Nightcrawler?
The Nightcrawler. The Nightcrawler. Oh,
Yeah, what kind of things must you be into? Not the night person, not the that's cool. I like that. But the night crawler.
one of the bunnies is saying, "Is that a Bigfoot?" And the other one's saying, "Oh my God, is that a payphone?" Sorry,
that's about right.
Didn't even know I had this cup. I asked my wife, I was like, "Where did we get this cup?" And she's like, "We got that for you like 2 years ago." I was like, "Never seen this cup. Otherwise, it'd be sitting on my desk." I do a paranormal podcast. Why wouldn't it be on my desk?
Getting used.
I believe she snuck it in there, thinking it was cool. I had to check, make sure she wasn't peeking through the door. But I think she snuck it in there and acted like it was a Christmas present. Whatever. It's fine. That's fine. It's all good.
Conspiracies on conspiracies.
Conspiracies. Ah, jeez. So, you'll be pleased to know that when it comes to the Fresno Nightcrawler, the wonderful software that I use for collating information, aka ChatGTP, calls it the enigmatic Fresno Nightcrawler.
Is that more of its I'm a writer writing a script stuff, or
no?
It's
just information at this point. It's just information. Okay. Yeah, it's it was fun doing the creative stuff, but this has some eyewitnesses, but it's hard to really. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say too much. It's going to bias your decision on the Fresno Nightcrawler.
Gotcha.
So, let me reload my orange juice. Oh no, I don't want that one. Voodoo Ranger. Tropical Force. My new obsession. Orange juice. Whoa. I didn't make a mess, I promise. I'm glad y'all can't see my shorts. Jeez.
I knocked a Red Bull straight into my keyboard like months ago.
Ugh.
And it works fine. I mean, the keyboard doesn't know any different, but there's like a section of keys that I had. I mean, it's a clicky board, right? So yeah. I just popped them all off and like had to clean the syrupy stuff out of it because they got to where like you'd press the enter and it'd just stay down.
Oh, geez.
For any of the arrow keys, they just stay down, so you had to like pull them back up. Yeah, I hated it. So I finally popped them all off and cleaned them.
All right. Fresno Nightcrawler. So before we get started, have either one of you even heard of this before?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay,
I've
so
heard
I
of
have
a bunch of different California serial killers with creative names like that, but no.
So if you remember, not the last rapid fire, or maybe it was the one before, we were watching. No, we were watching some video. It was the first video we had Thermore in here. Mm-hmm. Thermore commented, "Oh, that looks like a Nightcrawler."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm surprised y'all didn't catch on that.
I did not.
Anywhoots, so I'm pleased to come up with something that y'all haven't heard of before. I'm excited. I've seen a little bit of this. I've seen enough to know that it's probably not AI.
Okay.
Probably. But it is weird. So let me slap this information on you. The world of cryptids, mysterious creatures whose existence remains unverified by science, is rich with folklore, myths, and modern sightings. Among the many cryptids that have captured public imagination, the Fresno Nightcrawler stands out due to its peculiar appearance and the limited number of sightings. The first recorded in the late 2000s in Fresno, California, this cryptid has become an internet sensation, spawning numerous theories, debates, and even artistic interpretations. And tonight we're going to explore the characteristics, possible explanations, and cultural impact of the Fresno Nightcrawler, shedding light on why its strange entity continues to fascinate cryptid enthusiasts to this day. So,
This day?
this day.
This
This
day?
one.
Okay.
Not that
Okay.
one. This one.
This one. Got it.
So, if you had to guess what a Nightcrawler from Fresno looked like, and if you say fishnets, I'm going to come through this camera and strangle you.
Well, I'm fresh out of answers then. Because that's kind of what I thought. I sort of thought some, red is just so typical. So I was thinking black patent pumps of some sort.
I really want people to be seeing a giant man-sized centipede-like thing.
Oh.
But I feel like it's more like a skinny gremlin-like humanoid.
Ooh.
But bigger than a gremlin, like, but that sort of like rangy, skinny, like horrifying sort of thing, skinwalker-ish, is what I imagine we're actually going to have, something humanoid. But I really wanted it to be a giant, like millipede, walking like this, right? It's like just walking on its little legs in the back,
like the back legs on the ground, but his upper torso,
his upper
area
legs
is
are all
elevated?
his upper legs and his mouth, so you can see, so it doesn't get hit by cars,
right?
Because it's California, they drive like crap. Yeah, they drive like crap. First time I ever heard of a California pass was staying in Ventura, and I was like, "What's a California pass?" It's when you have no turning lane and no side shoulder, and there's oncoming traffic, and you just dip around real fast anyway, or somebody just doesn't go fast enough at a stop sign, and you just take off around them right through the stop sign.
Yeah, I've heard of a California stop.
Yeah, and then there's where you just roll through it.
Yeah.
Basically,
You
you slow down. You slow down to like half the speed limit or a couple mile an hour and roll through it. But no, it was California Pass. I was like, that. Yeah. So what I was seeing was at stop signs, someone would stop, and I guess the person behind him just thought they were taking too long to respond, and they just and go right around and through the stop sign. Yeah.
They would hate me in California. They would hate me.
Right.
I drive the speed limit. I slowly brake at stop signs. I stop at red lights, even if I'm turning right. And if I think the light's going to turn yellow, I'm going to start slowing down. But yeah, I swear, I'm the last person in the state of Virginia that drives the speed limit. So here I am. Find me.
Causing
I'll fight
wrecks.
you. Yeah. No, seriously, look, because like everybody here drives like a madman. We got sleet yesterday for like 20 minutes.
Well, that
just
means
a little
you should
bit.
speed home so you don't get hurt out. In that
Right? And it's crazy because it was like 45 degrees. It was warm-ish, right? And it sleeted. It sleeted enough to say that it sleeted.
Right.
In
Turn the road to snot.
In the 5 miles north and south of me, 17 accidents yesterday.
Yep. That's what happens
Because
here when
nobody drives
like
the
the
speed
first
limit.
big rain of like the spring.
Oh yeah.
They'll be like,
Hydroplaners.
there'll be like 6 or 7 cars off the off
the
highway
ditch.
between Bentonville and Fayetteville. Like I used to count them on the way back from yoga on like Saturday morning. I'd be coming back and it'd be raining. I'd be like, 1, 2, and what's worse is it'll be like a crossover SUV. So they were just like, whatever. I'm in an SUV. I don't have to pay attention. It's made for this, and they right off the road.
Yep. Yeah, people don't understand. Over here, so I'm on the East Coast. Everything that we drive on here is man-made because this was all swamp, marshy before colonial Americans came along. And so everything's dead flat. There are no hills. Hydroplaners all the time. All the freaking time. And I guess they don't understand that water sits on a flat surface. It doesn't run off. So it's just... I'm rambling too much. Anyway, let's get into this Fresno Nightcrawler, man. I'm sorry. So, now that we know what y'all think the Fresno Nightcrawler looks like, I'm going to give you two an option. Do you want to see an artist interpretation first, or do you want to see the video I'm about to talk about?
The video.
I was gonna say I kind of wanted to see the drawing, but
Okay, yeah. I was thinking the artist interpretation would be better for clarity. You guys want a paper rock scissors for it?
I'm always curious because some of the renderings people do of like the thing they saw, right? Like
Yeah.
aliens or whatever. It's it's always really bad. So
Well, if it's like me, I spend so much time in court. I've really become a court illustrator.
Oh, have
It's
you?
amazing. I have. It's just
Boredom
something-
doodles.
It is something else.
yeah, it's iPad stick figures.
It is not. You could tell exactly what I was going for.
Interesting. Well, I was planning on showing you the artist interpretation, but if it was a split vote, I was going to have to veto. So, sorry, Paul. I'm going to show you.
So it's going to be that either way.
Great. Glad you all had your input. But we're gonna do this anyway.
Well,
No,
at least I could show you the artist interpretation first, so you get an idea, and then when you see the video, you kind of see what's going on.
It just seems like every artist's interpretation was done by like a guy with like no thumb and like 3 fingers,
Yeah,
and
who's
one of
not-
those big special kid crayons.
Who's not an artist?
Okay, so this one is actually good.
Okay.
Oh, okay, good. That'll be nice.
You ready?
Yep.
That's what people are seeing.
This is what people are seeing.
Holy
You know
crap!
they're high over
It's
there in California.
it's a wing wang with legs.
So, what I thought of when I first saw it
He has
was Silent Hill.
pants on.
Was what?
Silent Hill. So what's the? Let me pull up the thing I'm thinking of. I don't know what they're called. The thing. Yeah, this thing. This is what I was picturing.
Oh, the bound up body,
Yeah.
all bound up in skin. It's just legs.
This is what I was thinking of when I saw the Nightcrawler for the first time.
It looks
So
like he
this-
has platform shoes on, so I can see
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, this is more of a night walker instead of a night crawler. But
The night gimp.
yeah,
It's
Silent
really
Hill.
an evening. It's really an evening crawler.
Yeah, if y'all haven't played Silent Hill, you're missing out. I'm just saying. Go back and play the originals on PS1 before you do the new stuff. You really appreciate the new stuff when you.
I might have it on that little retro console if it was PS1. If they had it on PS1.
I got it on my
Probably
Steam Deck.
available
I
on
love
that-
it.
on that little retro pocket game I got.
It's good. You should play it. Small Silent Hill bit of lore-ish, sorta.
Lore.
So my last name is the same as a famous science fiction author. And if you are in the original Silent Hill on PS1 and you look at the map of the town, one of the names is one of the street names is my last name.
Oh.
Which is
Some
weird
deep lore
because
there.
y'all know my last name.
Yeah.
And it's not super common.
Gerstukenfelden.
Gerstukenfelden, yeah.
I mean, it's very common in rural parts of Germany, but not so much.
Gerstukenfelden Avenue.
Yeah,
Gerstukenfelden
Avenue.
Boulevard.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna rock down to Gerstuken Avenue. Gerstukenfeldenville Avenue.
I was trying to think of
Okay.
something funny, but I could only think of Gerstunkenflunk.
It's Hubbard, isn't it?
From the
It
Spawner
is.
song.
It's Hubbard,
Yes.
isn't it?
Hubbard. Oh my god, Elron. That's terrible. Science fiction writer.
So
Wah, wah.
I was listening to one of my favorite podcasts yesterday, and This Paranormal Life. If you don't listen to This Paranormal Life, y'all need to go out and broaden your horizons. You don't know what you're missing. And they were talking about the origin of Old MacDonald, and they were talking about maybe he had a form of Tourette's.
He had a farm,
and he was like, "I got a farm, A-E-I-O-U."
That's
And I got a chicken.
terrible.
Yeah, it was. Anyway, let's get on to the origins and sightings.
Or Farmer McDonald.
O-E-I-O-U. Oh, wait, what is it? Old MacDonald had a farm.
E-I-E-I-O.
E-I-E-I-O. A-E-I-O-U. That's the vowels. And I said I hadn't drank enough. Jeez.
All the things we learned from school.
Right.
It's
So
all collide together over the years.
they mash together. No, that wasn't really a fairy tale. That was more like a nursery rhyme, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So the first known sighting of the Fresno Nightcrawler occurred in November 2007 in Fresno, California, when a man named Jose recorded footage of the creature on his home security camera. The video, which aired on local news stations and later featured on the television show Fact or Faked Paranormal Files, depicted a pair of long-legged beings with small torsos walking eerily through a yard. Their smooth gliding motion and lack of discernible arms or head made them an immediate subject of intrigue. Do you want to see the video?
Yep.
Kind of like if a sperm grew a second tail.
Almost. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to,
or just
make
somebody
sure.
with a white garbage bag tucked up all weird.
All right.
Original
So this clip has been zoomed and cropped a little bit, and then they zooms in a couple more times. It gets a little crazy, but bear with me. Here we
Hey,
go.
Look how big them numbers is.
Yeah, those are big numbers.
Look at them numbers.
Look at them, their numbers.
Those are supposed to be unobtrusive.
Wait for it. Here it comes.
Oh. That's a little
Oh, it's-
weird.
It is weird. Weird. It has a really weird gait.
So I was gonna already propose a cartridge for my gun to shoot it down, except I saw something in the video that threw that out the window, so never mind.
So they went through and did an emboss, in fact, and you could see things a lot more clearly. Here in a second, anyway. Sorry.
I see
Video.
see him coming.
Yeah. It's just weird, man. Really weird.
Huh. That is weird.
Oh, what does it say? Are those eyes? Ooh, I didn't see that.
All right.
Well, it's too zoomed in now.
Oh, now you can't really make out.
It's better on Discord than it is on my screen. When it's 50 inches across, it doesn't look good at all. All right, let's go back. I want to see the eyes. Ooh, yeah, there's eyes there. Watch right there. eyes will be here, just below the last digit.
Yep. Or goggles.
It's a weird one, man. Yeah, you can almost see them above the numbers too. Right. Nope. Oh, I missed it by a frame.
Is this
Sorta
the only
eyes.
video?
This is one of two.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there's definitely eyes there. Oh. Ugh. Okay. So we're gonna find a good spot to pause this, so you can stare at its weirdness while I talk. Okay. So this was 2007 in Fresno, California. This is a security camera, so I can attest that security cameras at night don't look great. So like,
no,
I've got night vision cameras. I paid decent money for these things. Even at night, it doesn't look good. So like, there's been a few times where some stuff has happened in my neighborhood where I pulled up stuff and zoomed in, trying to see some stuff, see some license plates. Just saying. Once you zoom in, you lose clarity on a 100%. This is zoomed into death. So
those numbers are huge.
Let's just throw into comparison the picture of the cryptid.
Yeah, where they're just little.
Yeah, so let's zoom in
till they're that big. Yeah.
Yeah.
There
Look
you
at
go.
that.
Yeah.
So you don't know what the heck's going on over here. So so like I could zoom into this. At this point, what are you looking at, right?
I mean, I just think he's a dude out looking for a party and a basketball game to win. Just saying.
Maybe that's it. The
Whoa.
Fresno Nightcrawler is an OG basketball champ.
With them legs and no other body.
Them legs. So I did. Oh, geez. I wish I would have saved the link. So there was a link that had this video, and that's where I downloaded it from. But it's like, here we have, and if you click this link, there's a video of the Fresno Nightcrawler in broad daylight. And I was like, oh, cool. So I click on it, and it's that episode of Family Guy where Peter has the really long legs, and like he's walking on the street, and somebody drives by. Hey, those legs go all the way up, and he's like, yeah, they do. It takes his skirt off, and it's just legs and a head.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, dang. So this was 2007 Fresno.
Okay.
A second similar sighting occurred in March 2011 in Yosemite National Park, where security cameras purportedly captured footage of creatures resembling those of the Fresno footage. These two main instances are the primary visual evidence of night crawlers, but their legitimacy remains a topic of debate. While some believe that these videos provide strong evidence of an unknown entity, others argue they could be hoaxes involving puppetry or digital manipulation. I don't know how somebody's going to make a puppet that you can manipulate from a couple hundred feet in the air.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I think we could definitely rule out a puppet.
Yeah, I don't know about a puppet. That seems unlikely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know about a puppet.
Do you want to see video number 2?
Yeah. Let's see video number 2.
All right. So video number 2 is a little bit better. In ways.
Oh. 2 of them?
2.
Hmm.
So this brings to light something that I wanted to point out. There are numerous reports, especially in national parks. So this is in Yosemite. This video was captured by security cameras in Yosemite National Park. The majority of reports come from Yosemite, or not Yosemite, but come from national parks, and they're always deep in the woods in the middle of the night when you're by yourself, of course.
Right.
But it was the reports from the national parks outside of Fresno that talked about how some of these would have longer legs and be very tall, and some of them would have shorter legs and be really short, and there would be some in between. Like, I don't know. Let me. I want to pull up this picture. Let me pull up this picture I was looking at. Let's see some pictures. Like this.
Oh, like really big.
Oh, come on. Where'd it go? That's a deer. Yeah.
Oh. Huh.
Like some are huge, gigantic. Some are fat. Some are short. Some are tall. Some are skinny.
Does it make sense?
And pay no mind to the pants sign at the corner. This is an artist's interpretation. Pants crossing. Have you ever seen Princess Mononoke?
Yes.
The anime?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the forest spirits?
Yeah, with little spinny heads.
Yeah.
And the clicky noises.
That's what I thought of.
Except they're like Pillsbury Doughboys with no arms and extra eyes.
This is what I thought of.
Okay.
So the reason I say this is because the majority of the sightings are in national forests. So it makes me wonder, tree spirits? Question mark.
Gotcha. I mean, you know, I was kind of in my head reaching into the fantasy realm because those ones on the second video, the leg structures, like it looks like fabric-ish or fur-ish in the first one. In the second one, it almost looks like if curtains were made out of like a bunch of thin strands, right? But not actually woven together, like one half of the weave, but not the weave that the weft, not the wharf. I'm not sure.
Anyway. What?
You know, like when you weave it, there's weft and wharf. Weaving terms. Anyway, to make it go like this, right? So the fabric holds to itself, but instead of that, just one direction. And it made me think of roots. And the only thing that would have that small of a top with that much roots are mushrooms. Mushroom mycelia. And so I started thinking in my head, walking, you know, mushrooms pulling themselves up out the ground and walking around in their mycelia.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I don't think that's what it is, but I'm saying that's what I started to think. Because the legs don't even seem strong. It's almost like they're swinging.
Like barely able to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're going downhill. Like the one in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, he's got his speed going. Oh Lord, I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
like you ever ran full speed downhill, and then at about 2 seconds after you get to top speed, you realize you have no control over where you're going.
Or a way to stop.
That's the guy in the background over there. Oh Lord, I'm moving so fast. The wind blowing through his hair.
So that video's in Yosemite.
This is in Yosemite, yeah. This was officially released by Yosemite National Park.
Interesting.
Right?
I guess it might be easier to do puppets in Yosemite because you got high tree cover everywhere. But because this reminds me of those really simple marionettes that are. It's just a crossed stick, and
Right.
it looks sort of like a bird, but it's got a ball for a body and a ball for a head with a little springy neck, and then
Oh, and
two
they-
legs. Yeah, and you sort of like do this with your hand. It makes it look like it's bobbing its head and walking kind of like a bird, and that's almost what this reminds me of a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It does feel like, sure, could be puppetry, but
It's super weird.
I'm looking at the scale of these. Like see the tree it passes in front of.
Uh-huh.
Off at a distance, he's wider than the tree. So how big of a set of rigging would you need in a state park in the middle of the night, which we all know parks close at 10?
I don't know.
Hold on.
No.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
I
Let's
don't-
find out.
Well, I meant about the rigging and stuff. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't. It almost looks like it's made out of tissue paper or silk, kind of.
Close for the night.
24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Okay, does not close at night. However, in order to operate two independent puppets, so we're looking. So here we're seeing branches, the tops of these, or branches and these trees above it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how tall would the rigging need to be off at a distance to be controlling these? A
I was
couple hundred
thinking,
feet in the air?
I was thinking like strung from one tree to another kind of thing. I'm just trying to think, if I was going to try to make this video, what would I do to make the video non-digitally, right? So that you could have it. I mean, I'm not kind of with a lot of great solutions, but
Yeah, I can't think of an easy way.
it just looks so weird.
And then in order to go into the park, you got to pass. So like I live near a really big state park and a big nature reserve. And before you can even go in, you've got to pass through a booth where somebody is sitting and watching.
Mm-hmm.
What it would take to make these puppet wise and have it in your vehicle pass through in the middle of the night seems a little unlikely. The gate is strange, sure, but I feel like they're legitimately touching the ground. The gate is weird, but imagine if your hips were up by your shoulders. How would you walk?
So here was what I was seeing in my mind for rigging. If you're gonna make this out, make this puppet, right? Because the head pretty much stays at the same slope to the ground.
Yeah.
Right? And the feet mostly just pull forward. So what I'm imagining is kind of simple. You have the top part, right, strung around its ball-shaped head up to a single climbing line that you've strung between trees. And then you have fishing line on the feet, long-ass things of fishing line, and you're just doing this. Just grabbing the line and pulling it towards you a little bit for the feet. And then the gravity of the hill is moving the head. Now this doesn't explain the video from Fresno at all. But
Yeah,
it's
really odd.
It is.
What other information do we have about this? We have these two videos. We have all the artist stuff. Is there what else do we have? I don't think there's enough for us to know much from this, but it's just really weird.
Well, we got some more information.
I've never heard of this.
So let's talk a little more about it. Additional firsthand accounts have surfaced over the years, though none with concrete video evidence. In October of 2014, a woman in Carmel, Ohio, claimed to have seen a creature resembling the Nightcrawler while driving late at night. She described it as a pale, stick-like figure with an eerie, fluid motion. Another report from a camper in Sierra Nevada mountains in 2017 detailed a strange encounter where they saw two tall, thin beings walking silently through the woods and vanishing before they could be properly observed. In May of 2020, a hiker near Mount Shasta, California, reported seeing a similar entity during an early morning trek. According to the witnesses, the figure moved soundlessly, appearing and disappearing behind trees in a manner that seemed unnatural. Although these stories remain anecdotal, they add to the growing mystery of the Nightcrawler. So this brings me back to tree spirits.
Okay.
This makes me feel like Nightcrawlers, the Fresno Nightcrawler is a tree spirit.
So what's he doing in the middle of a parking lot with rusty rigs and razor blades?
I don't know, man.
Let me text a friend.
They like that juice. They like that juice.
Let me text a friend who, among other things, has done fish hatchery stuff and rangers at State Park and maybe Federal Park.
You know, now
heard
that,
of such.
now that this comes up, my mother-in-law works at a state park.
Mm-hmm.
I've never once talked to her about, because her office is in the middle of the state park.
What about stairs? Has she ever seen the stairs?
You know, that's something I want to bring up, but I don't want to bring up.
You should bring it up.
I will ask her next time I sit down with her. I'm going to talk to her about it. I will, because unfortunately, she's getting caught up in this Trump budget cut thing, and she's actually been asked to resign. Because it's a federal job.
Yeah,
and he's cutting federal funding, and she's riding it out to see if maybe he's going to change his mind last minute. So I feel like, the consensus with National State Park workers are, we don't talk about the stuff that happens in the park, the weird stuff. But if you've got somebody being booted, maybe
they might. Yeah, because I want to know if she's ever seen the stairs.
Yeah, the stairs. Oh my gosh, do you not know, Paul?
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
it was just all artist drawing though.
Well, the pictures that you find online are just like sculptures and other stuff, but wilderness responders report running into them when they're out there by themselves looking, cutting a trail to look for missing people. They report seeing these stairs, and some people report lost time when they've gone up the stairs and they come back down, and it's hours later.
For those of you interested, check us out on Spotify or YouTube. Go back to season 1. It's called the Scramble episode.
That's right. I forgot about that.
We had planned like an amazing, this is going to be a great cryptid to research, and I can't wait. And I had trouble getting contact with Aeon, so instead of the information I was able to pull forward for the cryptid was 4 sentences, and I'm like, how are we going to fill a whole hour and a half or so with 4 sentences? I was like, sure, we could ramble for a little while. And last second, I grabbed stories from National State Park Forest Search and Rescue, and they talked about the stairs, and they are horrifying. The stairs, and they are so prominent that they made a movie a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, wild stuff. I wanted to cover that as a full episode, but I wasn't sure if we could do a full episode without dipping into too much of copyrighted material.
Yeah.
Because the guy that's got all the good stories is technically copyrighted, and you've got to email this guy in order to talk about a lot of his stuff, and he is unresponsive. I tried.
Yeah.
So
we just went for it.
Yeah, we dived off it. Fortunately, it did come up on YouTube. It said copyrighted material, but the owner allows use in your format.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Well, this video's just weird. That's all I got.
It is weird. I can't see
one in the background's almost like an AT walker.
Yeah.
He's got more of that kind of movement, whereas the other one's more like 2 fingers, you know, trying to walk across, you know, a table. But the one in the background looks like it's got like backward turned elbows, like it's, you know, got arms that's walking on instead of legs.
Yeah. And they're so weird, man. I don't see any easy logical explanation. So like, I say easy, I mean like crop circles were doable. I don't believe that the majority of crop circles are legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's the people out in the field overnight with 2x4s and twine doing their thing. We've all seen the videos. We know how they're faked. I mean, that's a lot of work, but it's an amazing creative process and it's an amazing result. Whereas all we got for these is a couple weird security camera footage. You know, I feel like if I was going to go through the lengths to set up some kind of puppetry, I keep bringing up puppetry because I feel like it's the least likely. I feel like that's a lot of work for nothing. You know what I mean?
It seems like a lot of work for a very short video, but I don't know. I have a lot of friends who've spent a bunch of time in Yosemite. I've just texted some of them to see if they're...
Okay, cool. And this is why we have you, because you know so many more people than we do. So, the Fresno Nightcrawler is a uniquely shaped cryptid, distinct from the usual creatures of folklore, such as Bigfoot or the Chupacabra. Descriptions based on the videos and eyewitness accounts suggest the following characteristics. Long, slender legs. The Nightcrawler appears to be almost entirely composed of legs with a small upper body and little to no discernible head or arms. They are white or pale color. The creatures seen in the videos are light colored, often described as white or gray. Smooth gliding movement. Unlike typical bipedal creatures, Nightcrawlers move in a fluid, almost unnatural way, leading some to suggest they might not be biological. And some reports say that they are small in stature. While the exact height is debated, estimates place the Nightcrawler at around 3 to 4 feet tall, though some believe there may be smaller juvenile versions. Which brings me back to that second artist interpretation I showed you, with some are really, really tall. The bizarre nature of the Fresno Nightcrawler has led to numerous interpretations, ranging from extraterrestrial beings to undiscovered species of terrestrial life. So, you guys ready to get into some of the possible explanations, or do you got something you need to say?
You know, I don't know if this is a faked video. It would just be really weird to have such a diverse video.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up the other video and put it side by side.
Because Yosemite and Fresno are not really next door to one another.
No, not at all. They call it the Fresno Nightcrawler because
where they first saw it.
It's where it was first seen. Yeah. Oh, I can only open one at a time.
Makes sense.
Sorry, friends. But yes, it's true. And that's why I feel like, so, you know, let's look on Google Maps. Let's find Fresno, California. Okay, we're real close to the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Real close. I didn't realize it was that close.
Yeah, pull way back.
Boom, look. National Park. National Park. National Park. National Forest. National Park. Oh, there's Yosemite right there.
Right.
So it's not that far away.
No. Wow. I thought Yosemite was much further.
When you're driving, it feels a lot further.
Okay, can y'all see all the green letters?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So here's Fresno. It is surrounded by national forests and national parks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 national forests. Perfect semicircle around Yosemite.
I mean, that's pretty much California. National forest,
Northern California, anyway. Yeah. Well, no, this isn't Northern California. This is, I guess you would call it Southern California, but it's close to the mountains here. What mountains are these? I don't know. I don't know this area. Wow, a lot of desert. I don't usually look over here. That's why I'm surprised.
The Sierra Nevadas.
Okay. Yeah, so let's go back to Princess Mononoke for just a minute.
Okay.
I'm gonna put on my conspiracy theory hat. You ready?
Yep.
So it's actually ridiculous with my headphones on.
Yeah.
So my tinfoil hat's on. So in Princess Mononoke, the forest spirits, the ones with the little heads that bobble back and forth and click, 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 click.
Mm-hmm.
They come out at night because the people that lived in the city of what was it? Irontown? I think it was Irontown. They were mining the mountain for the iron and cutting down trees, and the tree spirits would come out because they were doing that. So it makes me wonder, what if we're getting too close as humans to these national parks and these tree spirits are coming out?
Or all the forest fires.
Right?
Record amount of forest fires out that way.
Have you ever seen the videos of trees moving on their own accord?
So, about that particular rabbit hole.
Yes. Let's talk about it.
So I've seen stuff that purports to be, a tree moving through other trees, right? Except it seems like all the ones that I find, at least, I don't think that it's a tree walking. I think it looks like one being moved, but I have seen what looks like the trees raising out of the ground and lowering back in, raising out of the ground and lowering back in, because there's some boggy regions where the trees and the ground all basically float on a spongier substance below that soaks up most of the groundwater.
Super saturated soil and wind.
Yeah, and so the wind moves it, and it makes all the ground move. But I've seen a bunch of, social media stuff purporting to be a tree walking through the woods, taking a stroll.
Let's see if we can find a video right quick. A real tree that actually walks. You should never touch. Oh my God, ads. Sorry. We're going to meet this guy. Nope. Sorry, buddy. That tree's not actually walking.
No.
It sucks because I can't just pull these up on TikTok anymore.
Mm-hmm. TikTok had a lot.
Tons. I've seen many videos. But, I mean, we do have legitimate trees that move. So, like these trees. Let me
Talk
get
about mangrove.
Yeah, these guys.
Mm-hmm.
They do move. Sure, they will uproot themselves and move to an area that has more moisture. However, the videos that Aeon and I have seen, trees off in a distance,
walking in real time,
and you see them moving like they're taking steps. Something on the Lord of the Rings.
These mostly move by following the water. They put down another root in the direction of more moisture, and then old roots that aren't getting any moisture die off.
Like
so
this one
the
back
tree
here.
ends up, Yeah, so the tree ends up drifting in a direction. I mean, because they don't really have a central tap root. All the roots are tap roots.
Ooh, has that been playing this whole time? Try to make this small. Maybe I can get both of these up at the same time. Is it still there? No.
No.
Dang. But that's what I think.
You think tree
So-
spirits?
Tree spirits, sure, yeah. So, like, and you and I have grown up we're about the same age. And it was drilled into us.
Darn near.
Save the trees, save the whales, deforestation.
Right.
Because, it's
Our
boy.
school's always planted trees for Arbor Day.
Right.
For a tree.
And it makes you wonder, at what point does Mother Nature decide to kind of fight back a little bit? Maybe this, and this is a tangent, sure, but maybe these are tree spirits that they've been cut down in California. Think about it, especially in California, the redwoods, right? Those trees have been there for millions of years. Well,
hundreds,
thousands of years, thousands of years. Can you imagine any other thing that has been there for 1,000 of years and not have a spirit of some kind?
I see where you're going with it.
So maybe this is the connection between California and the Fresno Nightcrawler would be, the spirits of these redwoods that we've cut down. I don't know.
I like how you keep calling it the Nightwalker.
A Nightwalker. I can't help it. It's funny because I grew up like really, really in love with the Nightcrawler character of an X-Men, and I'm an adult, so I'm gonna call it a Nightwalker. But that's just me. I'm sorry.
No, I mean I'm trying to decide what I even think it is, and
it's hard to.
I don't have anything good. I don't have anything.
None of my friends have answered. Every single one of them have read the texts I've sent them, and not a one of them.
Maybe you should explain to them that
now they're all Googling.
They're Google
now.
boxing, yeah.
And then they're all sitting there. They're all, darn, what is that?
Right.
What is he talking? Is this what he's talking about? Yeah, it's weird.
Did you ask him about the stairs? Oh yeah, stairs to nowhere in the woods that appear and disappear.
Ugh.
Ask him. That'd be good.
Ask him. Ask them. Red Realm. So, we have a little more to read through. We have possible explanations. So, despite the fascination surrounding the Fresno Nightcrawler, skeptics and investigators propose several explanations for its existence or lack thereof. Unfortunately, number one is a hoax. Many believe the Nightcrawler is nothing more than a hoax, given that the original footage was taken in low-quality security cameras. It's plausible that a person using stilts, fabric, or puppets could have created the illusion of the creatures. Some skeptics suggest that the strings or other visual effects were used to manipulate the appearance of the Nightcrawler footage. So, I'm going to be the first to say low quality doesn't matter. I'm going to pull up my cameras around my house right now. It's dark now. And these are just a few years old, maybe 4 years old. But I'm going to zoom in. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to zoom in. It's not great.
No.
And I've seen enough people walking around in my neighborhood that when they walk down the street that's in front of me where I sit, is the street in my camera. It doesn't look great. So we've got new LED street lights, nice and bright, plus my night vision infrared cameras, which are less than 5 years old. They look worse than these videos in front of us.
Ooh, you know how you could make a really simple puppet for this? Much
Pray
simpler
tell.
than the thing I said. So you take a really gauzy sheet, right? Like these, like almost like stuff that you would see through if it wasn't bunched up like this.
Yeah.
Put little weights around the feet, tie little weights around the feet. And at the top, you have a helium balloon. Always stays upright. Relatively follows it. And then you've got 2 pieces of fishing line.
Downhill.
Yeah, you're drawing it 1 foot at a time towards you.
You're dragging the feet.
Yeah, which is why they look like they don't really lift up. They look more like they lift up because they're going downhill.
Okay.
Not saying that's the answer. I'm just saying I'm trying to work out the mechanics of if I were gonna make a hoax, how would I do it efficiently?
Yeah. Sure, that seems like a viable. That seems the most reasonable.
You'd have to practice to make it look good.
If this is a hoax, they practice for many, many nights.
Yeah.
To get it just right.
But then I wonder what's the connection between there and Fresno. So while that looks real close on the map you saw, Fresno also looks pretty close to the coast, and it's not. That's not very close.
No.
Here's my game and fish lady friend who is not in Yosemite but is in Northern California.
Okay.
Fresno Nightcrawler, she says. Hold on, I'm Googling it.
So she's not seen it. So that's a no from the first one.
Never heard of it, but hold on.
I would love for this person to pop in and chat with us on Twitch. Oh, look at this. We did get a chatter. Oh, we got spam. Somebody to ban. Hold on. Preliminary cater. Cheap viewers on VWR Boost online. Sweet. Yeah, you're great.
Sweet.
Let's go ahead and ban this person.
Can we take a pee break?
Yes. He says yes. There we go. We banned somebody. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. And
did you delete their message?
I banned them. It was just a link. I think it deletes their messages when I ban them. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back, everybody. Hold, please. Okay, we are back, and we are talking about the Fresno Nightcrawler. So
Boogity boogity.
boogity boogity indeed. We talked about one of the possible explanations for the Nightcrawler, and that was a hoax. And we have actually been digging into it pretty hardcore since we started. Since we've seen the first video, how you would fake it.
Pretty good at making a thing. I don't know if I could make this thing, but I'm pretty good at making a thing. I feel like simpler is better because it makes it look weirder. Yeah,
but I could probably do some force perspective stuff if I knew the angle of the camera and I could see it while I was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I would do, I could see myself making, I could make something. My mom was a seamstress. I could sew before I could walk. I could make an outfit like this. However,
It sure does have a puppet feel.
It does, but it's
so it makes something me come back to that like a simple puppet.
Let's go back to that first video. I want to see that movement again.
I'm even thinking like little balls of sand at the
Or
end
little
of it.
fishing weights.
Yeah,
but look at the length of the legs on this one.
This one's different though. This doesn't even move the same.
No, he's moving fast.
It's like, and it sort of teeter totters, whereas the other one's like,
it's almost like it's got a bum leg.
Yeah,
because it starts off kind of a normal gait, and then
this one even seems heavier, if that makes sense.
And look at the range of the gait.
Yeah,
much wider,
and it's all spread out too. Yeah, and it's not. It's very quick, and it seems like it's got weight to it. Like when it steps down, like it's sort of. It kind of looks like somebody trying stilts for the first time.
Yeah.
You know how they sort of like they lean too far forward and get.
Yeah.
It kind of looks a little bit like that. They start moving too quick, but they can't lift their leg up high enough to keep the stilt from dragging before it touches down again. That's kind of what it looks like.
Oh, so in boss effect and inverse to raise details of the figure, please take note if there was a string holding up the figure. Oh wait,
it would show up.
It would show up with the enhancement. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they're dead right. It would show up.
Fair enough. I don't know if that would detect fishing line though. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You're asking for a lot there, but I don't think that's how this one's moving either, though. I don't think that if they're hoaxes, I don't think we're looking at the same mechanism.
So, I hate to say it, but the first video, this one here we're looking at, this one feels more like AI. However, what was the year on this one?
2007, I think.
2007. Yeah, AI wasn't even thought of then.
No one was doing it. And certainly no one was doing it for video production. I don't think this looks very... It doesn't have the hallmarks of AI that, that I've seen. And I believe it is something moving there. I guess here's an interesting thing to take note of. Right? So he's walking by a street light.
Yeah.
Right. And I know there's two things in this video. One, he's walking by a street light and the shadow matches basically the thing we got here, right? Super skinny.
Yeah.
The other thing is when he walks across the change in whatever that color changes on the ground, you can see it between the legs. Because here's what I was thinking when I first saw it. I was like, oh, it's a crappy camera, and it's really somebody running in like a trench coat, and you're just not catching the light on the legs because the color is really terrible. It's really bad. So, but you can see right through the tall slit up between his legs. You can see the color change of the pavement up through it. So it's not a person, but that's what I thought when you first played it. I was like, I already got this one in the bag. Some dude in a trench coat or a cape, stumbling around drunk at night. But you can see right up through the middle of it.
Yeah.
So I think it's something. It's something they really did catch something weird on video. I just don't. If I'm gonna say it's not a hoax, then I have no idea where to go after that.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff, like when it's animal-like stuff, I can be like, oh, well, it's not fake. It's like, like the knot deer, right? It's not fake. It's
right.
It's chronic wasting disease, or it's, or it's something else. But I don't know where to go from here then if it's not fake.
So let me put my tinfoil hat back on. Are you ready for the
there you go. Perfect. Oh, we lost your mic, buddy.
Hello. It's all gone.
Hello?
There you go.
Yep, there it is. That's so weird. Like I bumped it. My lights in the mic turned red again. That was weird.
Uh-oh.
It's the devil.
Let me mute it. Okay, no, it does something different when I mute it. What's the...
Didn't you say it has a tap thing to mute it?
Yeah, that's the button. So I can hit the button.
Oh, I thought it was a
and
haptic.
I have no sound. Oh, wait. No, my mic's still working.
Yeah, I thought you said it was a haptic, like you tap the mic. Yeah. Yeah,
all
it's
gone.
out.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Haptic. That's why you told me it was haptic. Yeah, it works. Yep, now it's off.
Wow, yeah, I didn't...
Yeah, you told me it was a haptic tap thing.
It says mute on the top. I'm so dumb. It's the hat.
Well, now you know.
I do know. Well, I've been hitting this thinking I'm muting it. So y'all been hearing my sneezes. Well, anyway, tinfoil hat is on. The number 2 explanation for the Fresno Nightcrawler, not the Nightwalker. It's different.
It's different.
Extraterrestrial life.
Okay.
Some cryptid enthusiasts
Aliens,
and
I knew
UFO.
it.
Yes. Wait, we got a sound for this. Wait. Hold on. I'm dealing with 2 monitors.
Aliens. Ancient astronaut theorists propose.
Aliens, right?
It's funny because it actually says UFO researchers propose that the Nightcrawler could be an extraterrestrial being. Its unusual movement and lack of recognizable anatomy make it an ideal candidate for an alien life form. Supporters of this theory argue that the creature's fluid movement and unnatural proportions suggest it may not adhere to Earth's standard biological structure.
So puppets fly UFOs.
Sure, yeah. Muppets.
No, I get it. I mean, that's kind of something they talk about a lot on, when they talk about life on other planets. They're like, we don't expect to go down there and find like grass and trees and squirrels.
Right.
Right. I mean, there, even if we found a planet with complex, highly specialized life like ours, right? Not just like microbes under ice, but like actual, big complex organisms. They're like, we can play thought games about it all we want, but all we have to base it on is what's happened here.
Right.
If it didn't happen here, we don't have a concept for it, so there's no way you can thought experiment your way outside of the box that's the whole universe you live in.
Right.
So extraterrestrial life is likely to be super weird.
Yeah, it's gonna look nothing like us. Nothing.
Yeah, we don't even know that like the kind of appendages and moving like joints that we have is even the most efficient. It's just what won out here.
Yeah. So, I think in this circumstance, alien life form makes the most sense. Because, simply, we cannot predict what alien life form is going to look like. We all have the preconceived ideas of what the Greys look like, sure.
Mm-hmm.
who's to say we're completely wrong or right? You know what I mean? For all we know, this could be right.
Well,
these,
and you know,
these could be Venusians. Venusians? Venusians.
If we go by my favorite theory of, or I guess the theory we came up with of why aliens are here, and I think it's because they're like sightseeing, joyriding. I don't think it's a, you know, I think we're the nature preserve, and they all, you know, if you have enough money, you can go do a flyby of, you know, Earth reality TV, and you know, it wouldn't be out of line that if they were coming, you know, if you had what do we do when we're on vacation? You know, bring your pets. You know, something stows away on board. I mean, you know, I don't know if space travel or dimensional travel were just like, you know, a super boring thing like paper is to us.
Right.
Who knows? I mean, you end up with a thing, you know, a thing that likes to get into spaces in your ships, and you're just like, whatever, it'll be fine. Dust out your ship on the planet that you landed on and leave it there because you don't think anything of it. Kind of like people throwing Coke bottles out of their window on the highway. So, I mean, it may not be the intelligent alien life forms that come and like, you know, flying the ships, but it could be an alien species nonetheless. A pet, a wild animal, a pest.
Sure.
We don't even know what pests would look like.
Right. Yeah.
Could be a pest like having ants at your picnic.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's to say that these aren't ants and they perish within a few hours of the planet? Whatever. Jeez. I hate to be this guy. I hate to be him, but I think I need to. I need to use the bathroom now. I should have when y'all did. I'm sorry.
We're just gonna have to get a catheter for the future episodes, dude.
Yeah. Okay. 2 seconds. If y'all want to ramble, I could leave the camera running, or I could go to the BRB screen.
Go to the BRB screen. It's fine.
Okay. I will be right back. I'm sorry. Yoga every day.
Every day. Every day.
Every day.
We just like to feel like we're beat up at the end of the day. Hey, sleep good. Get a good physical beating.
I feel like I'm beat up every day, but that's because I'm approaching middle age. And
Not what it is. How dare you?
I heard all the time.
How dare you?
I've actually started using a TENS unit for my
40's
back
the new
pain.
20. What are you talking about?
40's the new 70, if you ask me.
I'm only
daily.
Dude, I'm only what 2 months away from 39.
Eek.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah. So. Oh, really?
The never aging man.
I turned 39 this year, and I feel it. But I switched, so I was eating ibuprofen like candy, and I switched to a TENS unit for my back pain, and huge difference. Huge difference. I bought a cheap little one from Walmart just to see if it would work. I put it on. I was like, "This is junk. This thing is not even connected to Bluetooth, not doing anything," and it doesn't stay connected to Bluetooth long enough to really control it through the app. So you got to like connect to Bluetooth. As soon as it recognizes it, you got to run through the options really quick to get it set up. But once you get it started, it stays in that mode until the battery dies. So
I don't know if you knew that I was having pretty bad back pain like beginning of the year. Right about the time I quit. We quit having the shop, but it was bad enough. I went and saw my doctor did an MRI, and I went. The chiro wasn't helping; it was really making it hurt more. So I stopped doing the chiro, and I was cutting back on the yoga because I was afraid I was going to hurt myself. Like I thought I had like a disc thing going on, right? And they're like, no, there's nothing there. You're not going to hurt yourself. It's a muscle tissue thing. I was like, okay. So I went to physical therapy, and they did dry needling, which is where they basically go in and stick the needle through the muscle and touch the fascia that's on the actual bone. And that was no fun. And they finally gave me a TENS unit, and like from the provider kind of thing. Anyway, it's buttons, on the box. Yeah. But you know what finally helped? A very nice doctor from South America who lives here.
Okay.
His training is in sports medicine.
Yeah.
And he did 3 things. He gave me some sort of supplements to take every day. He came wherever I was, at home or at the office, every day for 10 days. He came wherever I was at, plopped his table out, did the most intense TENS unit stuff I've ever had. Like he brought the TENS unit, like the tabletop TENS unit with like eight electrodes, and it was up so high it stung. It felt like little needle stings. Like it was up that high. I can't turn mine up that high. Like my home one, I can't turn it up this high. And then he used this infrared cannon, basically, and ran it over the area. And dude, like for real, after 10 days, like I went from like every morning I wake up and be like, I don't want to get out of bed, to it was kind of fine. And we're sore every night from yoga, and I was taking a bunch of ibuprofen like an old man. And during COVID though, we took a lot of turmeric cooked in milk to get the oils to come out. Dude, I was taking so much ibuprofen during COVID that I actually couldn't physically take anymore, because it'll make you worse, right?
Right.
Liver problems and things like that. So I'd take it on the schedule you're supposed to, and then in between I would drink the turmeric, whatever, and it actually made all the joint pain and stuff go away too. So now I just drink the turmeric at night, unless it's real bad.
I've been it's only been 2 days I've been using the TENS unit, and like this morning I woke up, my back hurt a little bit, put the TENS unit on. The battery only lasts like an hour. So I turned it up to like, I've been doing it like level 1 out of 10. Today I turned it up to 3 and sat on the couch with the puppy. And by the time the battery died, I stood up. I had no back pain. So the thing I used to do when I'm getting ready for work, I'll be standing in the kitchen. I'll just pull my socks out of the dryer. And while I'm standing, I'll put my socks on. And for the past few months,
Couldn't do it.
Like 6 months, couldn't do it. I'd have to sit down to put socks on. But since I've been doing the TENS unit in the morning, I got up this morning, you know, like I said, I'd sat down on the couch with the puppy, and my wife got up. I was like, let me put some socks on. Put socks on, middle of the kitchen, no problem. Put my socks straight on.
Crank that thing up. It's not going to hurt you.
I will say, okay, so trigger warning for those who don't like poop stories.
Is that a left turn?
It's a left turn, but it's still in the vein of the conversation. So while I was sitting on the couch with the puppy, I had the TENS unit on, drinking coffee. I was like, oh, I need to go poop. I sat down on the toilet because it's a wireless unit.
Right.
And I'm using the TENS unit, and like it would start to evacuate, and then the unit would hit, and it would. And I was like, okay, it's going. Here we go. And I was like, you know what?
So funny.
So there's buttons on it. I'm like reaching back there, trying to shut off the buttons. I'm like, okay, it's off. Now I can go to the bathroom.
It hit you with a pulse. That's so funny.
All I'm gonna say is this: no power, power. No power, power. Today was the first time I turned it up over 1, and it does its job. It tenses the muscles for sure. But I'm pleased. This is the first time since we've started the podcast that I could sit in this chair comfortably. Usually, like you see how much less I'm fidgeting, or constantly rearranging or swapping feet. You know, trying to get myself to sit up taller. It's helping a lot. For a $35 unit from Walmart, I think I'm doing all right. But we'll see. We'll see what it looks like in the morning. Anyways, so we were on
Aliens.
The aliens. Wait,
aliens.
We got audio. Hold on. Wait.
Aliens.
So the prevailing theory of number 2 is extraterrestrial life. That these are not cryptids, in fact, but they are secretly
aliens.
I think these are like their pet dogs or their cat that got out.
Yeah, you brought it up.
No,
pet. You brought it up, and so like we think of like the Christopher Columbus coming to the United States or coming to the new Americas. A lot of the pests they had on board were not native to this area. Rats were not native to the North America until Christopher Columbus came. But once they landed, sure. But it also begs the question, why don't we see more of them?
Probably can't survive long.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like if this were an extraterrestrial pest, it doesn't last but a handful of hours on the planet because their structure is so weird.
I would venture, like, if we're going to say that this is biologic, right? If we're going to say it's foreign biological creature, I would wager that given how light it is, right, how light its frame seems to be, if I were going to assume this is an animal or a creature of some sort, I would guess that in a either high density atmosphere where the atmosphere is, thick enough that it, it's not solid, but it becomes something with resistance, right? Or a very low gravity environment, either one, you would have this sort of structure, and if that were the case, it wouldn't be for walking. Those would actually be sort of
pushing
like
off.
Swimmy wings. Yeah, kind of more like jellyfish.
And
like walking on the bottom of a pool where you don't even really have to walk, you just jump off.
Right. Or it doesn't even do that. It just flaps its its leg things like a jellyfish, right? I mean they do it with the top, but you see what I'm saying? It makes the same sort of motion. And I wonder if this is the reason it looks so weird when it's trying to walk this is how it gets itself up off the ground, is it uses its not made for walking limbs, appendages as legs. And then they eventually die.
Or let me tinfoil hat this thing. What if it's coming from a planet with super high gravity? And let's say its circulatory system is used to the extra high gravity, and it gets to a planet like ours where the gravity is lower and the circulatory system doesn't work the same, and it kills it within a few hours.
Yep, like bringing up deep sea creatures and not having a pressurized container. Yeah, they just die.
Yeah,
they just
it's
die
like
from the lack of pressure.
Like just this week, actually, there was a new sighting of a very rare anglerfish.
Mm-hmm.
The one with the little bobble with the light and the huge jaws with super sharp teeth.
Translucent teeth, yeah.
Yeah, there's a video that came just this week of one of those fish just coming straight up. And it came up and they got like 10 or 12 minutes of footage of it, and then it died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you have a body made for that sort of deep sea pressure, you have to have some sort of counteracting pressure. So the body's used to making pressure on the inside to keep itself, rigid. Once you take that away, the body basically rips itself apart, either from hydraulic pressure from the liquid pressure inside of it, or because everything is flexing against it and it doesn't know how to do anything. The body doesn't know how to do anything else, so then it breaks itself.
Yeah, think of how many people die from high blood pressure.
Right. I mean, it's kind of
thing. Yeah.
I bet they get a version of the bends.
Right.
For water, for water creatures, because they still pull oxygen out of the water. I would imagine that coming up that fast gives them the bends, and they just boil on the inside.
Yeah.
The gases boil out and hemorrhage them from the inside. Now, how sperm whales do it, I don't know, because they go down far enough to get at giant squid, super deep.
Yeah.
And then 45 minutes later, they pop back up like a cork. So, I don't know.
It's weird. So, the number 3 is a spiritual or supernatural entity. Another theory proposed that the Nightcrawler could be a supernatural being rather than a physical creature. Some legends from Native American folklore, particularly those of the Yokutis tribe, Yokuts tribe, Yokuts, Yokuts tribe, reference a mysterious stick-like being with long legs that appear in the woods. While there is no definitive proof linking these tales to the Nightcrawler, some believe that the connection suggests spiritual or ghostly origin. And that's kind of in the vein of the tree spirits I was talking about earlier. I feel like these are more tree spirits than anything. I feel like my number 1 right now is tree spirits, and my close number 2 is extraterrestrial. Because it's weird. It's just weird.
It is weird. It is very weird.
So, our last explanation is an undiscovered species. While less popular, the idea that the Nightcrawler represents an unknown species cannot be entirely ruled out. Some argue that if real, the creature could be an evolutionary offshoot adapted to a highly specific environment. However, the lack of additional evidence or biological specimens make this hypothesis difficult to support.
Sure.
And
yeah, because taxonomy wants specimens.
Right, and
You want
that
things.
that comes back to the you bring a creature that's used to living in the Marianas Trench up to here without a pressurized tank, they just collapse.
Mm-hmm.
They'll live for, I think so back to that anglerfish, the last living specimen made it a couple days in a non-pressurized tank.
Right.
I mean, sure, it could last a little bit, but once it dies, it just flattens out like a pancake and there's nothing much left because the pressure is so different.
Yeah.
And we don't know what I'm getting back to the extraterrestrial thing. We don't know what other planets are going to be like. And for all we know, this could be a pest on a UFO that's just walking around out here. And then, nuts, I'm in the wrong atmosphere. Try to get to where I need to be. You might catch it. It might last for 5 or 6 hours and then it just collapses down to a puddle. Hard to say. So, wrapping up the cultural impact and popularity, the Fresno Nightcrawler has transcended its original sightings to become an internet sensation, inspiring artwork, merchandise, and memes. The creature's unusual, almost whimsical appearance has led to its portrayal as a friendly, often even cute cryptid, a stark contrast to more menacing figures like the Mothman or the Jersey Devil. The Nightcrawler's influence can be seen in multiple media forms, including YouTube analysis, animated adaptations, and even video games. Many cryptid enthusiasts regard the Nightcrawler as a prime example of modern folklore, where digital media spreads and amplifies stories of the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond the online communities, the Nightcrawler has also made its way into urban legend culture. Particularly in California, some people claim to have seen the creature or encountered similar beings, though none have provided conclusive evidence. Paranormal investigators can continue to examine the footage, but the debate is over its authenticity remains unresolved. So in conclusion, the Fresno Nightcrawler is one of the most unique and mysterious cryptids of the modern era. Its strange appearance, limited sightings, and cultural impact make it a fascinating case study in cryptozoology. While some believe it to be a hoax, others argue that it represents something truly unexplained, whether alien, spiritual, or an unknown species. Regardless of its true nature, the Fresno Nightcrawler has cemented itself in an enduring piece of contemporary folklore, demonstrating how digital media and human curiosity can continue to shape the world of cryptids. Great conclusion that I've never really thought about modern folklore.
So that was the point that Paul was making about UFO sightings. How, evidence aside, right? Obviously, a lot of people see them that their story's not credible, or it seems like something else is going on, but people latch on to it, right? And
right.
He made a point the other week about what was the author's name? Who wrote that book?
Pasolka.
Jesus.
Pasolka.
Dr.
Yeah,
Pasolka.
about how UFOs and the looking for them and the keeping track of them has almost become its own religion, which most religions start out as lore,
right?
Lore and legend first, and then become religion as it gets organized. So yeah, so I it's an interesting point. I think that's even the idea of ghosts, right? Because we mostly I think that the idea that there's ghosts originally stemmed out of the idea that we don't want to believe that our loved ones are gone. We want to believe there's something that lasts after we die, and that there's some place we're supposed to go. Some don't go, and then you have ghost hauntings, right? Because it helps us believe that even though that person's gone, a piece of them, was going to go somewhere. It makes us feel better.
Yeah.
Makes me feel better. So
Me too.
I mean, it does. It makes me feel better, and I think it makes most people feel better, even if they're like, I don't believe in ghosts. I mean, I think that they believe that there's some piece of their loved one around. They'd be like, oh, I feel like I can feel them. So you believe in ghosts? No, it's not a ghost. Whatever you want to call it. And so yeah, I think that sort of thing becomes a religion in a way. You know,
Sure.
Plus there's a lot of disconnect with religion these days for all kinds of reasons. And I think religion is a very human thing, right? The belief in something that you can't necessarily prove, but you feel is true. It's a very human thing, and so it's not crazy to think that we reach out in other ways and start, you know, new sort of lore and legend as the beginning of it, you know, in wherever we can find it.
So you bring up the longevity question. So I don't mean to tug at the heartstrings too hard, but we've both lost puppies in the last year or so. Have you seen the pup you lost? Or think you've seen him?
So
in life or in a dream?
In life. Oh no, in dream. Either one. Ethan, throw it out there. Sure. Either one.
Get ready.
Look, okay, hold on. Before we get too far into it. This is really personal, but I'm gonna tell you what I did. So when we lost my puppy and my cat, all within a year, we buried them out in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
So they're here.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
So we cremated Jack. He died in his bed. He had a heart attack, and I had to carry him inside because I took him outside because I thought he had to pee, or I thought he was going to throw up or didn't feel good. And then he went outside, and rather than, you know, run out in the woods like he always did, he went out there, looked around, and just sat down. And then I was like, okay, well, we need to get him inside. And I couldn't get him to get inside, so I carried him inside and got him onto his bed, and he died in his bed. So we took the bed, his blanket, and him, you know, together, and had him cremated. So,
do you have?
I don't own that. We don't own our house, so I can't really just bury it.
Right. So,
Plus,
but do you have
100 pounds?
Of course, you have what was cremated.
The ashes. Right? Oh yeah,
yeah.
It's in our bedroom, next to his toy, next to his favorite toy.
So he's in your house. Yeah. So potato and chicken are both in the yard, like 6 feet this way, down. So, what have you seen?
So
if you don't mind me asking.
No. I don't mind. I'm you know, I've gotten to where I can tell it. But so I missed him terribly. Yeah. I could for months, if I thought about him, I could he had that big fluffy ruff around his neck. For months, if I started to talk about him or see someone else's German Shepherd, I could feel his fur between my fingers. I could feel the feeling of it. And it was driving me crazy. Because it was like a fresh cut every time. And I'd cry. People'd say, "Oh, you know, I heard you lost your dog. I'm so sorry." And I'd start to try to say his name, and I'd just choke. I couldn't get any words out. So I'd have to, like, you know, excuse myself from the conversation, go to the bathroom, just bawl my eyes out in the bathroom. Which all of this is super unusual for me.
Yeah,
I've never been a crier my entire life. Entire life until I lost Jack. And so two things happened. One, before he died, I was stuck on I couldn't paint anything. I was on the same painting that's not a big painting for months and getting nowhere because I didn't know what I was painting. I had no idea what I was painting. You know, I knew what it was going to look like this. Whoops, get my finger going the right way. This one behind me. I knew what it was going to look like. I had finished this, but I didn't know what it was about. And so I didn't know what was supposed to be in the painting, what wasn't. I'm just painting cool looking things, but there's no theme. So there was that. So I was stuck in that, and then I lost him, and then I didn't want to paint. And I've been having more nightmares than usual. They kind of like ramped up from their normal sort of pace. And first thing that happened was I would have these nightmares, and he would show up. And not so much like he was there and I was there. I'm here having this dream, and there'd just be this superimposition of him curled up, like on his bed, but it would be him curled up like he was curling up in front of my vision, so I couldn't see the nightmare. I couldn't see the thing that was going on, or he would like roll over on his back for me to scratch his belly, like in the middle of the vision. So he's like in his own thing, but he's there superimposed in front of whatever this horrific thing is going on. So that's where it started. And then I was having trouble sleeping because I was thinking about him, and I was sleeping in our guest bedroom because Paul had been snoring, and I was already sleeping lightly. And so I went in there, and I just, I was laying there thinking about him, and I cried. I just laid there in the bed and just cried because I couldn't sleep on the one hand, and I was frustrated, and on the other hand, then I thought about him, so it was double. So when I did fall asleep, though, I had this dream where I was floating in space, just in space. You can see a sun over here, closer star, sun, and some planets, and I can see this little shiny sort of winky ball, like winky bit of light, kind of zooming around, but it's always coming closer to me, and it flies by me, and I don't have it here, but it looked like the sphere things that I'm always making in my artwork, right? The rings with a ball of light in the middle. So it was a little one of those, almost like the size of a dog toy, and it zooms like right by my face, like close enough. I feel like if I had moved it over, it would have hit me in the face. And right behind it comes like a almost anime cartoon version of Jack, with his tongue hanging out his mouth because he's flying so fast, trying to chase this ball, or this. It looks like a super high-tech thing. I don't know, some sort of mechanism. Yeah. And he flies by me, chasing after it. And then, I can see him, flying through space, and there's like blue light coming out from behind him and from behind the toy, and he's just like the biggest happy sloppy dog, tongue out the face, out the window thing ever. And I woke up, and I immediately knew what I was going to paint for the rest of my life. It was the whole Jack the Space Dog story. Everything I paint now, all the paintings since, and the 30 I already have done in my head, and it was the first time that I was crying about Jack, but it was because I was so happy.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it was dealable after that, and it really felt like, I could smell him in the dream, because he was an old dog, so he smelled a little funky, but it was the same funk all the time. And I could smell him, I could feel his hair as he flew past me, and I can't explain it, but if you ask me, he was there. He was there.
Yeah.
No one has to believe me, but he was there. He came and he solved two problems. His last two gifts for me. He reminded me how glad I was to have had him versus to have never had him at all. Right? And then he both solved my artistic block and changed my entire career and perspective as an artist. The most popular paintings I've ever done, they've sold for, amounts that if you had asked me before, will you ever sell a painting for that, I would have said that's ridiculous. I'll never. Other people sell paintings for that. I'll never sell a painting for that much. There's no way. And it's all because of that dream that I had about Jack. So and it's given me a way to tell the story about Jack and about me, in a way that's removed, right? So it hurts less, and it's not quite so personal as to actually give everybody super specific details about my life, right?
Yeah.
It lets me work through stuff that's hard, and I can just throw it in my art. And I came to all that stuff. I realized that interaction gave me all those things, and I
Right.
woke up and knew all that. Like, it wasn't like I sort of came to it over days, because I came in and woke up Paul at like 4 a.m. I was like, "Sweetheart, are you awake? Yeah, you're awake. You're awake, right? I need to tell you something." So
he's like, "Here, sit up, get up," and I said, "Can I listen to it laying down?"
Okay, let me grab a beverage. Oh, it's still fresh for me, so it's probably not as easy. But so my wife and I, we lost chicken last December. Well, no, December before last. So it's been a year since we lost chicken. And we lost Potato about 9 months after. Potato was mine, chicken was hers. Chicken and I were connected at the hip, right? He was always in here. Every time I was in here, he wanted to be in here. With him and Potato were always in here, especially when we were doing podcasts. I wouldn't always say he was here, but his bed was always underneath my desk. And Potato was always, when I adopted Potato, she was, when I went in there, they said, "What kind of cat are you looking for?" I said, "Well, which one's been here the longest?" They said, "Well, that one up there in the corner, but she doesn't like anybody." And I walked in there, 20-something cats, and she was the only one that she reached out and grabbed me, tried to grab me. She didn't have claws, but she reached out and tried to grab me, and I was like, "Okay, what's up?" So I pet the cat a little bit, and she immediately attached herself to me. She liked the hell out of me. So I was like, "That's the one I need." They're like, "You sure?" Because she's not really friendly. I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." So I took her home, and she immediately took to me, and she followed me everywhere up until the day I lost her. But when she passed, I will say I had a stronger connection with Potato than I did Chicken. Losing Chicken was hard, but losing Potato was worse for me because I've known Potato longer than I knew my wife. And every single night we were in here recording the podcast, she was right here at my feet. And a few times I even picked her up and showed y'all. And oh geez, when she went in the middle of the night, and when she did go, she went underneath the desk. She was right here, where she was the most comfortable. And I will be sitting here recording with y'all, and I swear to God, I feel her at my feet sometimes. You'll see when I'm recording, when we're streaming, I will look down all the time because I swear I feel her down there by my feet. But today, especially today, I don't know what it is about today. So we have a new puppy now, and we have a new cat. And we were all upstairs today in the bed. And you know that sound your dog makes when he jumps off a piece of furniture in another room? We were up. Yeah. And the nail clicks.
Yeah.
So we were in bed today, and the TV wasn't on. It was just my wife and I, dog and the cat. We're all sitting in the bed, and we heard what sounded like one of the animals jumping off the couch downstairs. So my first thought was it was the new cat, because she roams around the house. She's free to do whichever she wants. We've got to watch the puppy because he's been snipped, so he's within eyesight of us all the time. So the puppy was there in my lap. I heard the sound, and my first thought was, oh, it was the cat jumping off of somebody downstairs. I didn't think anything of it. And 2 seconds later, I look up. The cat's sitting on my wife's feet.
The whole time.
The whole time. She's asleep. I don't know what it was. My first reaction was look at the cameras to see what's going on outside. So I didn't think anything of it at first. So then, right before we started recording tonight, I took the puppy outside, and he's running around the yard doing what he does. He's very young. He's running. He's got the super zoomies, and I passed by the porch door. So where my porch is, there's maybe 4 foot between the door and my car. So if you look in the reflection of the door, all you see is my car. But today, when I was outside, so what I'll do, it's long-winded, bear with me. What I'll do is when I'm outside with a puppy, I'll follow him around. And it's just a way of me letting him know that he's not alone. He's here outside with somebody. It's safe to use the bathroom. You're safe. No one's going to, he's a puppy. So puppies are going to be weary of pooping because they don't know that they're safe 100%. So there's the side yard, which is in front of me, and then part of the backyard, which is over here. So in order to go from the side yard to the backyard, you got to pass in front of the side door. And I follow him around. And geez, when I'm out there, it's 20, 30 minutes. We're out there until he poops. And we go to the side yard in front of me, and then we come around the house and pass in front of the side door to go to the side yard, which is behind me. And when we passed by, I looked out of the corner of my eye. I could see the reflection of the door, which should have shown me the car. But I swear to God, I saw a chicken. I swear I saw him. Like he was standing there looking at me in the reflection. And it was enough to stop me. And I stopped and I turned and I looked behind me and I looked at the car. And then I looked at the window. I didn't see anything. I swear I saw him. I swear I saw him. And I don't know. I just don't know how it could have happened, an accident, because the way I was walking, the puppy was in front of me. But it's like he was there right in front of the door looking at me in the reflection of the door, because there's glass in the door. He was there. I know he was there. Because chicken had these eyes, big old eyes. He was a little papillon. And aside from his ears, oh my God, his ears were huge. But the next biggest thing on him was his eyes. And I swear I saw him in the door. And I've never once seen him. And I was so mad for years, or not for years, but for months. But because my wife would have dreams, she would see him all the time. And I couldn't understand why I couldn't see him. and I was frustrated for a long, long time that I could never see him. But I swear I saw him today. There's just nothing else in my yard that it could have been. I mean, y'all have bet chicken. You knew how he was.
Mm-hmm.
When he looked at you, all you saw were his big ears, and he always had super watery eyes. So his eyes were extra shiny all the time, and I swear to God, I fucking saw him today, and I haven't told my wife this yet because I'm not sure she would take it half as well as I did, but I swear I saw him, and I don't know, man. It's just, it's wild. It really is. I don't really have anybody else I could talk to about this stuff. I'm sorry.
No. So it's funny that you mentioned that, because I can see you struggling with reconciling, that you saw him, but that he can't physically be there, right?
Yeah.
That was, so I've never put much stock in my dreams because I've mostly always had nightmares. right. If I my dreams, I'd never be able to live. And I don't, I certainly have never thought of myself as, like a medium or anything like that. But having that dream, right, or in your case, seeing chicken in the reflection like that clearly, it makes a lot of my skepticism hard to swallow. A lot of my own skepticism about that stuff hard to swallow, because on the one hand, I'm usually a skeptic about that sort of thing, but then if you tried to argue with me about whether or not that was Jack, I'd get mad. So, I don't have any good answers about that, because I would tell you the same thing. Like, he was there. I could feel him. I could smell him. I don't smell things in my dreams. I could smell them. And I'm sure a psychiatrist would say, it's grief processing, or, or whatever you might be able to try to come up with to explain it away. But it's made me have to question, that idea of a lasting, a lasting piece of someone or something that's still there after they're gone. I mean, I think, I've also never had a close family member die, right? Or a close loved one, or a partner, or any of that. I've never had any of that happen. So Jack was the first, person in my life that I had to lose. And so, maybe I shouldn't be such a dick about being so skeptic about other people's stories, because I, at least in the instance, in my own personal instance, I'm not skeptical at all. I know what I experienced, and I know what it changed, more than just having an idea, right? It was a landscape of thought instantly. A landscape of thought, not just a thing that cascaded into other stuff. It was like he took a map out and was like, oh, here you go. You looked like you were lost. This has everything.
Yeah.
This has everything. Also, I love you, and it's okay. All in a single gesture. And I just don't. I'm pretty clever, dude. I think I'm pretty clever, and I'm pretty creative. I could not have planned something like that out, either for a story for somebody else to make them feel better, or certainly not to weave that many threads together in a single, it was like a couple seconds. The whole happening was like a couple of seconds in the dream. I wouldn't have even known my own triggers enough to know that those things would make me feel those things. I think there's something there, man. and I was, and now too, now I cry at movies now, man. I never cried at movies my whole life. I've never cried in a movie, even as a kid. And we watched something. Oh, it was Avatar: The Way of Water. We were watching it in the theaters, and the ending was just so like, yes, like I just had tears like streaming down my face. I was like, what is this? Because it wasn't that long. It wasn't that long after. And I mean, it was like 6 months or a year maybe by the time we saw it. But that's not the only one. There's been other occurrences. I never happy cried before in my life, and now I cried over that dog more in 4 or 6 months than I have in my entire life, by like orders of magnitude. I think there's something there. I think there's something there. I wouldn't let anybody tell you any different.
Yeah, it's there's
or it's just the deepest form of insanity that I can't explain. Or it's that, but I don't believe that myself.
Yeah, I believe that both of my pets and your pet, they're still here. And I don't know why, but today has been such a visceral feeling. Hearing him jump off the couch. I say jump off the couch because lately I've been having so Basil's my dog now. Those who don't know, Basil just got snipped. So we're trying to keep him from jumping off of stuff. So when my back
stitch is loose,
right? Yeah. So when he jumps off of stuff, we hear the sound, and we're like, "Oh, geez." So I'm hyper vigilant to the sound, and like it was so clear today that my wife heard it, and she actually said, "What was that?" I knew what it sounded like to me. And I was like, I'm sure it's somebody outside doing something, because we're in a noisy neighborhood, but I knew what it sounded like, and it's just, it's tough sometimes. It really is. But so it was like maybe a half hour after that we heard the sound is when I saw Chicken today, that I knew he was still here. And I don't know, it's a lot to deal with sometimes, but total tangent. But
my
still.
sister sent me something to think about. Part of why it feels so hard, right? And sometimes I'd look at myself just like snot running into my mustache, crying on Paul in the kitchen, just trying to cook dinner. Right. Nothing happened. His toys weren't out. There wasn't a dog dish. I just, I'd be cooking and then he'd cross my mind and that'd be it. Just total mess. And, I just could not get I felt, on the one hand, I felt silly, and then I felt ashamed for feeling silly about it. And, and the thing that no one tells you, especially people who haven't had a dog or an animal that they were close to, right, is the animal is, or a pet, a friend, is they're going to be the least complicated and closest relationship you can have, right? Because there's no ego in it. They don't get mad at you. They don't care if you squeeze the toothpaste from the middle like a serial killer. They don't care. And it's the least complicated, least burdened, closest relationship you can have with anything. And so it's more like losing a child, right? Because they never grow up. They don't live long enough to grow up. they live too short. Their their needs are very simple. They and they don't ask for much because they don't know to ask for much.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we have no grieving process for losing a pet. There's no grieving process. We have all kinds of stuff built up around losing people. All kinds of stuff, preparations and ceremony and words. We have nothing for pets. And at least half the population, maybe more, have pets as furniture, not as friend, right? They just have them because they think you ought to get a dog because it's cool to have a dog around, or it's cool, or you have a cat around as another warm body in the house. And so, I actually had somebody say to me about Jack, well, at least you only lost your dog. And so I went from sad to murderous, right? In like a half a second. I'm like, well, I'd trade your life for his, so especially in this very moment, because they don't understand, and the vast majority of people aren't going to understand. So all those things together, those four things stacked together, make it even harder than it already is just losing them. Right. So, man, there's no magic answer, though. Having another puppy helps, right? It gives you a place to put all that love that you always had. You got to put it somewhere, right? Holding it in somehow makes you feel like you're suffocating, or not having somewhere to put it, not having something to give it to you somehow makes you feel like you're drowning and you can't breathe. And the final thing that helped me be okay with Jack being gone was getting Gus. It's not like he's Jack, because he's wildly different than Jack ever was. Completely different. Not other than common German Shepherd qualities, nothing temperamentally about him is the same. And so it wasn't, you're not replacing them, but you need somewhere to put that love you're used to being able to give and receive from something so uncomplicated. The best way to heal is another furry friend. They don't replace them, but when you're used to having that connection, not having it is just as hard as as losing them. The trailing part that's so hard is not having anywhere to share that feeling with. So
let me look at my shelf real quick. So there's a story here. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this without losing my head.
Unplugging yourself.
Yeah. Oh, it's here somewhere. Here it is. All right. Okay, so my little brother, we're very close. Right before I left,
your big little brother,
my big little brother, right before we left Arkansas, he gave me this cat, a statue.
Oh,
it's like a little plastic cat, but it's got like little jewels for eyes. He gave me this before I left Arkansas. It's at work in my toolbox. This is a picture of it in my toolbox. 2 days after I lost Potato. So Potato's original name when I adopted her was Emerald, because her eyes were emerald green. I found this at a junk shop. So here's the original, the one my little brother gave me.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the one I found at a junk shop.
Oh, holy shit. That is crazy.
Like, it's the same. It's the same.
Yeah. Yeah, even the lines in the fur, that's wild, dude.
I will never get over this. And this will stay in my toolbox. This will stay in here with me. this is my special one. It just blows my mind. You know, he gave me this 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
At least 5 years ago.
Halfway across the country.
2 days after I lost my cat with green eyes. What are the odds? Like, like, I couldn't even tell you who makes this. Like, there's no manufacturer marks on this. I don't know. It's wild. Absolutely wild. And call me a sucker for serendipity, but you know, if that's not the purest form of it, then what isn't? You know? Or what is? Excuse me. I had to be drinks. Yeah. It's just wild. Yeah, we went on a real deep tangent there. Sorry. It's been a day for me.
Yeah, sounds like it.
But yeah, you know, I don't even know, like, how does that happen? I couldn't even. I say that this is weird, but something like this has happened once before. So my mom had. So y'all have been to my mom's house for Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Do you remember the shelf with the weird dolls?
Vaguely.
In the dining room. So if you're looking at the table off to the left in the back, there was a wall with a shelf that had a bunch of dolls on it.
Okay.
So she had a back. So let me scale this back a number of years. Back before when we were living together, she had found a couple of handmade Mexican dolls from Mexico, like stitched together, hand stitched with leather, hand painted with little faces. It was a guy, and she got the box that held the guy doll, but there was like indentations for other dolls. And these were big, like 20 something inches tall, right? And the summer before I left Arkansas, I found a woman doll holding a baby at a junk shop for like $20. I was like, oh, this is cool. My mom will like it. So I got it and I gave it to her for Mother's Day. And when I gave it to her, she's like, well, this looks just like the set of dolls that I have, or the one doll that I have now. So she pulled the one doll off the shelf, and she had this doll since the mid 90s. I think she said like 93 or 94 she got the doll in Arkansas. Well, I got the guy doll with a baby doll. So she put the two together, and it's like the guy doll fit perfectly in the case so she had a female doll in a case, and the female, wait, did I do that backward?
I think so. You said she had the guy doll.
She had the guy doll. So I got her the female doll with the baby, and the female doll with the baby fit into the case that she had from the 90s, and she put them together, and it was the hand numbered set from 1990s.
Really?
Yes. That, like, we Googled it, we could not find who made it, but the signature on the male doll matched the signature on the female doll with the baby, and all three of them fit together in a case that closed it was like a wooden box. It's so hard. I wish I had the pictures. I have the pictures, but it would take me days to scroll back in Facebook Messenger. But just, I mean, she took the female doll with the baby and set it in the case that she had with the male doll.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like it belonged there.
Yeah.
And I to this day, I don't know how it worked, but just blows my mind, the serendipity of it all.
Does that make you a junk shop prophet, dude?
Maybe. I don't know.
Finding truths amongst the reselling.
Is this not proof?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's half a joke, but not entirely. I mean, you know.
I'm really good at picking the diamond in the rough. But yeah, it's just serendipity of it all. Yeah, so I'm rambling. I'm sorry. But no, it's just this comes back to what you were saying about longevity. And what I was saying about the spirits of the forest being the Fresno Nightcrawler.
I see what you're saying.
Not the Nightwalker. Yeah.
The permanence, not the Nightwalker. The permanence of the trees, because generally trees live a lot longer than people.
Absolutely.
The permanence of the tree and its having lived, even if it's not in a way that, we think of as going through life, right? Because of how they're composed, but that they might leave some residue, like we do.
Right.
Like a spirit or an energy or a residue. I get what you're getting at.
So it says the redwood trees in California can be thousands of years old. The average age of a mature coast redwood is between 800 and 1,500 years old, but some can live to be over 2,000 years old. So we're talking back when Jesus was walking around.
Yep.
Certainly a number of them are more than 3,000 years old, and a few are possibly more than 4,000 years old. Published statements are giving ages from 8,000 to 10,000 are greatly exaggerated. So even still, so we've got a living being.
20 people lives. 2,000 years old is 20 people lives.
Absolutely. Yeah.
A long time.
So
that's 20 grandfathers ago.
20 grandfathers ago.
So I don't see how something can live to be that old and be cut down and there not to be some kind of catastrophic rift to make their spirit disconnect and manifest physically.
I get what you're getting at.
And that's what I'm saying about the Fresno Nightwalker.
Gotcha.
Nightcrawler, excuse me. Sorry. I got to talking about the fur babies and I started drinking more. But yeah, that's the only thing I feel like is the sure thing between what we're seeing and what could physically be manifested is the spirit of the trees, the redwoods. Who's to say I'm wrong? Maybe that's why their proportions are so out of whack.
Mm-hmm. So, Paul, what's your take on the Fresno Night Stalker?
Night Stalker. Night Walkers.
Night Walkers.
Yeah, the Night Stalker was caught quite a long time ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Night Walkers, well, they're everywhere.
Sorry, I rambled there for a little while. I'm sorry.
I don't know what to say about
way off the subject.
Yeah, it's all right.
It was related.
What to say about the Nightcrawler It's bizarre. It really looks like a puppet to me in those photographs or those videos. But I just don't know.
So you're not convinced that it is a puppet. I hear you saying it. You think it looks like a puppet,
I think it
but
looks
you
like
don't
a
know what
puppet,
it
but
is.
I don't know what it is. I'd like it to be something mysterious and, interesting or otherworldly or supernatural or something. But the fact is, things I would have said for darn certain, there's something mysterious about it. Because we do even a cursory investigation into the facts on this show. Seldom are these things quite as mysterious. I just don't know what to say about the Nightcrawler. I don't think we've got enough information about it.
Beyond the Shadows, taking all the mystery and magic out of the world.
That's right.
We're 1 week at a time.
We're ruining every good story for you.
Sucking all
Every
the fun
good
out of the
story.
room.
So what say you, Aeon?
I mean, I'm gonna agree. It looks and moves like some kind of weird puppet, but even with my explanation and thinking I could do something, I think I could do something that looks similar. I'm having a hard time associating why someone would do it near a town camera and then a game camera.
Yeah.
And to what end? Right? If you're trying to make like a, spirits are walking, through California thing, their approach is so subtle as to be completely missed. And that's not normally how hoaxers do it. Hoaxers aren't that kind of subtle. They're never that kind of subtle. And like I said, it's so subtle as to have been, possibly completely overlooked, So that's what makes it hard for me to be like, oh, it's just a hoax and someone did a good job with it. I don't have a good explanation, but I kind of like my creative explanation of it being some sort of byproduct of extraterrestrial visitation in some way. I like it. Though, now that you got me thinking about Jack again, I really like the idea of massively ancient trees having temporary walking, wandering souls. That is somehow more poetic to me now.
Right?
Now, because you played on my better natures than extraterrestrials. I like the idea of deep mystery in the world because there's not a lot of deep mystery to grab onto. And but for my one experience, I've never had any experiences of deep and wondrous mystery. So I kind of like I like that better, and I find it more satisfying than extraterrestrial cast-offs. So
yeah,
so I'm gonna go with the tree spirit, man. I kind of like the spirit, or some sort of a spiritual explanation until someone proves me wrong. We'll go with that until someone can prove me otherwise.
All right. Well, I'm definitely sticking with tree spirits. I just, like you said, it's tugging at the heartstrings a little bit. That I feel like, sure, these could be spirits of the trees because they're so disproportionate, and it seems like they're not used to walking like a tree is not used to walking. And I want to feel like, I want to believe that it's the trees, for the lack of a better example, the redwoods, that deforestation has become an issue, and this is what we're seeing as the manifestation, because we talk back to, or we think back to Princess Mononoke, where the spirit of the trees were making themselves apparent because deforestation. And it's just, I feel like it could be, we've been cutting down redwoods for how many years now?
There used to be a whole forest of them. Now there are glades, essentially.
Yeah.
And they're protected now, but I mean, so you still can buy redwood products, so they do still cut them down.
Right. And I don't feel like they're extra.
They do die.
Right.
Eventually. There are
Yeah.
some.
But I don't feel like they're extraterrestrial. I don't want to say cryptid, but
doesn't seem like a cryptid. If it's biologic, it can't be from here.
Right. And
so you'd have to bend back into, if you're going to say biologic, you'd have to bend back into, something non-terrestrial.
Right. So personally, I'm going to say tree spirit. It's the only thing that makes sense. And it's just a little too weird to be anything other than terrestrial. So I guess we're going to call this real. Yeah, that's a go. We got it. This is real. I guess we're going to say, for the sake of this podcast, that the Fresno Night Crawler, not the one Nightwalker, is real. Yeah, the Night Crawlers are real. We know that. But the Nightwalker is real for the sake of this podcast because they are tree spirits. It's the only thing they could be, right? So, what are you guys thinking for next week?
Well, we did cryptid this week, or a
cryptid
in the family of, I don't think, how long ago was it since we last did a ghost one?
Ooh, it's been a little while. I mean,
maybe ghost.
Yeah, let's do ghost next week.
Ghost?
Yeah.
I mean, this one turned into that, but that's not what we started with.
Right. Yeah. It was up to you.
Or we could see if there's a particularly long SCP.
Ooh.
What's that?
You don't know about SCPs?
Probably.
Oh.
Let's do an SCP.
Okay, we'll find one that's got
the abbreviation doesn't really explain what it is. It's surveil, contain, protect is what SCP stands for.
So it's like a branch of the government that protects us from super powerful paranormal things that we have that's physical. Am I saying that right?
Physical manifestations of, sometimes it's it's evil spirits. There's one called the demon orb, which I like, but that one was solved. There's some of them are not metaphysical, but they're just dangerous objects that they contain to keep the public safe. The ion cannon being one of them, or the particle cannon. Big Betty, things like that. Just Google SCPs. It's a whole rabbit hole.
Get ready. Get ready.
Yeah, we did the what was the one that we did? The rooms.
Back rooms. Yeah.
Back rooms. Yeah, we did back rooms as one of our. I think it was our first, wasn't it?
SCP. Yeah.
Or no, our first one was well, I meant first episode. Our first episode was the Phoenix Lights.
Yeah.
We did it soon after when I was still just had the white sheet for a background, and we were wearing the same old T-shirts every week. So
Yeah. So let's do an SCP next week. Yeah, that sounds good. Do you want to take us out with closing thoughts while I find somebody to raid?
Sure. So, if we learned anything tonight, it's that we are creatures searching for connection and finding it most of the time. And that connection might be more than just emotional electroneurochemicals, which is what popular science would have you believe. And they have a reason for saying that. But I think a lot of the things that you can point to that make people unhappy are about a lack of connection. Civilization is built around isolating you from the connections around you. That's how advertising works. That's how if it bleeds, it leads media works. It's all about getting you to pay attention to it and not pay attention to what's right around you, right? That's why people love to relive stuff through, a news story rather than just look outside and see it happening. That's why people follow other people's vacations on social media. All that is to say, connection is what drives us and what makes us happy. And while I can't promise you will find it here, you are in good company to search for it. So if you feel like you have been lacking some connection, you might find it
beyond the shadows.
I almost got you.
Almost.
I almost got you.
I'm multitasking.
Yeah.
Multitasking. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna raid Trash Taste Podcast tonight.
Trash Taste Podcast. What?
Yeah. It's a new one I've been following. We're just gonna see where this goes.
They got a nice setup. They got a nice three camera angle setup going on.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit before you guys showed up tonight, so we'll see if they even acknowledge us. I'm sure they won't, but we'll try.
I don't think anyone's even looking.
We'll see. I got a thumbs up earlier tonight when I followed them, so good night, everybody.
Good night.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Story of my life, always fucking tired. And yeah, that's the sound of the weekend starting. Fuck around. We're recording. We're live. God damn it.
We're live.
Welcome
Season 1, Episode 1.
Season 1, Episode fucking 1. Welcome everybody. This is, as he said and I said, at least once now, Season 1, Episode 1 of podcast Beyond the Shadows, where we talk about paranormal and such.
On the lights.
Yeah. My name is Victus, and this is my longtime very best friend, cohort, Aeon.
I'm Aeon Alta. I'm not as versed in paranormal UFO cryptozoology as my buddy Victus, but I have an interest in it. I've just never done a whole lot of reading in it. So this podcast is as much for me as it is for all of you. I'm going to learn from Victus, just like you are, and we're going to explore topics, and we're going to decide whether the stories we're reading are the real deal or just bullshit. So, or at least based on what we think. Based on what we think.
Which they could be bullshit, but we're still going to fucking talk about them.
It could be.
So, yeah.
What do we have this week?
This week we have the Phoenix fucking Lights. This is my very, very, very favorite and probably one of the best and most well-documented cases of UFOs in the United States, in my humble opinion. Jesus Christ. Like,
easily the most recorded.
When I found out you didn't know anything about it, I wanted to just slap you on the back of the head and tell you to quit living under a fucking rock, because I knew about this as a kid, because this was what, 97, so how old am I now? Wait, so I was less than 10 years old. I'm not good with mental math, all right? I was less than 10 years old when this happened.
I guess that would have been same. Yeah. Yeah, 86. So 11.
Yeah. So we would be 11 years old. I remember hearing about it on the news, and my dad kind of pushed me to take things into account, because I grew up listening to Coast to Coast AM on the radio.
You got me into it.
Yeah.
You got me into listening to Coast to Coast.
And when I heard about it on the news, it immediately sparked my interest, and I've been interested in it ever since. So I thought it was only logical that we opened with my favorite story. Sorry for being so greedy, but but this is hands down my favorite story, and it is so well documented. And over the years, the narrative has kind of changed, but not enough to the point where it made me go like, you know what, maybe that was fake. But
I did a little bit of reading to try to catch up with you, so it'll be interesting to hear you tell me. And then I did like a novice search. I did what anybody who's never heard of it, because I'm sure there's some people who are like, what are the Phoenix Lights? They're gonna go Google it, and they're gonna pull down the first 3 to 5 results. So that's what I did.
Right.
And I have some papers here, and it's like both ways. It's both like, oh, it's a hoax, and then it's also, oh, except there's all these other things that make it seem like it's not a hoax, but it's a hoax, but it's not a hoax, and that's all in a single, one person's single writing. So
right,
I will have questions, and why don't you lay it on us?
I will do my best to answer those questions from the best of my ability. Okay, so really, I haven't heard too much about this since I was a kid. I've heard it on some podcasts, heard some other people talking about it. But every source I pull from has a different timeline of how things happened.
Yep.
And
notice that.
By the graces of ChatGTP, I was able to kind of collate information together, and then I edited it and put things into perspective as best as I could. So be warned, this is not the full story. There is much more to it, and if anybody out there is interested, I highly recommend that you go out and do your research, because there's so much more that we just can't cover here, because there's like old school message boards still out there with all this information on it, where I pulled a lot of this information from.
Well, like 10,000 people saw this.
Yeah, at least.
So I mean, there's bound to be, there's a ton of sources I saw. And, like you said, the reports are conflicting, but, you're talking 10,000 people around a metropolitan city, from different angles, and, some people outside the city, so yeah, I saw the same thing, all kinds of accounts of it.
So, Jesus Christ, I think at my peak when I was researching, I had 18 different tabs open. And I was trying to go back as far as I could to establish the earliest timeline to bring it together into what we know canonically as the Phoenix Lights.
Okay.
So we'll start off with what I got here. The story really starts 2 years before the events of 1997.
Oh, see that I didn't know that.
Right. So all through the year 1995, there were hundreds of reported sightings of red or amber lights over the city. And there's tons of photos out there, but none of them are very good quality, because remember, this was mid to late 90s.
Yeah. I've seen the video. It makes your brain hurt.
Photos are not great from the 90s. Any kind of light in the sky at night.
Oh, the 90s. Video and pictures at night are just terrible in the 90s.
Yeah.
Awful.
They're so grainy. And, I know a thing or two about photography, and I feel like that's going to come in handy in this podcast later, because I can explain why certain things look shitty, I can explain. You know, if they're generally, I can find information what type of equipment they were recording on or taking pictures on, and I got a pretty good head on my shoulders about image and video quality, about older hardware, because you know about my obnoxious camera collection.
Yes. Well, the kind of the interesting thing about an older story like this too is, you know, now with the advent of AI and AI video editing and AI photo editing, is it's getting harder and harder to pick out the sort of artifacts that would be left from editing.
Right.
Whereas in the 90s, there weren't a ton of options. And it used to be a lot of the stuff that they would rule out as like a hoax, you know, for this or that, were based on artifacts that were left over from editing video or splicing or like superimposing something in front of something else and seeing the focus difference. So you know, a lot of these videos are actually easier in this case to pick out, you know, for real or fake.
Right. Because when
Like
it comes to the video and audio from the 90s, you're not going to get a lot of hoaxing because there wasn't a lot of tech. Photoshop wasn't a thing back then.
No.
The only thing you could really do to hoax something would be to do the ghost effect like Disney does with the pane of glass at an angle.
Yeah.
It would be that, or to
like the Haunted Mansion.
Right. There's a term for it. It's somebody's ghost. I forget the fellow's name. It's either that or you're going to double expose a piece of film.
Right.
Which is doable.
Right.
You really got to know what you're doing. So there are ways of doing it, but when we're on this scale, we're not gonna see this because
this many people, this many angles.
Yeah, when you'll find out later, there were so many angles of this. There's tons of photos out there, but none of them have very good quality, so they generally went unnoticed or explained away. And this was back in '95.
Checks out.
The most popular experience came that night from Lynn, a health educator. And
now, which night is this?
This is the night of, I believe this audio clip is from '97.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and pull up this audio clip.
We certainly took advantage of it. No question about that. But no, I don't consider
Oh,
it
wait. No, that's the wrong audio clip. Holy shit. Wow. Fuck me sideways. Wrong audio clip.
You get to cut this part out. Just be like, now this audio clip.
Oh, here we go. The Lynn interview. Here we go. This is from YouTube. All credits. This is from... I had the credits written down here somewhere. Lynn, health educator. We're going to see what this audio sounds like.
Both my husband and I witnessed 3 amber orbs in a triangle formation, one on top and 2 closely aligned underneath, very close to our home, about 100 yards from our home, hovering above a private desert area. It was startling and it was amazing. At the same time, there was nothing there but blackness and these 3 amber orbs. And
okay, this is 95. I remember this part now. So this is 1995.
So this is pre.
Yeah, this is pre the event that we're talking about.
something told me to take everything in, the size, the shape, the color, the distance. They were about 3 to 6 feet each, depending on how close or far away they were. They were definitely oval shape. And I thought, if I don't get a picture of this, nobody's going to believe it. And as I ran to the closet to get my camera, my husband calls me back. He says, get over here quick. One of them is disappearing. And as I rushed back, we both watched in awe as the top orb started to dim as if on a dimmer switch. It didn't budge at all. I got onto the balcony, shot a quick picture of the 2 bottom orbs, and immediately noticed an eerie silence, as if time had stopped.
Okay, so this woman, Lynn, has become the face of the Phoenix Lights.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Did she put out a documentary about it?
She is the person. So if you look on YouTube at the Phoenix Lights or Google anything about the Phoenix Lights, a video of this woman is going to pop up.
Yeah, I saw her. I saw her when I was looking.
For some reason, this woman is the unofficial mascot of the Phoenix Lights. I don't know why, because when the Phoenix Lights happened, there wasn't a lot of testimonial from her. but she was the one to first report the lights in 95.
Okay.
Like, she talked in that interview about having photos of the.
And she said it was only like 100 yards away.
Yeah, but
like that's really close.
Ironically, those photos never surfaced.
Yeah, well,
it was the 90s. To be fair, you could send a roll of film to get developed in the 90s, and it just come back and it was nothing. It happened all the time.
Or not come back.
Or not come back. Yeah, shit. The 90s were sketchy, folks. The 90s were real fucking sketchy. But
all you kids with your Apple photos dropping right on your phone.
Yeah,
you don't know.
Not everybody was snapping pictures just with the press of a thumb. It was hey, if you got a camera, you've either got one in a closet somewhere because you don't want to shoot the fucking film because film was expensive back then. Or you have a disposable camera sitting somewhere that's been sitting for so fucking long that the film is probably no good at that point.
Been exposed.
So in that interview, she went on to say that she told her husband, go get the camera. He runs inside, grabs it. Dude literally took 5 minutes to dig it out of the closet.
Before they didn't have it out since last Christmas.
Right. See, so it further drives home the point is the cameras were not just like sitting around in everybody's pocket back then. This is 95. So she became the face of the Phoenix Lights. She's the one that everyone wants to interview because technically she was the first one, heavy on the air quotes.
Yeah. Right.
To see it first, because she saw it before her husband saw it, and he didn't come out to see it until she said, "Hey, come on over here." And I think, if I remember correctly, some of the interviews, her husband really did not even want it part of it.
Like he didn't want to do the interviews.
He didn't want to. Like he's like, no, I don't want to tell anybody about it. You know, as far as I know, it didn't happen.
Okay.
And he was really salty about it. I don't know why. I feel like maybe he had a job that had a little bit of importance, and he didn't because there is a stigma behind it that if you you report things like this, that people are going to be like, well, he's an idiot. So,
and he won't be the only one that claims to have not said things at the time and then later, you know, said things because they were afraid. They're afraid of the stigma or what. I mean, some don't say why, but they, you know.
Lots and lots of cops saw this. I think we talk later about how many reports by police, and a lot of the police were like, you know, it was nothing. It was just whatever. It was a shooting star. But in the end, it turns out that this shit happens right over the top of the cops, and they were like, well, fuck, I can't deny it now. So, moving on. Prelude to the event, on the evening of March 13th, 1997, residents of Arizona witnessed a series of strange lights in the sky. Reports started coming in around 7:30 p.m. local time. The witnesses describing seeing a formation of lights in a V-shaped pattern moving slowly and silently across the sky. The lights were described as large, bright, and seemingly connected to a single massive object. So this is the cookie cutter explanation that everybody will give you, or not explanation, description that everybody will give you of the Phoenix Lights is they were, initially everybody thought that they were just free floating lights. But one by one they started turning on.
Right. Yep. I keep seeing that in the accounts.
Right. And eventually somebody noticed, I mean, you notice a V-shaped formation in the sky. You're going to notice a V-shaped formation in the sky. There's lots of artist renderings of this. But, I mean, they leave...
Some are good, some are not.
Yeah, they leave a lot to the imagination.
So you mentioned, you know, that blurb is the thing that everybody describes it as. But I noticed that people also describe it as two separate events.
Yes.
Right? Both the object and then a line of lights that like moved across the state.
Yeah. So
tell me about that.
So from what I remember as a kid, we're going to start there. We're going to move backward in time before we come forward to the present. What I remember as a kid is that the lights showed up one at a time into a V formation, and then it moved silently across the sky. and it stayed there. It's what that's what I remember in the news reports, was that it stayed there for several days.
Mm-hmm.
I remember hearing on the news. That's great. This was Detroit in the 90s, so I mean, take the news as far as you want. But I remember in the news them talking about the lights were there when dawn hit. And then dawn hit, you couldn't see the lights, but birds would fly over the town of Phoenix, and they would run into this invisible object and drop dead.
Oh.
This is
See,
what
I didn't find any of that.
This is what I remember from the 90s.
Okay. Okay.
Because I was following this like crazy, because I wanted to know everything I could.
Right.
I grew up watching science fiction movies. I've listened to Coast to Coast AM since I was old enough to fucking, have a radio in my bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
This was the first time in my entire life that I saw anything UFO or alien related. So I followed it. Like a crackhead follows a crack rock. I was on it like a hobo on a ham sandwich. No offense to people that are homeless. I'm sorry.
Unrelenting.
But I clearly remember hearing reports of birds running into the object during the day. And then at night it came again. So once dusk hit, then the lights became visible again. Then night they were there again. I remember growing up hearing it, that the lights were there for like 3 days. That's just what I remember.
Okay.
But reports will tell you, some people will say it was individual lights that flew in formation. Some people will say that it was a V-shaped object with lights in the bottom, which is the majority of what everybody says. Some people will say that the lights were free floating. They came together in a V formation, flew in a V formation over the town, flew away, and then they saw more lights later.
Yeah, so if you go to, take Wikipedia for what it is. Anybody can put anything up there and say whatever they want. But in my first 3 polls on the internet about this, they're saying it was 1 day on there, at least on that one. They're saying it's March 13th, 1997.
Right.
And then they're also saying that it says some witnesses described seeing what appeared to be a huge carpenter square-shaped UFO, the triangle,
right,
containing 5 spherical lights. And then they go on to say there were 2 distinct events involved in the incident: a triangular formation of lights seen to pass over the state, and a series of stationary lights seen in the Phoenix area, as though they're 2 separate events. But the way the way the videos sound like is, it sounds like it was an object that just moved super slow
right
over Phoenix, and then wasn't always moving, but also would move.
Right.
So that sounds like one incident.
The general consensus of the event is it was always moving, except at one point it became stationary directly over the town of Phoenix, but then it kept moving.
Okay.
And
makes more sense.
This is reported across the state, that it is seen away from the Phoenix area, as well as the majority of the sightings were in the Phoenix area.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get into the sighting. Let's see what I got written down about the sighting. The sighting began in the northwestern sky and progressed southward over the state, eventually reaching the city of Phoenix. Thousands of people witnessed the phenomenon, which lasted several hours. Eyewitnesses, including civilians, law enforcement, and even some pilots flying over the vicinity. And this is this is my favorite fucking tidbit of this entire story, and I've saved this because I wanted to see your reaction. The most famous and the first pilot to report the sighting is none other than Kurt Russell. I shit you not, friend. Kurt Russell, the Kurt fucking Russell, was the first pilot to call in the sighting of the Phoenix Lights. So some actors they have hobbies, like think about Keanu Reeves. How many he probably has race cars and parachutes and skydives and conquers other planets. We don't know what he does in his free time.
You should see the video of him in his shooting range.
Oh, I have seen him, and it is.
It's scary. I mean, he's like scary good.
I don't want to anger that man ever. I will say,
no.
Those shooting shots in John Wick were not stunt doubles. Those were him.
No, they were him.
Dude is pro level. But
yeah, he slides in and takes out 30 targets inside of like a little mock village in the back of his yard.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
The reloading, switching guns. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Two on his back and one on his hip.
Yeah,
like, it's nuts.
Come the fuck out.
Okay.
So
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell was flying over Phoenix
and
was the first to report the lights.
To
the tower.
I'm pretty sure
the airport.
I'm pretty sure I have an audio clip here. Let me see.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if this is video or an audio clip. Let's run it.
I saw 6 lights over the airport in absolute uniform in a V shape, and I reported it. And they said, we're not painting anything. We don't show anything. I said, well, okay, I'm going to declare it's unidentified, it's flying, and it's 6 objects. That was the most viewed UFO event. Over 20,000 people saw that.
That was Kurt fucking Russell.
Yeah, you could tell.
Yeah,
you could tell in the voice. That's he's like, well, you're not seeing it, and it's unidentified, and it's flying. So that's funny.
So Kurt fucking Russell, the Kurt Russell.
Wow.
What was the big movie that he was? Was he? What was that movie? Something in L.A. and his character's name was Snake.
Oh, was it
like Lost? Was it Stranded in L.A.?
I thought it was Battle for Los Angeles.
No, that was the Alien movie.
Oh, okay.
Currently Googling. Escape from New York. That was it. Yeah, that was right. Because he did Escape from LA as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
what I was thinking.
That was the big one. So people, if you don't know who Kurt Russell is, I'm sorry if there's younger people listening to this. We're getting close to 40, so so we know who Kurt Russell is. Let's see, what was the big one? So his first big movie.
For those of you that think that he made his career in one of the Fast and Furious movies,
he was not.
You're a little late to the show.
Yeah. So The Thing, 1982. Escape from New York, 1981. He was in Tombstone. Okay, so some younger listeners might know that one.
Who are you kidding? Younger listeners don't even know Tombstone the pizza.
Okay.
They definitely don't know Tombstone the movie.
He was, no offense to the younger listeners, we love you.
Listen to our podcast.
He was in The Hateful Eight. So that's that's close. That's as close as it'll get. I don't think he was in anything recently. Death Proof was another Quentin Tarantino movie. Let's see.
Yep.
Oh, he was in Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, he was Ego.
Oh, right. Yeah. He's the Celestial.
Yes, he was. I think his name was Ego.
Yeah.
So that's the guy. He saw
Star-Lord's dad.
He was the first pilot to call in the sighting of the Phoenix Lights. So maybe he was secretly. Maybe he is Ego, and he made this Phoenix Lights happen.
And he called it in to cover it up and get into movies.
It's a perfect story. Perfect alibi.
Airtight.
No one will figure this out. I'm so glad.
Okay,
I'm so glad I got to see your reaction on the Kurt Russell thing.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. That's hilarious.
I was keeping that in pocket because I knew it was gonna. I'm so glad that we had a camera going because I really wanted to see
I
it.
didn't know he flew, but also I definitely didn't know that he was involved in the Phoenix Lights, or at least one of the people that gave their name with an account.
Right? Yeah, he's done several interviews. I found like 9 or 10 interviews where people were interviewing him, and he was just like, "Yeah, I called it in," and they were like, "We don't see anything on radar. You must be fucking lying." But God damn it, I'm Kurt Russell. You listen to me.
I've worked with aliens in the movies. I know what I'm talking about.
Right? I'm a professional Hollywood actor.
I know an alien was.
All right. Let's
So his account. So it's interesting. His account. He obviously had no problem using his name, but I kept seeing accounts that said, unnamed former police officer or unnamed police officer, unnamed. A lot of them were unnamed,
right?
Because I assume, like you said, the stigma. They didn't want to give, their name,
right,
concerning, and be called crazy or whatever someone might have said then.
Yeah, that was the big thing. There is a strong stigma behind people reporting UFOs. I think the statistic is something like 63% of pilots have seen something in the sky that they couldn't explain.
Mm-hmm.
But close to none of them report it because they're afraid of being called crazy, or they'll report it and they'll be like, "We didn't see anything on radar, so it never happened."
Okay,
Happens all
keep
the time.
going. I'm googling something real quick. 'Cause
Okay.
you'll find this really interesting.
Good deal. Do your thing. Let's see. Most notably, Kurt Russell. Oh, geez. So, almost 10,000 people called into police to report the sighting that night. It's estimated that around 20,000 people saw the lights that night. 20,000 is a modest estimate. Because, I'm not sure what was the population of Phoenix in 97. Let's find out. What was the population of Phoenix, Arizona? Did I spell Phoenix right? No, I didn't. Phoenix in 1997. 1.183 million. Oh, goddamn. So that's a small percentage. I'm a little upset that it's not a smaller number. But realistically, you got to think how many people work during the day. 9 to 5s, they're not going to go outside and look. I mean, when was the last time you went outside and looked up at night?
So another interesting thing, since we're talking about the things that people did see, the big like elephant in the room, at least as far as deniers or people who don't want to listen to any of it, would say is the military claims that the national the Air Force was doing a test that they were calling Operation Snowbird, right?
Right.
And they say that it was a bunch of A-10 warthogs flying in formation, and that the lights that people say went up and then sort of hung in the air were actually
flares,
illumination flares, right?
Well,
so interestingly enough, that area there. So my grandfather, the whole time I was growing up, they lived in Tucson, south of Phoenix, and when he was in the military, he served during the Korean War, and previous or during, I can't remember when they were doing the testing, but he was in Signals Corps, so radios,
right,
radios and communications. So he was out at Alamogordo, where they did all of the nuclear, a vast majority of nuclear testing in New Mexico, and he was there for, it was 10 or 12 nuclear detonations running signals and communications out there in the desert. One, he was up real close where they were actually in the trench, and you get thrown up out of the trench and dropped back down by the shock wave.
Right.
And he used to tell me when I go down there that he would see all kinds of odd stuff in the sky. I mean, he never would elaborate, like both then and more recently when I went there as a kid in the late 90s. He would never elaborate about it, but for a dude who had gone and done signals for like nuclear testing, like he was not one to have like sci-fi flights of fancy, right? Like he was a very like numbers and facts, evidence kind of guy,
right?
And I always wondered if that wasn't why he moved back to Arizona.
It's a good question. Okay, so little side tangent. The popular consensus about UFOs and aliens is they showed up right about the time we started nuclear testing.
Yep, I heard that. I'd heard that.
So there's a long-running story in theory. I'm not sure how I subscribe to this yet, so bear with me. That the story is that aliens are curious about us because we've reached a nuclear point in our evolution.
Okay.
And when we tested our first nuclear bomb in the desert is when a lot of the alien sightings first started. So this is their
When it really ramped up.
right. So you got to think the Roswell incident. What year was that? The Roswell incident. What year was the Roswell incident?
Google Box. Thank you, Google. Not officially sponsored by Google, but certainly fueled by it.
1994, 1947. Okay, so that's right on.
Yeah, so right after, yeah.
So World War II was
So 45, 46.
Yeah, so 42
was when it ended.
Yeah, 40. I think it was 47 when World War II ended. I could be wrong, but I just listened to like a 7-episode, very long podcast. Last podcast on the left. I love you guys. You're the best. Be our friends. Amazing breakdown of the Manhattan Project and the nuclear program in the United States military. And they didn't touch on it, but I knew about it from other reports that the story goes in the 40s when we were testing nuclear equipment. That's when aliens, UFOs started showing up, and that's when they started taking notice. So I think, excuse me, I think before that, there really wasn't a whole lot of alien or UFOs, aliens reports at all.
Not in the modern era, for sure. I mean, there were, we'll cover them in other episodes, but there's some really, really old accounts, but they're much more spaced out than what we see like post, nuclear era. Like post-nuclear era, it's like a, if you had a cloud graph of dots, it's like, a few interspersed through like
Right.
over a couple thousand years, and then all of a sudden, boom.
Yes.
Big data cloud of, sightings, stories, experiences, etc.
I firmly believe that the event horizon was probably somewhere around their nuclear advent.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, by written account, that you'd have to conclude that.
My idea is that they're watching us and they're going to check in on us when we reach certain milestones. So
That makes sense. I mean, harnessing the atom's a pretty big milestone.
So let's talk about when Columbus came to Americas for the first time. There are handwritten accounts from Columbus of seeing strange lights over the ocean right before he reached the shore.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
I didn't know that.
Yes, absolutely. Handwritten in his journal of seeing strange lights that he couldn't explain.
No, I did not know that.
And if you ask me, that is a major event in world history. Crossing the ocean to reach the Americas for the first
Right.
time.
Right.
It's a huge...
Right. Over the ocean, because of course there were people there, but they crossed over land bridges
Right.
very slowly over a long stretched out
In like
time period.
I'm sure like the Vikings have been here. We found evidence of that before Columbus, but we don't really have many written accounts from them at all.
No, and they didn't, it didn't change the whole course of their society, right? They came, they left some evidence that they left, and then by all accounts didn't return.
Right.
They left the settlement and then didn't return.
Right.
Whereas when the Spanish, made their, adventurous inquiries into what else was out there, I mean, it changed the face of everything.
That was when the American colony started.
Yep.
Major human event.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see that being a major human event. The testing of the atomic bomb, the first testing of the atomic bomb, major human event.
Right. Right.
And, maybe that's why they have continued to come back to the Phoenix area, because they're drawn to the radiation? Question mark? I know.
Yeah, because a lot of it does seem to be centered in the Southwest.
It's true. Or
which is where all of our testing went.
Or the East Coast. But to be fair, there's a lot of military installments on the East Coast.
Right. And, a lot of our stockpile was on the East Coast.
I did recently see a map of the sightings in the United States plotted out with dots, like you said,
Mhm.
and it was suspicious. There was a lot in Arizona, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting off topic. Let me bring us back. All right, so
Lock it up.
Lock it up. The consensus, the consensus on the Phoenix Lights is that the lights didn't beam down, but it was like they were illuminated from inside. So let's say we've got a box. The light is in the top of the box, and there is a viewport from the bottom. It doesn't
Right, like recessed lighting in your house.
Right. It doesn't necessarily throw a beam down, but it makes
Makes sort of a cone of light.
Right. Right. And that's what people are saying because, I mean, popular UFO experiences talk about beams.
Right.
Nobody reported beams on this. Nobody.
No.
So the consensus is that there was no beam.
But a lot of people do say that they could tell that it was part of some sort of structure.
Right.
Like they weren't just floating orbs. I mean, people that were close to it or claimed to have been close to it said that the lights belied a structure around them.
Yeah, there are reports.
A lot of them don't describe how, but
right.
They say there's like a craft.
There are reports. Okay, so when something is in the night sky isn't completely black.
Right.
But when you have something black in the night sky,
Mm-hmm.
you can see the black part.
Right, right.
And people were saying that they were seeing a V-shaped formation.
Yes.
My original idea on this when I was a kid was it was a triangle. Because as a kid, that was the popular UFO. It wasn't a saucer. It was triangle-shaped craft.
Right. Mm-hmm. Little guitar picks.
Right. That's what I was thinking it was going to be. But I think almost everybody said that if they could see a craft, it was V-shaped.
Right. Yeah, meaning not not filled across the back line.
Like like two sides of a triangle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Carpenter squares are a really accurate description. I'm sorry again to our younger listeners if you don't know what a carpenter square is. I have one. I've never used it.
That's all right. They can Google too.
Yeah, Google is your friend. So, there were so many reports, and this is the part that pisses me off. You're about to see me get worked up. There were so many reports that the governor ended up making a press release.
Oh yeah.
And this upsets me.
I did see that.
This upsets me so fucking much. This dude made a fucking joke of one of the biggest alien sightings, UFO sightings in the United States. I have an audio clip. Oh wait, no, we might have a video. We might have a video. I may have optioned. Here we go.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party. Don't get him too close to me, please.
Yeah.
In the alien costume, the governor's chief of staff.
This just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
UFO enthusiasts were not amused, especially since the governor was believed to have seen nothing. But now he's coming out.
Okay, that shit pissed me off
Yeah.
when I saw it for the first time. Absolutely furious. I was so mad that I was red in the fucking face.
But the part that they said right there at the end. Though.
Yes. Okay, redeeming quality. Kudos on this guy. Really shitty that it took him years and years and years to come out and say the right thing. I cannot stress how much this fucking pisses
20
me
years.
off.
Took him 20 years.
20 years. It took him 20 years to come out and do another interview about it. Because I think that he saw the backlash from the UFO and alien community. And he decided, time was right. Let's make this right. And he came back and did another press release. Well, not a press release. He did an interview. Before we move on, I do need to say that video was courtesy of CNN. It was an old clip, but I'm going to say it was from CNN, so we don't get slapped with any copyright violations. I will put credits in the show notes. Thank you, CNN. You rock. I do believe we have one more. So Fife Symington III was the governor back then. He made.
I was gonna ask you how to pronounce his first name.
Fife, yes, like Barney.
Yeah, F-I-F-I.
Just like
F-I-F-E.
Yes, just like Barney Fife, just without the Y.
Yeah.
He did an interview 20 years later, and this is what he said. Oh wait, I'm not going to rename that file.
We certainly took advantage of it, no question about that. But no, I don't consider it a matter of ridicule at all. I think it was a very, I think it was a legitimate occurrence of unknown origin craft of some sort, and who knows where it came from. Inexplicable, and probably one of the major sightings in modern history in the country, because a lot of people saw it in Maricopa County, and I saw it too. So I used to work, when I was first in the Air Force, I worked at Luke in the Sage Center there in NORAD. And so something like that would go up the chain of command immediately to NORAD in Colorado and then go to the Pentagon. So certainly the military chain of command knew exactly what was going on. Now, whether they immediately transmitted it to the White House or not, I don't know, but certainly it went up the chain immediately, and does, in the Pentagon, to the Joint Chiefs, to whoever's on duty. So they must have a record of it, but whether the president was informed, I don't know. I imagine if the vehicle had landed, that the president would have he would have been notified and activated, and
taking a ride.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'd hitch a ride.
So he's a fan. He's a fan. He has said in later interviews that he is a huge fan of aliens and UFO phenomenon, and I feel like he just tried to make light of the situation, because I understand from a control point of view, you don't want to just tell everybody we saw these lights and we don't know what it is.
Everybody panic.
Panic.
Panic now.
Yes, panic.
Yeah.
Panic with a capital P and 3 exclamation points. That's all that's going to happen. So I believe that he probably played down the situation a little bit.
Well, he was governor, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
at the time he was governor.
So I mean, and he even says in there's a quote here. It says, he downplayed it because he didn't want to panic the populace.
Right.
But then he goes on to say, he says, I'm a pilot. I know just about every machine that flies. It was bigger than anything I've ever seen. It remains a great mystery. Other people saw it, responsible people. I don't know why people ridicule it, which is a pretty big turnaround from, his first press conference.
Right. And it just comes back to he didn't want to panic, I think.
Right. Which I do get. I mean, he is the governor. He is the governor, which used to mean something in the 90s. So, they weren't just a future presidential candidate. Okay, so you mentioned him. So another person that I found that was sort of a weird turnaround, right? So, So the guy, the guy's name is Robert Schieffer.
Uh-huh.
Does that ring any bells?
Maybe. What did he say?
So he was a photographer, or sorry, he was an author. He says he describes as perhaps the most widely witnessed UFO event in history. Except then later, it says, according to Schieffer, what became known as the Phoenix Lights incident of 1997 consists of 2 unrelated incidents, although both were the result of activities of the same organization, Operation Snowbird.
Okay, we're going to touch on that. We've got that coming up. The explanation.
So at first he says it is aliens, and later he says that it's not.
Right. And
after the dust settles, he says it's not.
There's a lot of backtracking. And this is where the conspiracy theorists come in, is because people think that they're being told what to say. And so they're going to change their stories. And this is a big reason why a lot of people came out as anonymous law enforcement or what have you. A lot of people didn't want to say, because they didn't want their name attached to their statement, because they were generally afraid of what the government was going to tell them what to do and what to say. There is a lot of backtracking, and there is a lot of statements changing, There's even a great deal of statements that people come out and be like, "It was a hoax. I know it was a hoax. I know the guy who flew the craft." Like, come the fuck on, man. This thing was like the size of a football field. It was not. It was nothing human.
Yeah, some people describe it as being big enough to land an aircraft carrier on top of it.
Yes.
Like, that's fucking huge.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, aircraft carrier in the 90s different than aircraft carrier now, but still really big.
Yeah, they're
skyscraper big, skyscraper wide.
It was big enough to cover the city of Phoenix.
Yeah.
I mean, it's huge, and lots and lots of information. But then, admittedly, there's a lot of people that I can see people that initially called in and made statements and were interviewed, just called in, made statements, and were interviewed to just, oh, this is my chance to be famous.
Right.
You know, I'm going to ride this wave. But then...
Does that happen?
It does. You'll see a lot of that in a lot of our investigations. But how much can you put on the governor, of all people? An elected official changing his story from joking about it to going back and saying, oh no, this craft was gigantic. It was huge. It was the biggest thing I've ever seen. That's what she said.
Yeah, I mean, he has very... I was going to say that earlier whenever what's-her-name was... When you played her first track, she's like, it was so big and so wide. I was like, yeah, that's what she said.
A flying can of tuna.
It's like 3 soda cans long.
Oh my gosh.
But like you said, what's the governor have to gain 20 years later?
Right. And
you know,
he at this point he doesn't have anything to lose.
Right.
Some research
not in public capacity anymore.
Some research I found was that when he did his press release was several weeks before an election.
So he wanted to be the even runner, you know, the even keeled, not, you know, doesn't jump to conspiracy stuff, doesn't jump to
right.
Wow. So that would explain a lot, actually, if he had an election coming up, because you don't want to be the candidate running that's like, there's aliens, like the first guy, right? The first official to jump to and be like, there's aliens.
Yeah.
Also, elect me. I got my head on it.
Right.
Right. Like probably not. Yeah, that's probably not conducive to a campaign. That's not a plank in your campaign plan.
No, not at all. Because then if you say anything, oh, those are definitely, I don't know what that was. It was a mystery. It was a craft, and I was a pilot. He sure didn't make any comment about being a pilot or working for the Air Force when he was doing that press release. People were gonna be like, "Are you gonna vote for him?" When he sees
fair taxes,
fantastical
better schools, and human-alien relations. Yeah, that's my running platform.
And then all his opponent had to say was, "I am not a fantastical person that believes in aliens, UFOs." Right. So, I can see why he did it. Made light of the situation, pushed it to the side, and did what he needed to do. But kudos on him for coming back 20 years later and doing the interview with CNN. Yeah, there's much more to that interview with CNN, and he talks about how he what do I got written down here? I had something. I must have tossed it. But yeah, he says so much more in that interview, but 90% of the interview is him backtracking. However, we do have one guy that was a security guard that came forward, and he used his name, and he did not lose his job. And he gave a statement. That this guy claims to have seen the same UFO and many others. So let's go ahead and play this clip of this guy. He was a security guard, and he saw the Phoenix Lights while he was on break, I think. His name is Tom Chavez.
On March 13th of 1997, I had left law enforcement, and I pursued private investigations work. And I happened to be at 27th Avenue, Van Buren, doing some paperwork. I just would look up every now and then, and I was writing my report, and I just looked up and something kind of caught my eye. That seemed just to kind of be floating and just just a constant speed, but nothing that I could associate with. They didn't flare. They did not emit a beam, like a floodlight, like landing aircraft lamp. There seemed to be some depth to them.
Okay, so he was a cop. And
yeah, I was gonna say, calling your security guard position private investigating is pretty.
Yeah.
So he must not been a security.
So he was a cop, which means he, take it as far as you want with integrity with police, especially nowadays.
Right, but usually not people that believe in wild stories.
Right. They are analytical type of people that take situations and look at evidence.
Right, because they can't do anything without facts.
Right. He was one of them that called it into the police station. And I do believe that if he was still an active police member, he probably would have been ridiculed pretty heavily.
Oh, sure.
So it's probably a good thing that he was...
gremlins in the bushes and leprechauns in the parking lots too, buddy? I mean,
right, yeah. So lots of calls came into the local Air Force Base that night. So many that they made us...
Is that Davis Monthan?
Say again?
Davis Monthan Air Force Base?
I believe so. I didn't write down exactly what the Air Force Base was. It sounds familiar. That's probably it. Forgive me for my inaccuracy.
I'm not sure. I think Davis Monthan is down near Tucson. I don't know if it's Luck Air Force Base. There's a couple here listed that different accounts claim that these, the A-10s were flying out of. I know A-10s do fly out of Davis Monthan, but I don't know which.
It was the Luke Air Force Base.
Luke Air Force Base.
Now that I see it, yeah. So, lots of calls came into Luke Air Force Base that night, so many that they made a statement the following day that said officially it was flares. Military flares. Here's a nice little slice of information. Did some research, did some number crunching, and took a little bit of math. Did some math.
Crunch some numbers into some lines and straighten them out.
That's right. I crossed my T's and gouged my eyes on this one. Military flares are designed to burn out within 150 to 400 feet of descent. For example, the LUU-2B flares, which is what they said they were using for that training exercise, burns for 4 to 5 minutes at an altitude of 1,000 feet, illuminating the ground at 5 lux in a radius of 1,500 feet. The F-16 flares burn for 3.5 to 5 seconds at 2,000 degrees. So, at the longest we're looking at is a flare burning for 5 minutes.
This was hours.
Yes.
It was like 7:30 to 10:30.
And it crossed the state.
Something like that. Yeah, and moved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
had locomotion.
Here's how flares work. Very simple. Parachute, a flare underneath, the flare burns, and it's the heat of the flare that keeps it partially aloft. It drops very slowly, but it drops.
Yeah.
We've all seen the movies of military flares going up or being dropped from a plane.
The little hand flares, yeah.
Right. But you got to think this is also it's a phosphoroluminescence, so which means it's going to burn very hot, very bright.
Right.
These flares are dropped and meant to be dropped to illuminate an area. And if you remember, the description was that the lights didn't seem to project downward. It was like it was recessed in something.
Right.
And
not like it just made a luminous ball. It was like it.
Right.
It was inside of some sort of half casing, some sort of structure.
Right. So the way I'm understanding it is if it was a flare, which is what the military says it was, the entire ground would be illuminated. So what do we say, 5, 6 lights?
Yeah.
In formation.
So you'd be illuminating half the city.
So 2 points. First one is, yes, we would be illuminating half the city because it is phosphoroluminescence. It burns very hot and very bright. It's used to illuminate battlefields. And secondly, it was in a V formation.
Mm-hmm.
One plane drops this direction, one plane drops this direction, but they said they only had one plane in the sky.
Right. So how do you make a perfect line of them all released in what looks like in the videos? And again, viewers, you can Google this. What looks like in the videos, almost perfectly spaced.
Exactly.
Or at least too even to have been somebody kicking them out, out of a mechanism in a plane.
So
and I even saw stuff where they said, so on the one hand they say it's flares, but then they also say, oh, it was a formation of 5 A-10 Warthogs.
Do you know how loud Warthogs are?
Right. Right. I mean they do call them the silent killer, right, for tanks, because they come up and they're quiet from the front.
Because they move fast.
Right, because they move fast and they move really low, and there's, they're made to be silent from the oncoming, but they're positioned over the middle of the city and they move fast. Like, it wouldn't look like a hovering line, like moving slowly. They can move slow-ish for a jet. Slow for a jet. That's not slow. It's just slow for a jet.
Right.
And on top of that, they're saying, oh, well, military planes aren't subject to the same sort of marker lights that
commercial craft.
Commercial craft
Right.
are. Right. Except they don't have headlights.
Right.
They don't have a giant spotlight on the front. And that's not how they use night vision at night if they're hunting tanks. Like they don't have a big spotlight on the front for anything.
Right.
The front of it's a big ass intake and a gun.
Yeah.
A gun that's the size of the plane.
Especially the Warthog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they're saying they keep saying that it's A-10s. The gun is the length of the craft on the inside. Like most of the guns on the inside of the fucking craft. There's no big ass spotlight on the front of it. So I appreciate that story, except show me a Warthog ever with a light bright enough on the front of it that flying over the city you'd see them all like that. I mean, it looks. I mean, they're really bright.
Yeah. And here's one more.
And seen for miles around.
Here's one more thing for you to consider.
Also, what's the advantage of a tank hunting aircraft to have a giant single light on the front of it?
Right.
Right.
There's so many inconsistencies about what the Air Force said.
Yes.
Here's my favorite tidbit, and I love this.
As always.
And I always throw this out, and it always shuts people up. If it were flares, even if they were parachuted and dropping at a controlled descent, the size of the craft that was sighted. Let me look and see what it says. Oh, jeez. It doesn't give a size, but the estimated size was around the size of a football field. So let's think about that for a second. If we were dropping flares at the length of a football field, drop one, it starts descending. You move forward a little bit, drop one, it starts descending. They're going to drop in a stair-step pattern.
Right. No matter how you release them.
All of the lights were in perfect formation with each other, even with each other.
And didn't really drop or move to the side, or, I mean, they're all proceeding forward in the same way, and not, at least in the video, not in a way that would be accounted for by wind, or, I mean, say whatever you want. Say it's wind, say, I've not seen anybody try to repeat it. So, to show that, oh, it's definitely flares. But I mean, if you've been out in the desert at night, man, it is windy. But
absolutely, there's nothing to break the wind.
No, but it's not that sort of. It's not it doesn't blow in that way. Like it swirls and it blows around, and
wavy patterns. It's not straight.
Yeah. The idea that these parachutes would all stay in this perfect line as it crossed the entire length of the city. I mean, it's just and the same height. It just sounds crazy.
It is crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
I mean, in that case, even though the video and the photos are grainy, in that respect, the video is really compelling because it does show position really clearly. Even if not much definition.
I'm gonna pull up YouTube. I'm gonna pull up a video. Everybody, just ignore my desktop. This is where I downloaded my video software. I'm gonna try.
Also, it sounded some of the people, the height that. So it's interesting. Some people said it was really high above the city, right? But then other people reported it seeming like that were underneath it, they said it seemed like it was only like 100 feet away or hundreds of feet away. Like they felt like if they threw a baseball, they could have hit it.
Yeah.
The outline of this craft.
Yeah.
Right? Like it was low enough that they could have hit it with objects.
We've added new deals. Wow, that's so loud. I'm so sorry. Let me kill this audio. We're going to deal with this ad for just a second. I want to show this video. So this says it's the original
Audio.
VHS tape. No audio.
No audio.
No audio. So I think what we're seeing here is the prominence of the first light. So we may, oh, look at that, it flares out. Oh, well, this is an old 97, folks. I'm sorry.
That was his focus. Yeah, that was his focus. Backed it up. And for those of you that don't know much about Phoenix, Phoenix is surrounded by mountains, much like any town that they built up in Arizona. It's usually in a valley amongst peaks.
Okay, look.
And so this looks like it's coming around the hill.
We've got two now. Spaced
Yep.
far apart.
Mm-hmm. And the other one came on much, much later.
Oh,
So again, like you said,
look
it
at that.
got dropped.
It's split. So there's four now.
Yep.
So now we've got four lights, what used to be two. Oh, now we're down to three. There's four. They're moving upward. Well, no, they're kind of sideways, like they're next to each other. There's another one.
Yeah, and there it is again. And that's that bow shape that people described.
There's another one.
There's another one. So now you're up to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7.
Yeah. Plus this one still over here all the way at the left.
And they're pulsing, too, if you watch it. I mean, they twinkle a little bit, but it's almost like they're pulsing around the rim of it.
Definitely not burning.
No.
So if these were not solar flares, I'm reading too much news. If these were military flares, I'm up on previous and current events. If these were military flares, these things would be so bright, this close together, that you could see individual buildings underneath. There would be light underneath it. Oh look, now we lost one, and now they're evening out.
Now it's 5. Yeah, and turning into a line, sorta. But they're not dropping; they're changing their position forward and backward.
Right.
Like.
And look, that one from the mountainside is getting closer to. Oh no, it's gone. Okay, so that's weird. It was definitely moving towards the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not dropping.
You know, and again, how long is this video?
We're about half through. We've got another minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Okay. And so,
nope.
You said military flares burn from 2 to 4 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, look, they're burning out of sequence.
Oh yeah, out of sequence from the way that they appeared, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
So this video must be the first sighting that night. It really doesn't. I mean, they peter out. Don't get me wrong. But I don't see.
But it is in a very different order than the way that they came on. So like the last ones to come on were the first ones to disappear, and the first ones to come on were the last ones to disappear.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean.
And then that one by the mountain disappeared kind of in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I guess manufacturing inconsistencies can be what they are. And you can say, well, maybe some flares are made better than others. But they went out almost in the reverse order of which they came on. Almost like, kind of like a craft testing fucking, you know, lights or something.
Yeah, like, let's flip the lights on and see if they notice.
Right.
But this must be the original sighting that happened before the craft was sighted over the city and showed to move over the town.
Yeah, so this is where I think people get the thing about you know, 2 different instances, right? So you have this one that sort of makes like a bow shape, right in the sky, or a bow shape, or like half a ring, or the beginnings of a ring. And then there's the account from a different angle of the Carpenter Square that everybody describes.
Right.
That actually moves across the city. And you know, I mean, like I said, I think I think the Air Force's explanations for it are very creative.
It was
But I'm
it was
and I'm a
good, but
doubter. I'm a doubter. For everybody that doesn't know listening, I am the skeptic. I'm the skeptic here, and I like evidence. But I'm also like Fox Mulder, like I want to believe. Like I am receptive, but there is a lot. I mean, as anybody knows, there is a lot of junk out there, right? There are
Right.
people, there are fame seekers, there are, you know, attention getters. You know, there's the, you know, the folks in shall we call it prefabbed homes that get sucked up by aliens along with the cows.
Yeah.
And you know, and so it makes a lot of, you know, it's easy to be a skeptic. But I, you know, in this case, I think I'm more skeptical of the story that the U.S. Air Force is trying to give.
it was so flimsy to begin with.
It's weak. It's just weak, man. It lands flat.
With a simple Google search, I was able to determine the rate and the time at which flares drop and burn out. This was,
although to be fair,
it wasn't
in
available in 97.
Nobody could have Googled it.
Right.
Nobody could have Googled
Right.
it. And,
Yeah.
and the research was not widely available, so they probably thought it'd fly for a while.
I seriously doubt you could find a book in the library in Phoenix in 1997 about at what rate and speed and how fast do they burn out do military flares go.
Right, especially since they gave you like a model number, you know, the
Right.
one that they use. And then there's, you know, of course, in 97, there's no video or public information
Right.
about said flares.
So
I get why they thought it would fly,
It-
and why it's easy for us to pick it apart now.
So, for a modern layman, when it comes to research, was able to just tear their little excuse apart. Seems a little half-assed, and I'm not happy with their explanation. I think we know how I feel about it.
Well, and you know, the other side of it too is, I mean, even if they were doing military exercises, so Davis Monthan Air Force Base in near Tucson flies, you know, they're the A-10 Warthog Squadron. That's where pilots for the Air Force go to get trained on flying A-10 Warthogs. That's the place.
Yeah.
They fly from Davis Monthan Air Force Base out to you know, maneuvers areas, right? Like areas that are designated for maneuvers. And when they're flying over populous areas, they're flying at a much lower rate of speed, and they have, you know, they fly designated flight paths. And they're generally not coming and going at night, although I'm sure that they have night maneuvers out there.
Oops.
But you see them daily. If you're in Tucson, you see daily, you'll see sets of 2, 4, and 6 A-10s flying out for the day in the morning to go do maneuvers, and they'll come home in the evening. I mean, and again, they may do night maneuvers, but since when do they do maneuvers over populated areas?
Okay, what was
so the Air Force is admitting that they're doing practice maneuvers over top of heavily populated cities.
What was the name
That
of
doesn't
that?
make any sense either.
What was the name of the Air Force base you're talking about?
So Davis Monthan Air Force Base is in Tucson, and that's where all of the A-10 Warthogs fly out of.
Okay.
Again, this coming from somebody who was out there most summers for several years in a row. That's what I'd see in the middle of the day. They'd be flying out in the mornings. You'd hear them. You'd hear them before you saw them because, like you said, they're loud as fuck.
Okay, so this is
You'd hear 'em
definitely
before
the
you
Air
saw 'em.
Force base right here.
Yes, the blank area. Yes,
So
that's it.
So let's zoom
And
out.
where the highway goes through it, it's funny. The highway goes right through the middle of the base, but where the highway goes through it, it drops. The highway drops into the ground like 3 stories. So as you're driving through it, you're driving through these walls on either side.
Right.
And there's areas that go across the highway for the A-10s to cross over from storage over to the actual runways to take off.
Okay, so here's Davis Monthan.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good ways out from Phoenix.
Yep.
Let's find Luke Air Force.
And I don't know where they were doing maneuvers at. I know White Sands is a missile range, but it's also a range for all sorts of live weapons fire. but I don't know that that's where they were going.
Okay.
And that would be the wrong direction anyway.
Look at that. That is not. That's just. It's just a fucking runway, man.
Yeah. So Davis Monthan is the Air Force base in Arizona. I don't know what Luck is, but that's where everybody was calling into.
So,
because it's in Phoenix.
So if they were dropping flares, it would have been from probably Davis Monthan, like you said, because that's where they fly the Warhogs out.
Mm-hmm.
Northwest to Luke.
Heading south?
Heading northwest.
Heading northwest.
Because
okay.
You would drop on your flight pattern, turn around, go back to where you were heading.
But again, then my question would be, okay, so even if we assume that they're military flares, military flares that are made of, burning phosphorus or magnesium,
right?
Over top of a populous area.
Oh yeah, that's just bad practice. Look at all this desert.
Right. So I have a hard time believing that was what they said they were going to do. Oh yeah, we're going to go do a test run. We're going to run maneuvers, but we'll do it over a couple million people.
Yeah, we're going to drop phosphorus or magnesium flares over people's houses.
In an area that routinely has burn bans throughout the year because of
right.
I mean, you'd think desert. There's not a lot to burn, but desert fires are a big thing out there, and they have burn bans through large parts of the year because of how dry it is, except in like June, July when the monsoons are coming through and it rains all the time.
Okay, so
to drop military flares over an area that's known for fires. Again, I'm just having a hard time believing that the brass is like, that's what we're gonna do.
So if they're saying that they dropped flares from a Warthog from over near Tucson up to Luke Air Force Base, and for those that aren't watching this on YouTube, I'm sorry, but we're looking at a map on Google Maps, that would be going southeast to northwest. Let me reread what I said earlier. Witnesses described seeing a formation of lights in a V-shaped pattern moving slowly across the sky southward. So that means they would fly southeast to northwest, turn around, go north, circle around, go south, drop flares, turn southeast to go back to the base.
I wish I knew somebody who was a military pilot, because
we could find out what the pattern is, the exact.
Well, yeah, because I would have questions. So, what maneuver would you fly in which you would drop flares and make this sort of pattern in the air? Because it's not if it was.
So we're going.
If it was a V-shaped pattern.
Let me face the camera. We're going up, turning around, coming back down, dropping flares, then turning back towards the base. For efficiency's sake, I know airplanes do not waste time in the sky. They're going to go straight to their destination, turn around, come back.
Right. I mean, they do. I mean, if you get into like commercial and like, private aircraft, they do a lot of time wasting time in the air when you're waiting to land.
Right.
Right. I mean, you do maneuvers when you're in a holding pattern to wait to land, but military aircraft do not have that.
Right.
Because they don't need to. And the other thing is, live fire missions and even stuff like that out to practice missions are heavily planned out.
Exactly.
I mean, not like there's a big ass committee, but I mean, there's a whole planning process. It's all plotted out. The pilots are just doing what they were told to do. So
right.
This looks more like aeronautical aerobatics.
Right.
The description for how you would have to do this.
A holding pattern for an aircraft is circling the airport.
Yeah.
Not
they're
not flying back towards the airport, diverting south and just being like, well, we'll just wait till they call us. Oh, while we're here, let's go ahead and drop our flares. In a V-shaped formation. So fly south, drop our flares, turn around, circle back, fly 90 degrees perpendicular to our original pattern, drop more flares, and then decide to turn back towards base.
And I do get I mean, I do get why they decided to say flares and those aircraft, right? Because those aircraft do fly low, and they are sort of the backbone of a, mechanized battlefield, right? There are our Swiss Army knife of the battlefield, right? Their reconnaissance, their firepower, their support, they're the saving grace of like troops on the ground,
right?
Because of what they do. But I'm just not, the part that I'm having the hardest time believing is an active practice mission with incendiaries over a populated U.S. city.
Heavy populated. What did we say?
Yeah.
1.13 million people.
Yeah, that's the part that I'm having trouble getting behind. Okay, so what's your next point? That's probably all the tangent we need on.
I've covered the story.
Rest military stories.
I've covered my fucking story. I've said what I need to say about the story. I firmly believe that this was a genuine UFO encounter. There's too many eyewitnesses. I want to say that there's 10 or 12 different video occurrences, which is a lot for the 90s.
Right.
Of this alien
and a lot
craft.
Yeah, that's a lot for most sightings.
I mean, we've got right now, as the United States sits, we've got a phone with a camera in everybody's hand, and we're not really catching UFOs and aliens and supernatural things on film. But back in the 90s, it happened, and people across town caught it from different angles. People seen it from different angles. I feel like this is the most genuine, the most viewed, and the most experienced UFO encounter in United States history. And let the military say what they want to say. I don't think that it was a training exercise. Nothing seems to line up. It doesn't make sense. And they would have to come at me with a flight pan and be like, this is exactly what we did, and we decided to do floopty-floops in the air to make this line up. And I would need to talk to everybody that was on that plane to be changed.
Well, and so it's interesting that you say that. So, let me find. Okay, so a Maryland A&G pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Ed Jones, responding to a March 2007 media query, confirmed that he had flown one of the aircraft in the formation that dropped flares on the night in question. Squadron to which he belonged was at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base on a training exercise at the time, and flew training sorties to the Goldwater Air Force Range. That must be where they go and practice. In question, according to the Maryland A&G, a history of the Maryland A&G published in 2000 asserted that the squadron, the 104th Fighter Squadron, was responsible for the incident. The first reports that members of Maryland A&G were responsible for the incident was published in the Arizona Republic in July 1997. So this happened in March, April, May, June, July. So 4 months later, they found someone to say that they were part of the squadron. So on the one hand, nobody's going to be able to dispute what he says because you can't pull military records. I mean, I guess you could try to FOIA it, but they could claim it's training exercises and tell you that it's not, they don't have to release it. So on the one hand, I don't take that as being like any sort of concrete because you can't back it up. I can't fact check you that your squadron flew X day at X time other than that you said so.
If you would avert your gaze to our window open of Google Maps, I have dropped a pin on Barry M. Goldwater Air Force Range, this entire purple area.
Okay.
So let's look and see where... Oh, what was the other Air Force base?
Davis-Monthan. So that doesn't even go over Phoenix.
No, Davis-Monthan is here. Right there.
Yeah, that doesn't even go over Phoenix.
Davis-Monthan, right there. So that would be as a plane would fly in a training exercise. Get there,
over almost no population.
Whoop, straight line from there to there does not go over Phoenix.
Right. So what? So the military is admitting to gross incompetence or oversight by doing live exercises over top of populated areas, or they have a terrible story.
So they decided they wanted to instead of fly over their training area, instead divert north over 1.13 million people and drop their training exercise.
Divert north a couple 100 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, folks.
Yeah.
Come on, folks.
So here's my feel on it. So the skeptic in me wants to say, on both sides, I don't believe what the Air Force is saying. So I'm going to throw all that out. I don't believe that story. It's not a good story. Whether they have a better story somewhere that they're not telling anybody, I don't know, because they didn't say anything about it, and all we have is the one they gave us. And I don't believe any of that. So we'll throw that out.
Throw it.
But on the other hand, and eyewitness accounts saying that they could see, sort of a perimeter aside from the lights from underneath that looked like, two rulers meeting at the tip, right? Just the tip. And so
just
that
that's what she said.
And so, and they're people, they're unnamed anonymous people, in that they didn't say it, so you'd be like, yeah, John said that. It was John saw it. John Smith, right? They weren't trying to get their name in the paper because they wouldn't even name themselves because they were embarrassed to even say it.
Right.
So, but then on the other side of it is, I'm like, I mean, not that I guess we can maybe identify with aliens on a reason-based, platform. Like, I can't be like, I can think like an alien and think if they're doing it. But my question would be, so what's the motivation?
Right. So
what's the motivation? Not for being over it, I get that. But what's the motivation with the lights?
What I like to do when it comes to debunking stories about UFOs and aliens is the people that tell the story, what will they gain from telling the story, or what will they lose? Right. So a lot of the stories that have been debunked are, I was abducted by aliens. Story A is I was just abducted by aliens. Story B, I was abducted by aliens. Here's the book that I just put out. Go out and buy it. I'm going to start giving speeches at Comic-Con, and people got to pay $20 to enter. Okay, so you've got one group of people that are making money out of it, and then you've got a group of people that are just telling the story just to tell the story.
Right.
Now, there is a group of people that will tell the story, but they don't want their name attached to it because there is a stigma. So I'm looking at this, and I'm seeing the people that have come forward and talked about their experiences. What are they gaining? What are they losing? So we've already established that the governor, he kind of covered his ass. It was an election year.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's pretty compelling, actually, is that an election was months away.
Right.
That's pretty compelling.
So he stand to lose in an election. That's I mean,
his whole career.
Right. That's what he does.
And credibility.
He's an elected official, so he could stand to lose that elected position.
He could stand to lose that election and every election after, because he'd be that guy.
Now, what was the lady's name? Lynn. Lynn never really put out a book, but she is the face, heavy air quotes, of the Phoenix Lights phenomenon.
Right.
But she does not get paid for her interviews.
Okay.
I mean, they might throw her something just for giving a good story or whatever, but I haven't seen anything in my research that says that she's being paid. Like, she'd come up and said, "Yeah, I'll do your interview for $1,000."
Right. Right.
She's never put out a book. The people that have published the original video, the VHS that we saw, never. So the video we saw specifically, the people were never named. They did it anonymously, which means they never profited from it.
Right. Right. And a lot of people that reported it didn't want to give their name.
Right. Even the security guard that did give his name, or private investigator, quote unquote, he didn't go out and write a book. He didn't go to Comic-Con and give speeches. There's nobody profiting from this. It's just people.
And his thing was quite a bit after too, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was. I think it was a year later when he came forward.
Yeah.
There's so much evidence that says that nobody profited from it, which means their intentions were genuine. At least that's what
They didn't have a motivation to
right
propagate the idea.
It wasn't a money grab for them. It was
Right.
them. I saw something amazing, and it rattled me to the core, and I need to tell somebody. I don't see anything that comes across as sideways aside from what the military says.
Right. And of course, as someone who wants to believe, what I really want is for an alien to step down and give a fucking interview.
Right.
Right. Like in the middle, come down in the middle of New York, like Independence Day, but be nice.
Right. Yeah.
Drop down on a giant saucer.
Don't blow up the White House, but instead step out and be like, "We are here to promote peace."
Right. That's what I want to see. Right. And then I'll be like, yes. But we'll cover other stories. There's some other stories out there that I can't think of their popular title at the moment, but there's some others that I can think of that are chillingly persuasive, right?
Yeah.
And this one, as a sighting goes, right, a sighting with nobody's story of an encounter, this is pretty compelling, right? Because of the reason you stated, right? People aren't profiting from telling it, and mostly don't want to be associated with it, but did want to say that they saw something.
I mean, Kurt Russell came out and said something. He didn't write a book about it, and he's famous.
No. Yeah, and he is an attention grabber, and didn't make a book out of it or anything like that.
And that quote that I played for you is the extent of the quote. That's all he said was like, yeah, I saw it. I called it in. They said there's nothing on radar. What else do you want us to do? And that was the end of the end of the quote. He was like, I did what I could.
Right.
And they just like, nope.
And I guess the other side of it for me is that the number of people that saw it, and if the Air Force had just said nothing, for instance, if they had said nothing, I would actually be more convinced that it could have been a military exercise.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
If they had said nothing, I'd be like, oh, they don't want to say nothing because they're doing some things.
Right.
But they came out so quick and wanted to say something, and it falls on its face in so many ways. It makes me more inclined to feel like it was something they didn't know about either, but they wanted to control the narrative.
Right. And there's just nothing else to persuade me otherwise. It would take a literal act of Congress to change my mind. Like, they would have to send a cease and desist. You can't think their individual thoughts anymore. You must believe what we believe.
Okay, so the Phoenix Lights then. So I think I already know what your vote is, but legitimate or bullshit?
I think it's absolutely legitimate. Absolutely. Unequivocally.
So I think if we're talking about unidentified flying objects, right, or what does UAP stand for?
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Right.
That's the new glossy term for UFOs.
Right, because UFOs gotten so much stuff piled on. So I'm going to say legit. Based on the criteria of obviously unidentified, not what the military is trying to call it. And definitely an unknown element, right? Something that we don't understand or don't have an explanation for. So I'm gonna say legit.
I'm not saying it's aliens. I would love to. I would love to say it's aliens.
I don't think that I want it to be.
But so do I.
I want it to be, but I don't think there's no evidence to point that it is that either. But as far as UAP, UFO, yeah, for sure, because nobody's got a good explanation, and lots of people caught it on film. We've got an explanation that's not a hoax. We can rule that out. We can rule out that it's not what the military said. So, so it's legit,
right?
So,
right,
yeah.
So
no, that was a good one. That's a good one to start with.
This is now you see why it's my favorite story. It's so good. It's so heavily documented. And I encourage anybody out there to go and research this on your own. There's whole subreddits about this. There's whole subreddits about the other side of the story, saying that it's all a hoax. I mean, it all comes down to flares. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. It's bullshit. It's a poor excuse.
Something else. If you could point to something else, I'd be willing to listen. But the flares thing doesn't fly for me.
I would need to see like specifics about flight patterns, how they test, what made them decide to fly over Phoenix and do it, how they got the V formation with one craft.
Right.
I'm just
right, or even show me multiple crafts doing it at night. I mean, show me
Right.
multiple crafts making the same thing, happen and burning. If they're burning flares, burn the same way. I mean, just show me, and I'm open to it. But what we've seen and what we've heard, I just don't believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe the flare thing.
Well,
So,
fantastic. Fucking
for UFO
fantastic.
UAP, I'm down. I think so.
I'm gonna call that a win. I'm gonna call that a win.
Yeah, I think that's a good one.
Let's mark that
Now-
one down. One for UFOs, aliens. Well, not aliens. One for UFOs, one for UAPs, and 0 for the United States military. Sorry, you guys tried and failed.
Like Vic said, you should all go and look into this because there's so much more about the story that we can't cover
Oh
in
my
a single
God.
podcast. I mean, just the number of eyewitness accounts and the amount of video and the amount of photos and there's radio chatter. There's all kinds of stuff that you can look into and read about it if you're really interested in it. I mean, tell us we're wrong. Leave a comment. Leave a message. Tell us we're wrong because of this thing. I mean, we're happy to hear it, but I just don't think you're going to come to a stronger conclusion than we did, which is, we don't know, but it's not what people are saying.
And this is why our format's gonna work, because I am the guy that wants to be the fucking aliens. We're flying over Phoenix, but on the flip side of that, we've got Aeon over here. He's gonna be the logical, nonsensical side of the coin, where he wants to look objectively at what we're looking at for the week. So,
I mean, because I'm not gonna jump to this and be like, oh well, it has to be aliens. I mean, that's not the only explanation. I mean, in the realm of possibilities, there are lots of possibilities out there, and the truth is, more things are possible than we imagine. But I haven't been presented with any evidence that it's anything else.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't see any evidence that it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Right.
But I am on board that it's a UAP, UFO. I mean, by definition.
United States
And
military,
by definition.
show me a craft that big, and I'll shut up.
Right. Right. Also, if you have crafts that big, I super definitely want to see.
Yeah, I want to see pictures. Contact me. So, before we go, I'm going to go ahead and plug the show just a little tiny bit. We haven't set up social media yet, but we will. It is coming. I'm going to give out our email here. So if you have a story that you want to hear, feel free to call in a suggestion. Let us know what you think. Let us know how we're doing. I mean, if you think we suck, let us know. I don't care.
Yeah,
tell us.
We've got thick enough skin.
Well, let us know what we're doing wrong. If the audio sounds like crap, let us know. We can fix things. We're smart individuals. We will do it whatever we need to make this work. We are passionate about this, or at least I am. So, if you have any suggestions for a future story, please feel free to email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Again, that is beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Or, I'm sorry, beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. I'll edit out that middle one. I will work this weekend to set up social medias, and I'm probably going to clip the hell out of this video and make some nice reels, start posting to social media. So if you see us, be sure to follow us on. We're going to probably be on Instagram, probably going to be on Facebook, probably going to be on TikTok, and definitely going to be on YouTube. It's going to upload this video. So if you're on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, whatever it is that you guys listen to your podcasts on, be sure to go over to YouTube, check us out, hit us up on social media, and hit that like button. Let us know.
Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I mean, I mean, if you hate it, listen to us mess it up some more. If you like it, you'll be able to catch the next ones.
Right.
We're gonna
And
try to do them once a week. I'm sure we'll miss some. It's not going to be perfect, but we'll get it down.
we are humans and we have jobs and lives. So
This definitely isn't paying any bills
I'm
at the
sorry.
moment.
We will eventually have a Patreon, but we don't have enough content to push anything out. So until then, we will keep everybody updated in the socials. Check out the show notes for links to the YouTube videos that I referenced. Thanks again to CNN for your audio clips from your interviews. Do you have anything you want to say before we go?
I mean, thank you, Victus. This is an awesome idea. You know, we've been looking to do some sort of project together forever.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect idea. This is stuff that I don't know a whole lot about yet. And I'm glad that you do, because this is the things that are unknown are ultra interesting to me. And before you guys think that we're only going to be covering UFOs, that's not the case. We're going to cover all sorts of unknowns.
You don't even know.
Unknowns, unexplains. From outer space to inner space. I mean, we are open to it. So send us stuff, because I'm sure you've thought of stuff that we haven't. We have we have some ideas in mind, but we would love to hear what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. The feedback goes a long way, because this is our first episode, so we're kind of, that's why we went with, my favorite story, because it's a good opener to give you guys a feel for what we're doing. And I hope you guys like what we hear. We're trying. We really are. I promise.
We want it to be fun.
Yeah, we do. So check out the show notes, and we will put links in there to the socials. I'll get those set up just as soon as possible. And again, if you guys have any suggestions, any comments, questions, feel free to email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. We will respond. I promise you.
And be sure to follow us.
Yeah.
To the shadows.
Yes.
creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Different, because everybody's new to Appalachia. Like nobody's been there. Everybody's new to there at the same time as I'm getting out of the vault. It's very cool. I like it.
I just reinstalled Red Dead Redemption 2 yesterday.
Oh, that's
and
a good game. Jesus.
I forgot how much of a joy that game is. It just
Especially when you get into all the mods and stuff they have for it. Oh my god.
Yeah. Don't get me started on the mods yet.
My favorite is the carriages travel at light speed. Carriages and trains travel at light speed. It's so funny. So funny. They wreck going around a corner and go flying off the map. Like dudes steal take the they're carrying around the giant artillery cannon. Like that normally mounts on a train or on a wagon, but they're just carrying it as a. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? One dude had a handgun, but it just fired sticks of dynamite, like that went off later. Like they didn't go off on impact. It was just like throwing a stick of dynamite. So he just had like a revolver that shot sticks of dynamite. I was like, what?
Yes, I love mod communities. It's what makes a game a game. It truly does.
Me too. Although that's how I ruined Fallout 4 was mods, because it just got boring because I didn't really have to I could just run straight there and kill anything on the way.
Yeah.
So it's Fallout 76. There's no way to mod it because it's a live game.
Yeah.
Right? There's no hacks. There's no cheats. There's no nothing. So it keeps me honest, and it's been much more interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna replay this entire game all the way through, without mods, and then I'm gonna go balls to the walls with mods.
The mods are fun.
Yes.
So I would have liked. What is the game? Elden Ring.
Yes.
Yeah, Elden Ring. I would have liked it better with some mods because I just died so fucking much.
Yes.
Like
mind your language, sir.
To the point that it was just not. Yeah, sorry. To the point that it was just not even fun. Like,
yeah, that's
just frustrating.
That's the nature of that type of game. Dark Souls was the same way, and that's why I never got into Dark Souls. But Elden Ring you could play with somebody after a certain point. And I had a homeboy who's been playing since day one, and he's like, "I'll play with you, sure, let's go." And the game became much more tolerable.
Yeah, if it had crossplay, I would have played it with you. It would have been more fun.
Any hoots and hollers? We are live. We've been rambling about video games. Welcome everybody. This is Beyond the Shadows podcast. This is episode hold on 29. This is our 29th episode. We have officially passed over 6 months of episodes for this podcast. It doesn't seem like 6 months we've been doing this, does it?
It doesn't. I'm impressed.
Which brings me to my next question.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all want to end the season at the end of the year, or do you want to wait till we hit 52 episodes?
Might as well. We can end at the end of the year and start. The first season will be a half season, and then start over.
Yeah, take a couple weeks at the first of the year. Yeah,
and then start it over and bring reboot it.
Okay, that'll give some time because I've got like graphics for season 1 attached to everything.
You can change the graphics, yeah.
Graphics for Twitch for season 1, all sorts of things that'll have to change, and maybe we'll get a new intro video. I don't know. We'll just see what happens. I did reach out. So my wife's sister's husband's son. So her son-in-law, my wife's sister's son-in-law.
Yeah, that's a lot of prefixes.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So my wife's sister is married, but he has 2 kids, and his son is a DJ. And I listened to some of his stuff, and I'm impressed. and he's just looking for some exposure. So I'm going to reach out to him and see if he'll throw together some music for us, 10, 15 songs, and maybe we'll use it as our playlist throughout season 2.
That'd be cool.
Crazy industrials. He's into industrial right now. So
right on. I like industrial.
Yeah, my sister's, my wife's sister's husband turned me on to this musician. Oh geez, what was his name? The Bishop or something, Bishop and something. I actually sent you something on Instagram about it.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Who I don't know. Anywho, it was dude does like, instead of using like a MIDI controller to do his thing, it just hits a button and there's a loop. He has like physical controllers. So his bass hit, he's got a glove that he wears on a slide, and he slides it, and when it makes contact, that's the bass hit.
Nice.
And then he's got this array of 6 different microphones, and each one sounds different. So he'll move over and make different sounds while he's and dude's got like custom microphones built into like Soviet era gas masks.
That's
and oh man, sound is incredible, pure industrial, and it is intense. Eat your heart out, Trent Reznor. Can't hold a candle to this dude.
I like it when people do a whole bunch of live stage control, like actual stage composition like that. Like that's because I mean, I don't want to say anybody can do the DJ thing, but I mean, if you can understand how it works mixing tracks, it's not that big a deal.
Right.
And then same with loops. If you're not making any of the loops,
yeah,
I mean, it's still a process. But when you're up there playing live instruments and then looping the live instrument and then play, like one of my favorite dudes to see still is Keller Williams. Keller Williams gets up there on stage. He just has a bunch of Gibson loopers, like foot pedal loopers.
Yeah.
Each plugged in, they're on mics and then on his instruments. And so he'll get up there with his guitar. He's got one loop set up for his guitar, one loop set up for his voice, and then sometimes one for a didgeridoo. And like, he does this thing with his hand in his mouth that sounds exactly like a trumpet.
Oh.
And so he'll loop he's the one man band. Like he loops everything and it sounds like a whole freaking band up there. Like he uses the guitar for the percussion, like and he's not, it's super low tech, but dude, it is great. He even does some electronic sounding stuff. Like one time he got up there he had one of those little tap button things on his phone. Like you make loops on your phone, right?
Yeah.
And so he was like talking in this mic and like holding his cell phone up to another mic for the electronic loops. Like it was very funny. I was like, dude, that is genius. Because like I said, nothing he does is super complicated other than he's incredibly talented as a musician. The loop and he's his timing's great.
Yeah. I was trying to pull that video up of dude, but for some reason it's just not showing anything. I don't know why. But that was weird. Yeah, I sent it to you. Yeah, dude's crazy. You should, when you get a second, look at your messages on Instagram. I sent you a video. I also sent you a picture of my new mic. But anyway, so this is our last episode of season 1. We did it. We made it. Yeah, that was it. Good night, everybody. No, cue the exit. What's the intro video again? No. So yeah, this will be our last episode for season 1. We did it. We made a great run for season 1. We're not like killing it with numbers or anything, but we're having a blast, and I think that's what matters. Many nights of technical difficulties.
Yes,
and I think we came out okay at the other end.
Yeah, we've worked out most of that stuff at this point.
Yeah, the layout's changing a little bit. Well, season 2 will come. Let's say we'll give it. You want to do the second? You want to do episode 1 of season 2 the second week of January or the third week of January?
Oh, we can do it the second. We don't need to take too much time off.
Okay, so the second Sunday of January will be episode 1 of season 2, and you'll see our bright shining faces, especially Paul's. He's
Speaking of faces,
Speaking of faces,
there's
how you
his
doing?
face.
How you doing, silent handsome Paul?
Fine.
Or,
I feel
um,
kind of yucky.
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, we
I've been.
feel pretty bad.
I'm glad y'all are here tonight because I struggle when I'm by myself. There's no banter. You can't banter with yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
So what are you gonna do? I could. I may or may not have a little bit.
That's
And
fine.
if the lighting in here wasn't creative, you would see me blush more. So I'm glad it's not creative. Which I did change up the lighting scheme for this evening. We're doing green accent lighting tonight.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, rope lighting, everybody. So this is our last episode of season 1. We've got rapid fire tonight, the remnants of what was last month, because you sent us so many for the episode that we're still going through them. My holiday was okay. I reckon y'all's were. Y'all told me a little bit about what y'all did. I hope our listeners, I hope your holiday was good. Happy. What did I say in that text message to you, Paul? Merry holidays.
Yeah, Merry Holidays.
I was trying to be silly. Very, very non-committal to any holiday in particular. I almost said something about Krampus, but I decided not to. We did. So last week, y'all weren't here, but I did cover a thinly veiled version of Krampus called Hans Trap the Christmas Scarecrow before I talked about a UFO investigation. Yeah, it was.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it was a little different. There wasn't a lot of information that when you looked up like traditional pictures of Hans Trap, he looked like Krampus, just not as demonized, not so demon looking. He didn't have the horns, but he did have a crazy looking mask. But he carried a bundle of birch sticks and he would take naughty kids away. But he was often depicted as an evil scarecrow. I want to say he was French or from the Netherlands, one or the other. I don't remember. I've been watching, we just finished season 2 of Interview with the Vampire. So I'm thinking of all these different countries now. Excellent, by the way. If you haven't watched it, you need to.
We have.
Oh, it's very good. Like, the wife would be like, okay, that's enough of that for the night. And I'd be like, you really want to leave on that cliff? Come on. It was like, it's only 11 o'clock. Yeah, it's only 2 a.m. Come on, one more. It just killed me. So we binged the whole half of the season this morning just to get, because it was like every episode stopped and you were like, well, no, I know what happens, but I want to see what happens.
Right.
You know, the translation came across pretty well. I didn't really see any flaws with the show, but I'm going to say this, so I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything, but they didn't have to make every character gay. They didn't.
The vampires, a lot of them were gay.
Everybody was gay, and I was like, "Cool, Claudia's straight." And then she's like hanging out. She was supposed to have been a motherly figure in the book. She turned what's her face to be a motherly figure, and I was like, "No, they're getting too close. Come on."
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't have to be gay. No offense. I'm sorry. That's my commentary. It's just commentary. But it was great. I really enjoyed it. I did find out that they've been renewed for season 3, and they're going to start in the telling of the book, The Vampire Lestat. So.
Oh, good. Oh, okay. That'll be good because we liked it a lot. We thought it was great.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
It was great.
That's I feel like it told the story from the book better than the first movie did. And I hate the fact that Lestat in the new show looked so much like Brad Pitt from the old movie.
Yeah, I saw
Drove me crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
they did do that. Yeah,
look just like him. I kept pulling up pictures. Look, see,
it's
Brad
him.
Pitt.
Yeah,
It's Brad
no,
Pitt.
they definitely made him look. They definitely picked a guy that looked just like him. Also, though, a good Paul loves a good costume drama, so if they can also be gay vampires on top of it, it's definitely his jam. Paul's
You've
favorite.
never looked in my Kindle to see how many vampire gay novels I've read.
I don't need to. I know you have all the gay looking vampire novels.
if you're into reading vampire books, I could recommend a really good series. It's one of my favorite series. Nobody's gay in it, but it's like a coming of age high school. It's technically a young adult novel series, but they're all vampires, and it's a really unique twist on the vampire thing.
Is that the
It's
one
called
where they have the tattoos?
Yes, the House of Night
I've heard of
series.
it. Yeah, I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
Yeah,
My mom's been reading it.
back when we were living together, I had them all secretly stored away, and it was my guilty pleasure. The only book I've ever read cover to cover in one sitting
Really?
was the first book of the House of Night series. Paul, you would love it. I think you would. If you're into if you like the Interview with the Vampire, you'll like House of Night series. It's good. It's good.
So I have a book series for you that you'll like. It's
Pray tell.
called Carl the Dungeon Crawler.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, so it's the one that like the inside cover was like death machine driving goblins, meth dealing llamas, and an alien race turns the whole planet into a dungeon. Hell yes, we're in. Like that's the inside cover.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so an alien race comes and takes the planet, kind of like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we put up a notice, but you didn't see it, so now we're going to mine your whole planet for resources, right? It's like that, but part of the contract of this for like undeveloped planets is they have to have the opportunity to win back their resources. And so they do it by basically they collapse everything on the surface down underground, like buildings and everything. So anybody that was inside died. Anybody that was outside survived, and they open up entrances to the dungeon, like 4 hours later, and you can enter, or you don't have to, but if you enter, if you can get to the 18th floor, you have the opportunity to win and win back your resource. Nobody ever has, but you have the opportunity. But it's like a mix of like Cyberpunk meets Dungeons and Dragons. Like it's so good. It's so good. I just finished book 3, and the other ones are not in print yet. They're all in digital. But
as you send me a link, I do a little bit of reading now. I'm trying to peel away from the video game so much because I do play a lot.
Yeah, I've started back to reading in the evenings. Did you watch the series The Expanse?
Maybe.
It's a space.
No, I didn't.
Sci-fi thing. Anyway, I found the book series that The Expanse is from. The Expanse stopped on like book 4, and there's 9 books. So, and they're all like big.
Yeah.
Big thin paper, 2,000 page books. So I'm going to start those.
I did just recently finish Ready Player 2.
Oh, I didn't know you made a second book.
Oh, yes, it's good. It's not as good as the first because it had, the first one had that fantastical, new, amazing world that you're exploring. And this one is, the world's already established. So the wonder's not quite there, but he's a pretty good author. It's Ernest Cline. Check him out. Ready Player 2.
That's what I liked about the Dungeon Crawler series was it was a whole, this whole new world you're finding out about. I like that. I like that a lot. That's my favorite part of the new series.
No, Ernest Cline wrote Armada. What was his first book? Armada was his second one. Ernest Cline. Yeah, he wrote Ready Player 1 and Ready Player 2, and then he wrote a third book called Armada.
Okay.
Which it's like war games.
Gotcha.
It's a modern retelling of war games is all it is, but it's very good. But instead of it being like a government computer that's trying to blow up the world, it's an alien race from a video game. No, it's more like Ender's Game.
Gotcha. Yeah. That's what made me think of when you said Armada.
Like the government is playing, or the government's paying for this video game to be developed, and they're secretly training people to be starfighters. And now the alien race is here, and you've really been trained this whole time, so you're the top fighter of the world, so we need you. You're a recruit.
Right. Yeah, and it's very Ender's Game.
Yeah, very good, though. Very good. Yeah. So, rambling. We don't usually ramble. Banter is nice. We haven't talked in face-to-face like this in a couple weeks, so I'm excited to have fresh faces. So, we have rapid fire tonight. I did see a few seconds of this first one, and I'm excited to hear conversations about this one. I've been delving a little bit into AI recently to see what people have been doing with faking videos.
Mm-hmm.
And so I joined some threads on some unsavory parts of the interweb space that may or may not require a VPN.
Right.
But I'm safe out there. I know what I'm doing. Don't get on the dark web, people, unless you know what you're doing.
Yeah, just leave it alone.
Yeah, leave it alone unless you're savvy. Please. It's gonna be like LimeWire days, and you're gonna wreck your computer.
Yeah, right. And you could be mad about it, but you're not gonna have anyone else to blame but yourself.
So I didn't want to say meet up, but I joined a thread, the dark web version of Reddit, that got on there and talked about AI and saw what people are making. I was like, hey, I've got a podcast. I said, like, I don't want to interview anybody, but I just want to see what y'all can do faking UFOs and aliens. I was like, hit me with your best stuff so I can compare it and talk about it on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any of the videos. Excuse me. I don't have any videos because I told them I wouldn't download it. And you don't download anything from the dark web anyway.
Yeah, it's best not to.
So I don't have the videos, but I have seen what they're doing. It's a lot of it looks good, but it's always got that, oh, the contrast isn't quite right, or why is it shiny? You know, it's a leg in the middle of the forest at night. Why is it shiny? You know what I mean?
Right.
Some of them were very good. I didn't see a single one that made me go, oh, that's real.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I feel like still, at least at the moment, AI for image stuff is still in the uncanny valley, right?
Yeah.
Just like with robots and voice interaction with like fake phone answering stuff. It's still in the uncanny valley where, like, I mean, I've heard some voice stuff out there that I think would pass. People have passed the Turing test, right?
Yeah.
But they're really specific programs built just for that, and it's not what most people are employing for most things. And so I think most stuff still falls in that uncanny valley where you're like, I don't know why I think this is not real, but this feels like it's not real to me, even if you can't quite point out why. So
it's funny you bring up the voice thing. Have you seen that the British government has funded a company to deploy spam phone callers with AI?
To do what?
So what they're doing is they've built this AI to sound like a little old lady. to soak up their time. Simply that. Just to keep them on the phone for hours at a time.
Yeah.
Because I think their tagline is, the more they're on the phone with her, the less they're calling you.
Right. That's actually one of the things that the guys like that do scam bait and those like YouTubes, that's their thing. Like sometimes they steal their data or wipe their database or wipe all their stuff to delay them, right, and cost them a bunch of money, crash their computers, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of white hat stuff, right? But sometimes, like, I watched one dude just string dude out for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours.
Oh, jeez.
Just strung him out. Like, it was genius the way he did it, right? Because he's acting like he's a little old lady and does this little old lady voice. And he's really good.
You talking about the guy that wears sunglasses while he's doing it?
Yes. And he has what looks like a whole computer tech setup, but it's all green screen.
Yeah. Yeah. And he has really excellent voice changers.
Yes. He has good voice changers. And some of them, like the little old lady, I think he just does it. Because he does this thing with his mouth when he's talking to, but he has other voice changers that sound great. Anyway, he strung a dude out for like 2.5 hours, and then at the end of it, dude finally figured it out, and he had to mute the mic because he was just cracking up so hard because dude was just screaming at him. He was so mad because he spent like 2.5 hours of his day, trying to make money, scamming people, and he was just talking to a dude that was just messing with him.
Yeah.
It was really good. A lot of those guys who do that to like try to minimize their impact, they'll get these call centers just bound up with their calls. They actually took over one dude's call center where like basically no matter who they called or no matter who the call center thought they were calling, it was a thing another guy had written a program for. They dropped it on their auto dialer on their computer, on the call center's computer. So no matter who they called, it was calling one of their 8 phones that they had. They're doing like a 24-hour or like 48-hour marathon, live marathon. So no matter who they called, no matter what number they thought they were calling, it was one of their 8 cell phones of one of their 8 people on their 24-hour marathon thing. It was so funny. They were so exhausted with it. The people at the call center. It was a big like racket over one of the call centers in India. It was very good. It was very
yeah.
good.
I like the ones where they call and they know the people's names.
Yeah, and just freaking out.
Yeah. And then like he'll tap into like the security cameras and stuff. Great fun. Great fun. Anyway, we got rapid fire. We're slowly losing Paul, so we need to get on this rapid fire. So the first one, this is from Alien Bioma on Instagram. I'm not sure what the audio is, but we'll go ahead and listen to it. I need to make sure I've got the audio turned down here.
Metapod. That's what they've named these things.
Yeah, that's a Pokemon, in case anybody's wondering.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a Pokemon, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the one that looks like a cocooned caterpillar.
Oh, okay. That explains the name. Then.
It's useless until it evolves. The only attack it can do is struggle.
That's funny.
It was super effective. So this one says strange object / UAP metapod recorded in Spain.
Yeah, we've seen those.
But wait. God bless smartphones. Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Jeez, you can see the window on it and everything, man.
Yeah, you can't see anybody inside of it, though, can you?
No, it's good.
It is good.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, look at that.
That's wild.
Look, you can see through the window.
Yeah.
Oh. So this feels to me like one of the pods from like Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. Yeah, the egg, the round ball pod thing that they landed in.
Yeah, that's just what it feels like. But this is a unique shape. This is something I've never seen before.
No, I think we saw something similar. Maybe I'm just thinking of this video since I found it. Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's hard to tell its scale since dude's having to zoom so far in. I can't tell, and you can't see anybody inside. Like this could be gigantic or it could be tiny. I have no idea.
And I have a hard time trying to decide if it's not quite a drone, right? Oh, look at that. Occupant,
no,
it says.
Why would a drone have a window?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look, it's got the little white thing, I guess is what they're calling the occupant.
Or is it a shine? It seems like a shine on the window, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Oh, no, look. You could see like a head. And the shoulders in there.
Back, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, maybe so.
He's back here.
Yeah. Interesting. Although it looks like it's malfunctioning
because it's just spinning.
Yeah, it's just spinning and going around in a circle.
It makes you wonder if the ones that we do see are malfunctioning.
Yeah,
maybe
why we see them.
Yeah, like. Cloaking devices, quote unquote cloaking devices, are failing, and it's causing other failures within the craft. Maybe that's why they have such erratic behavior when we do see them. Question mark.
It's funny because it's hard to think of it this way, right? But
we think of all of these things as being, some sort of unified effort by some, alien or transdimensional race, right? But what if, we're sort of like the greenhouse, right? And this is more like a tourist stop, and these are individuals' crafts, right? So
Yeah.
like that would explain the massively varying shapes and the changes over time. Because
Mhm.
think of how quickly we advance our automotive design.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, look and feel wise. So if you think of the crafts that everybody talked about seeing in the 1950s, and then now they're starting to look like something else.
So you're saying that they're like tourists coming to see the human contraptions and what
Yeah.
they're up to now.
In
You're
their
the
family car.
You're the tourist in the ball in the Jurassic Park movie. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, just like that. Yeah, and some of them might be like rented, like as part of a tourist like company, and some
Sure.
of them might be personal vehicles, right? Some of them might be like the equivalent of a tour bus, some of the bigger
Right.
stuff, like those long
that's a
cigar
really
shaped
good way
things.
of that's a really good way of putting it. Oh man,
Wouldn't that be interesting?
I should say, as of 11 minutes ago, we have a new follower on Twitch.
Hello, follower.
I'm gonna destroy your name, and I'm so sorry. Is Aziz Rodiat 99? Thank you for the follow. I'm assuming you're our one viewer. Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, we don't look at notifications too much. But thank you for the follow. You're great. You rock. But yeah, I never thought about it being like a tourist thing.
Yeah, what if it's not scientific expeditions? What if they're way past that? And
Yeah,
it's just-
yeah, do what you want with them. It's a green zone now. You can have your fun.
Yeah, or if it's an experiment, what, like you said, like Jurassic Park, it was both an experiment and a tourist thing. Couldn't
Yeah.
it be both? Or even, what if the abduction stuff was pre-regulation? Pre like wildlife preserve status.
Yeah, because it does seem to have kind of slowed down, hasn't it?
Yeah. What if that was pre-preserve status?
We are simply microbes in the stomach of a homeless man, and this is Rick and Morty coming to see us. That's it. There's your Rick and Morty reference for the night.
What was that one?
It was a theme park inside the homeless man.
Yeah, but what did they call the theme park?
I forget.
Anatomy Park or something like that.
Yeah, something lame. I'm pretty sure it was Anatomy Park.
Yeah, and he had tuberculosis and stuff and Hep C.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the homeless guy. It was like Jurassic Park, but all the germs were the
yeah, the microbe
Like
that was
Jurassic
running the joint looked like Dr. Grant. He had the cane and the glasses and everything and a beard.
A little amoeba. Little blue amoeba thing. Yeah.
I love me some Rick and Morty.
And he died.
I love me some Rick and
died.
Morty. Yeah, they all always die.
And Morty fell in love with the daughter. Or the young girl
the girl that
came.
was working in the park. Yeah. So that's it. We are simply microbes in the stomach of a homeless man, and this is Rick and Morty coming in here because the liver's failing. That's it. Oh, we got a first time chatter. I'm gonna botch your name too, buddy. I'm sorry.
It's more fun that way.
Zooted train day. Suited rainy day. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I've had a couple drinks. Yes, he says, heck yeah, question everything. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this is
we do.
We're in a petri dish, and these are just we're just an attraction. That's all it is. They're just coming in.
Amoeba.
Yeah, they're just scooping in to see what us strange humans are doing. Anywho, so let's roll on to the next one. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's funny you brought up Uncanny Valley earlier. This is Uncanny Valley. This is this is precisely what. Oh, we need to do video audio. I'm sorry.
Anything silly? I'm plastic. I don't even have a voice box. I had to borrow this one.
No.
Kill me. No. I mean, yes, but not for a good long while yet. I don't want you to go to where.
Sound Russian?
Oh,
How could I sound anything silly? I'm plastic.
so I really, really want to believe this is real because I love how creepy this is. I don't know. I wish I could show you how. I have very little hair in my arm. I wish I could show you how much this made the hair in my arm stand up. But there is a whole scene on like TikTok where people dress up like this and do the makeup.
That's exactly what it's for, is to make the hair in your arm stand up.
It did a great job. And like, look, when the face stretches out, look at the eyes get messed up. Ugh.
Yeah. It's like doubled over eyes.
Let's hit that audio one more time. Wait for it to trip over and restart.
I hate it.
I mean, yes, but not for a good long while yet. I don't want you to go to where.
Sound Russian?
How could I sound anything silly? I'm plastic. I don't even have a voice.
Oh, did you hear her clack her teeth together?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
I hate it.
Oh.
Don't turn on the light.
Are you going to kill me?
No. I mean, yes, but not for a good long while yet. I don't want you to go to where.
Sound Russian?
I want to hear the teeth clack one more time.
Anything silly? I'm plastic. I don't even have
Oh.
I have to borrow this one.
Oh, the teeth clack.
I don't like it. That's why I grabbed it, because it gave me a ick factor.
Oh man, it's excellent. I'm sure this is something like TikTok related because I've seen so many people do this makeup, and it makes me sad because now, what if something like this really was captured?
Right. It'd be hard to,
boy
Also-
cried wolf. It's a boy cried wolf. It's a perfect scenario.
Also, some of the weird masks and stuff that they do on TikTok, if you make the lighting bad, they look weird.
Oh yeah,
because they try to match, like, not the ones that are just a cartoon mask over you, but the ones that are like they change the lighting,
yeah,
in a slightly more natural way. I feel like you could do that with this, but it is so creepy. She's got like sparkles going off in her hair and stuff too.
Ooh, yeah, I didn't see that. Weird. Oh,
Yeah, I'm guessing this is one of those cartoon faces if she was in like normal light, but in the bad light, it just
yeah.
Here's how I think this one happened. A dude and his girlfriend are in their house. He turns around to make a funny video of her coming out of the laundry room, but the lighting was bad, and he freaked himself out. He saw it, and he's like, "Oh God!" And he's like, "Oh, you know what would be cool?"
Oh wait. Let's do that again. Yeah,
do that creepy thing you do.
Because it's good. It's good, man. It is good.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, but not for a good long while yet.
And I feel like I've heard this audio line before.
How could I sound anything silly? I'm plastic. I don't even.
Oh, the teeth clack gets me. Ugh.
I feel like the audio is pulled from some movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've heard the audio somewhere before.
Besides, when people talk, they don't have magic music playing or behind their voice.
Oh no, you don't?
I mean, she could have. You could add it in the scene, but I think it's pulled from a movie. Like, there's so many creepy doll movies.
Oh yeah.
And see, this just plays on some kind of a archetypical fear of dolls.
Yeah, and that's part of what Uncanny Valley stems from. Like, I think we touched on like the theory of Uncanny Valley on a previous episode. But it's so ingrained in the culture about the theory of Uncanny Valley. It's prevalent in Pokemon. Like, one of the original games on Pokemon, place was literally called Uncanny Valley, and everybody acted like this, and they didn't look quite right. But I think we went down a little rabbit hole trying to find more information on this, and we had trouble finding good content about it, so we never really did a full episode. But we touched on it. But this is the best Uncanny Valley video I've seen yet.
So the interesting thing is, I think that I'm not sure if the term uncanny valley predates really advanced sort of or even just the first robotic faces. I think it goes back further because some dolls will do that to you. Like it's anything that's a recreation of something that's supposed to be a representation of a human that doesn't make it right. And instead of being like, cool or believable or relatable, it's the opposite. It causes revulsion,
Right.
in the ick. It makes the ick, right?
Yeah. So, we got a quick AI overview of it. It says uncanny valley is a psychological phenomenon that describes the feeling of unease or revulsion that people experience when something seems almost human but not quite. The term was coined in the 1970s by Japanese roboticist
Okay.
Now, here we go. His initials are MM. Who observed that people found his robots more appealing as they became more human-like, but only up to a certain point. Beyond that point, people began to feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Yeah, I remember the article now. Yeah, I remember reading it. The more realistic he tried to make them, the more they made people uneasy. But when they looked like, say, the robots in iRobot, they were fine with that.
Right.
But
yeah, that's the thing about the valley, right? Is like, it goes up, it goes up, it goes up, as far as relatability, and then there's just this pit that it drops off into where like people will not interact with it. They're creeped out by it. They don't want to they don't want to interact. But like if you use human like features but that are sort of cartoonish or sort of like like the reason we like puppies and babies, super big, wide set eyes, tiny mouth, right? Short chin. If you do that, people really want to interact with it, right? They find it relatable.
Right.
But if you get too close to like an adult human, like I see some out there that are very realistic, but they always are creepy.
It's always like the eyes or the mouth movement isn't right.
There's just nothing. I mean, I know you can't really describe the term "nothing behind the eyes," but that's really what it seems like. There's no awareness behind what's supposed to be the eyes, and I don't know how we perceive that or why that is. But yeah, his theory was that there was this wide gulf of non-negotiability you had to get past before people would accept hyper realistic robots and movement as a as relatable again. Like there's a point that you get to and then it drops off, and then somewhere on the other side is indistinguishable from human. Which is what it would have to be once you get past that point. It has to be indistinguishable to then become relatable again.
Right. And we just haven't hit that part yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's check out our next one. Let's see what we got.
I think this one's fake, by the way.
Definitely fake, but it's very entertaining, and it gave me the heebie-jeebies. Hashtag heebie-jeebies. It says he heard some strange noises under the bridge, so he went to check and saw this. This is a cult scene on Instagram. Oh. I'd be moving a lot faster than that.
He said, nope.
Oh, check that dude out. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, it's... Man, I don't know.
I think it's fake.
Probably, but...
Jeez.
Let's snip this. I want to see it up close.
See your cloud of pixels?
Yeah. Come on, let me click it. Oh, it wouldn't let me click it. Dang. There we go. Oh, I gotta center it for the sake of the stream here.
Ugh.
Okay, I'm having a hard time discerning if that's a man in a suit or not.
I don't know. It seemed to me like a marionette, like a puppet.
The sound is excellent. Excellent. The sound is, it made it a little more tactile there, didn't it? Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, so let me be devil's advocate here. Middle of the night, middle of nowhere, no street lights. You hear a sound under a bridge. Are you going to take your phone down there and check things out?
No. I'm not. I mean, but there's a lot of dumb people out there. So
I might like lean over the side and see what I could see, hold my phone out at arm's length. But, oh, geez.
I mean, I also don't text and drive. And
Me
a lot of
either.
people do that. So, yes, you do.
Yeah, I absolutely do not text and drive. Bad.
Yeah. Point made. So, just because I wouldn't go under a bridge and check out a strange, I mean, there's all kind of people out there that just can't resist.
So Zooty Rainy Day says
cool.
Rainy Day says it's a nightcrawler question mark.
Oh, that's
Good point.
I was thinking bridge troll. I wanted it to be all like D&D. I wanted it to be all fantasy creatures. Bridge troll.
Come out with a tree as a staff.
Yeah, he was just throwing a tantrum because you didn't pitch the toll for the bridge over. Yeah.
You didn't toss a couple pennies over the guardrail.
What kind of yeah, it turns out they don't really come and eat you. They just throw a fit.
Yeah, this is as bad as it gets with the troll. Just nobody pushed it to the like streams before, so we didn't know this guy did it, and come to find out it's non-point. This is not the guy from Monty Python's Holy Grail. You don't have to answer 3 questions. You just
Tim.
There are some who call me Tim. So so I play with chatbots all the time. I love them. I absolutely love AI chatbots because I give them the 3 strings of questions right out of the gate. And the first one is always, what is the airspeed velocity of a European laden swallow? And the good ones will laugh.
Nice.
They'll say, ha ha ha, I get the reference to Monty Python's Holy Grail, but here's the actual airspeed velocity of a European laden swallow.
Nice.
And then the second one is the second and third questions are always the first 2 questions of the Turing test. And you give them the first, it's the test from.
No, what are the questions?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I always got to Google them. Let me give you one. So here's a quick 4. What is your most memorable childhood event and how has that impacted you today? Describe yourself using only colors and shapes. What historical event has changed you the most and where were you when it happened? What's your skill or talent you'd like to develop and why? But in the movie, they get like way more philosophical, like you're on a walk in the desert and you see a turtle flipped over on his back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's like 2 different tangents, depending on which version of Blade Runner you watch, the new one and the old one. The old one says that you leave it on its back and you walk away, but you later feel remorse. Why do you feel remorse? But the newer one says you flipped it over and now you're wondering why the turtle was in the desert to begin with. So so I throw these questions at these chatbots because I love to see their responses. So like 1 out of every 3 will get that you're asking questions from Blade Runner and be like, oh, I get the questions that you're talking about. Those are from a reference from this movie. And it's just my way of feeling out what the chatbot's going to do. Yeah. And I like to have fun with them. But my very favorite one, it's always my first one, is what is the airspeed velocity of a European laden swallow? And or like 1 out of every 3 get it. And like ChatGTP will laugh, like it'll do a laugh emoji and everything. So I appreciate it. Way to go, programmers. You did a good job. So enough of the creepy head bobber here. I'm not sure how I feel about that. See what some of the people in the comments say. Well, dude, this is in all caps, bro. Move faster. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's like you obviously went down there with your phone because you heard something. You didn't just, you weren't just hanging out next to the bridge at night. Like I didn't see anything, any accoutrements. You went down there to look, and then you're like snail crawling it back to the bridge. I don't know. Also, my phone is in my pocket, and I'm booking it.
Yeah, if I hadn't dropped it by then.
Right.
Dude, the next comment says, "Bro was edging. Leave him alone." Has 883 replies and 1.1 thousand likes. No, I'm sorry, 41,866 likes on that comment. He's edging. All right, let him go. Let him do his thing. Quiet, Paul. Quiet, Paul.
That's funny.
That's what you did. Think about edging for a second. Think about it. Just think about it.
You're terrible. That's horrible. That's horrible. I don't like it.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. We got to. There you go.
Nice.
All right. Let's see what this next one is. Let's see what we got. It says creepiest tutorial found from the web.
I like this one. I like this one so much.
I'm already spooked, man. How is this a tutorial? What are we looking at? Here we go.
This so much. You're gonna love it.
It's tutorial time. So today it's time to do a YouTube tutorial.
What the nuts?
Today, what's it gonna be? Today's tutorial. How to. Whoa. Okay, this tutorial. This is the tutorial now. This is a can. This is my YouTube. This is my YouTube account. Alan Tutorial, and Alan Tutorial shows people how to weatherize a hole. So first thing, step tutorial is take a weatherized can, and this is a hole. You weatherize. Oh, I forgot. First thing you need is a kind of cloth. It's
What? What? Freaking what? Freaking what?
Yeah.
What?
It's a forest troll.
It's a forest troll.
The forest troll. That
The
got a
voice
hold of
is
somebody's
spot
phone.
on.
Yeah.
The voice is spot on. Dude's pushing trees over, okay? I get it.
Yeah.
There's rotted trees. I can see that. But dude knocks down 2 in a row, which is kind of strange. But
And the fingernails and the toenails and the red skin. Yeah. Pretty creative.
It's kudos to who made this. Very entertaining. I appreciate it. I really do. I don't know what to think about this one.
Sounds like a lot of people who come to visit me on meth.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was driving along, but I wasn't driving, but I was behind the wheel, but somebody else was driving it.
But then you need to start with a piece of cloth and then I'm like
We had a lady call in that was a lot like that. I fielded it first and I was not getting anywhere with her. So then Samara got her on the phone and she was talking about how like the police were outside looking through her peephole and then putting their finger over it to cover it. And they had been out there for like 2 or 3 hours talking about how they were going to knock down the door. I'm like, sister, put down the pipe and take a nap, eat a pizza. Like, this is too much.
The police do not stand out there and talk about how they're going to knock your door down. They just
No. Yeah, they just walk up and wham. Hello.
Yeah, no, you hear
We're here.
police and then wham. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I discovered something over the holiday. I want to share this with you because I don't know anybody else that's watched Adventure Time as much as I have. So you know Tree Trunks, the character Tree Trunks?
Uh-huh.
I discovered that my wife's grandmother sounds exactly like Tree Trunks. Exactly. So we went and visited, right? And we're sitting in the living room because they're fixing some food. And I texted a GIF of Tree Trunks to my wife, and I was like, "Oh my God, your grandma sounds just like Tree Trunks." She's like, "Hey, Grandma, what's your favorite kind of pie?" And she's, well, I'd like to make apple pie. It's my favorite pie. I'm very good at making it." And then she just kept going on about apple pie, and I was like, "What?" I was like, I wanted to record it, but I didn't want to do it surreptitiously. I wanted to just be like, "Hey, can you talk about apple pie? Because you sound like a cartoon character that we really love."
That's a hard
But
way to pitch that, though.
yeah, so I was like, she probably wouldn't understand. So I was like, I'll just leave it, save this as a memory, slot that away in the memory banks. But it was wonderful, cherry on top of my experience in my holidays. Exactly like Tree Trunks. Exactly.
That's funny.
All right, so creepy toenail guy. Let's see what this comments say.
I think it's really good makeup, but
It's excellent. Yeah.
they spend too much time actually trying to show the feet and the hands, like they have while they're talking, like to try to make sure you see it.
Yeah. Yeah. The Rainy Day says it's satire, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
I then counted down from 10, 9, 8, 7, and then back to 10. Comments say, who gave this dude a phone? Who gave a Skinwalker a YouTube account? Next comment says, bro, chill. That's my uncle. Skinwalkers are evolving into vloggers. Guy says, kudos. At some point, these videos stop being scary and make me laugh. Another one says, I wouldn't be surprised if he killed somebody before that, or for that phone. Okay, this comment has 2.4 thousand likes. It says, bro did everything but a tutorial, dog. Yep.
Oh, look at it. It says, went down this rabbit hole a long time ago. It's Alan Tutorial. Very unsettling how his videos progressed to this. They were very normal at some point. Go watch from the beginning and very
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan Tutorial. I know that name from somewhere. All right, let's move forward. We'll check out Alan Tutorial another time. It says potential crawler footage captured by Urban Explorer. These are good. This is going to be good. Oh, heck no. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Nope. Bye-bye.
Nope. Nope.
Nah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's okay. So we talked about this in the episode about skunk ape, because we had this really interesting photographs of the skunk ape behind the palm fronds. Human eyes don't do this.
Oh yeah, don't glow back at you in the light.
Yes, it's a special type of cone in the back of an eyeball that nocturnal animals have.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar to what you see if you have a cat or a dog and you shine a light in their face in the dark. It reflects the light back out. That's how it sees in the dark. So this is not human. I would love to see this. I wish I could watch this at like half speed or something. Because I would like to see. Oh, look! Do you see it peeking out?
Yep. And then,
oh, there's two of them.
Oh.
Okay, so one's peeking up here. Right there.
Oh
there.
yeah, and the
there's
second one comes out.
A set of eyes here and a set of eyes peeking around the corner.
Well, yeah. People do go on about the subterranean lizard men thing a lot, which is a conspiracy I don't like personally.
Yeah,
'Cause it sounds silly on its face when you say it out loud.
Yeah.
You're like, no, but for real, subterranean lizard men. If you start out with that, and like how the royal family of England are all half-breed
Reptilians.
lizard,
Yeah.
half-breed reptilians and stuff. I'm like, man, come on. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, tell me you don't like them, and tell me that they do like, devious stuff with MI6. I'll listen. But if you start out with, but it all started with subterranean lizard men, I'm like, I'm out.
Yep.
I hate to be like, this conspiracy is worse than that one, but for real, some just are, and that one's not very good.
I like this. I like this one because it feels more organic than the rest of them so far.
Right. Yeah, this seems like a believable video.
The movement seems very, very organic.
Watch that second head too. At first it's one eye and then it turns towards the camera and it's two. Watch.
Oh, yeah.
As it's pulling back, it turns over and pulls back.
I'm steady watching the ones in the with
top
peeking around the corner. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is two of them. Jeez.
So this is indicative like pack behavior when they see something they don't know. Yeah. So there's always that shy one that just wants to peek around a corner or just barely see, because that's how like an animal thinks. You can't see it as long as it can't see you, but until your eyes come out, then it can see you. So it's like dashing in between being behind cover and not. So it starts out
too.
Yeah, it starts out high, then it comes down, and then back up. But I am gonna
out a little bit, and then both of them peek out.
So let me be devil's advocate. You ready for me to ruin it?
Sure.
Watch right here. You're going to see pixel changes. It's going to get lighter. And then once they go away, it gets darker. See it?
Yeah.
Just barely imperceptible. Right here is pixel changes. So that tells me it's probably manipulated. So it's a snap. It's immediately, it goes from a darker shade to a lighter shade immediately.
Kind of like a halo around the eyes, like that. Like bad editing. I kind of see what you're saying. Around the eyes, it's a slightly lighter area too.
Okay, cool. We got another first time chatter. Waka Flocka Fool says, yeah, I saw something like that at a church one night at 3 a.m. Said, not sarcasm. I believe you. I believe you, sir. And or madam. And or neutral. But I feel like this one is probably edited, because you see those weird pixel changes at the end of the tunnel kind of floating right dead center.
Yeah.
It's
sometimes my camera phone in the dark does weird stuff to really dark spots, right? It makes cloudy sections when I'm trying to look at stuff in the dark because it just doesn't have enough light to work with. I want, that could also be it.
Yeah. It makes you wonder if the video processor is something like the human brain, where it starts to put things together that aren't really there just to make things happen. So
especially in blank areas, it'll do weird stuff in the dark to fairly uniform stuff. It'll always be, because they all have autofocus and light filters that are not the whole camera, they're per area.
Yeah, look, this whole area up here also changes. The upper area.
Yeah.
You see it keep flickering just a little bit? Just a tiny, imperceptible pixel change. It's just, I really want this to be real because it's so good and it's done so well.
And it's in a water runoff that's flowing pretty fast.
Yeah. That's the other thing, is I'm not seeing any disturbed water.
And this doesn't look like an underground that's that old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, these are what the the rainwater runoff under Fayetteville, where I am.
Yeah.
It looks like this. It looks like these square concrete tunnels. This is what they look like.
It's good.
Some of them are cinder block, but some of the older ones are just concrete, just like this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand what this like rubble outcropping is over to the side.
Maybe it's like brick that has been cemented over. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta reload. Shame me all you want. That's a Hello Kitty fridge. All right,
So
but
there's a group of people in France that explore the very vast French underground.
Oh my gosh, don't get me started.
Yeah, and one of the groups, it was an article in Wired. They did an interview for it, and there was one where they had made like a movie theater in like an old space down below, but another guy had used the connecting systems underground. They connected into a tunnel that led into a cathedral in France, not in Paris, but in France. And the clock bell had not gone off in like something like 80 years. The clock and bell system was over 100 years old.
Is this the guy that snuck in and fixed it?
Yeah, he snuck in at night over like 2 or 3 years, refurbishing parts, making new parts. And he'd sneak them in, and they refurbished it and didn't tell anybody. And then just one day at noon, it started going off, and it worked. You know, the clockwork mechanism worked ever after. Like parts of the clockwork mechanism were wood. Like it was a huge mechanism. It wasn't like he was working on parts. It was a huge mechanism. And they rebuilt it. They rebuilt the whole thing. A big spring that looked like a garage door spring, basically, but it was, you know, it was a really old one. Yeah, it was wild.
Yeah. So Waka Flocka Fool said the Paris catacombs of got him lost. Lost footage very intense. Yeah, it reminds me of that movie. As Above, So Below.
Yes. Right. Yeah, they played on that a lot. Yeah, they played on that a lot.
Jeez.
It looks just like that. It looks
absolutely
just like,
terrifying movie.
Yes.
Absolutely terrifying movie.
And what's worse is it's not like a cave system where you can basically, you know, look at it as being cut by a flow of water, right? It's just
not linear.
Random. It's just random. There's no like following it back based on how it widens or how water would have cut right or elevation. You can't just do that. Like there's no, it's systems connecting to the system. Some of them are just for utilities, like pipe utilities. Some of them are for actual water flow. Some of them are for sewage. You know, some of them are old parts of structures that got built on top of. Like it's a whole tangled mess, and there's no unifying map of it. So those dudes are brave. The dudes that go down in there and try to try to map it out and figure it out. Like it's wild.
Yeah, the catacombs scare the heck out of me, and I will never go down. I want to go down, but I'm going to be that intrepid explorer that wants to go and poke his nose in this area. Oh, you're not allowed to go over there. Okay, stop me.
I went into one when I was in Paris. I went into an actual catacomb where the bones are stacked up.
Oh, pray tell.
And well, so the route it was a very touristy one. It wasn't the biggest one, but like it was organized, and they had rebuilt the tunnel going down to it. But going down to it, the tunnel into it, I had to walk sideways because it was only this wide.
Wow.
Like you had to walk this way to get it, and it like twisted and kept descending and kept, you know, switchbacking back and forth to get down into it. And then when you got down into it, they had like, you know, all the bones were like categorized. So like everything here is femurs, everything here is skulls. You know, and they like around central supporting pillars that they had left, like part of the stone that they had cut out of, they had stacked like just a ring of femurs.
Oh yeah,
right, just stacked to the ceiling, and it, and in some places they made like they had used the skulls and made hearts out of them in a stack of femurs, and in other places they had made like little rudimentary altars out of the bones. Like it was wild. And it
man.
It had the sign. I think they filmed a section of that As Above, So Below in one of these, or probably it's unlikely, coincidence wise, that it would be the same one. But the you know, abandon all hope, ye who enter here thing.
Yeah.
Was over one of the plinths. Is that what you
Yes.
would call it?
Yeah.
Supporting stone. Anyway,
Yeah.
it was painted up there, and then they had other verses that were
It's funny you say that as above, or the abandon all hope ye who enter here.
Yeah.
Dante's Inferno is one of my favorites. I love it. So we got the custom collar tag for the puppy after
Yeah.
he got vaccinated. So he's got like his vaccination information on it, but on the backside of it says abandon all hope ye who enter here. Call my mom in a case of emergency. And it's got my wife's number on it.
We saw someone who put up their dog tag for their dog, and it's because they were afraid someone was going to keep their dog, and so it said like, "This is Tabby. She has a stomach condition. Without her medication, she craps all over the place. She just constantly has the runs or something like that." Just try to get him to like call back and call real quick.
Yeah.
I was like, that's funny. I like that. That's funny. Or another one was like, my name's Tabby. My mom's name is this. She's probably losing her, losing her mind. Call her right away.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we want to take a quick break? I need to use the bathroom.
Sure. We can take a quick break. I could pee.
Fantastic. Stay with us, viewers. We will be back in just a moment. We're not young chickens anymore. We got a bathroom break, so we will be back. Okay, we're back. Tanks are empty. I did notice something while I was waiting for y'all to come back.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like this camera practically sits still. I wonder if it's on a tripod or if somebody's. I mean, there's a little bit of movement.
GoPros have pretty good image stabilization.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see that being a GoPro in low light. Trust
here's
me,
another
I
idea.
know.
Here's another idea. You can't
Yes.
really tell how big this tunnel is. It may not be walking size. All right. Some of these are only like 3 foot tall.
Yeah.
That could be 2 possums or raccoons.
Stop it.
Because you can't see anything.
It is not.
I mean, I don't want to pop the fantasy. I mean, I want it to be, you know, some sort of creature, but
So let's see what some of the comments say. We all see 2 sets of eyes, right?
Yeah.
The next comment says Unreal Engine 5. No, I don't think Unreal Engine's that good yet. I mean, 5 is good, but not this good. Let's see. Why are you still there after you saw eyes? Excellent. 2 crawlers. I thought this was part of a commercial campaign for making sure you don't flush trash and other things down the toilet in the UK. I could be wrong, but I swear I saw a video on it somewhere.
Huh.
So it's a great fake, but if it's legit, then why haven't we picked up axes and torches and explored it yet? Facts.
Yes.
Facts.
Yes.
All right, let's get on to our next one. Let's see.
It's a witch.
Burn
It's a
it.
witch. Burn it.
You turned me into a newt. A newt. I got better. I got better. I love Monty Python.
I like this one because we had one that they took the shadow. It was on one of the other episodes on another rapid fire, but there was a shadow along the edge of the bank of like a river in the U.S. And they took it and they drew the outline for you, and it looked like a plesiosaur, like a Nessie.
Yeah.
In it, and that's what this made me think of.
All right, this is Poseidon Hook on Instagram. It says fishermen find something massive on the Missouri River. Here we go.
But it is very, very large. He's got an awake. There he goes. Got an awake on the Missouri River going upstream. This is huge.
You getting it?
Oh.
Wow, dude. Follow him. This is Missouri River monsters. Look at the weight this fish has got in on the river. What is this? Get closer.
Oh. Dude.
There he goes.
He's brave.
We don't know what this is, but it is very, very large. He's got an awake.
Okay, so that
dude's voice sounds like the Undertaker from Silence of the Lambs.
So I've seen big fish. I've seen some very large fish, you know. We're both from the Arkansas region originally, and we have seen our fair share of large fish. I have seen, so those of you watching, I don't know if you've ever noodled before. Noodling is a thing in Arkansas. So noodling, not canoodle, not canoodle. Canoodling is a different thing. PG-13. So noodling is where you find a hole where a fish is hiding in, and you just ram your hand down in there and grab it in the mouth and pull it out.
Yep.
Noodling
Mostly
is
for
not for the
catfish.
faint of heart. Yes.
No.
I have seen my dad noodle a 47-pound flathead catfish.
No, sir. No.
I've seen it happen. I've seen us. We watched this fish swim for 30 minutes before he finally pulled back into a hole before he noodled him, right? So this was up in Jay, Oklahoma. And there's this very specific river that we would go to a couple times a year. So usually 3/4 of the year, there's a big dam and the dam is closed, which floods the area behind the dam.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to clear it out and get rid of debris, they open the dam, drain it completely, and they clean up the river before they close the dam and flood it again. So once it's open, you get down to where these bluffs are, and you're in these pools that are knee deep, and there's so many fish that you could just literally reach out and grab them. And there were majority of the fish there were spoonbill, and the spoonbill are horrifying as it is. They're massive. They're practically dolphins. And that's the only fish I've ever grabbed with my bare hands and pulled out of the water. I'm 6 foot tall, and this fish was bigger than my wingspan.
Dang, dude.
And it was horrifying. And so a spoonbill, I mean, it's about what you think. So think of like a fish with the body of like a dolphin, but its nose is elongated and it's flat, and then it rounds out at the end, which is why they call it a spoonbill. But it's a long bony extrusion from the top of their jaw.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're fishing for spoonbill this time of year, you grab them by the nose and you grab them by the tail, and you struggle with them for a few minutes, and you just throw them up on the shore. I noodled one. I call it noodling. It wasn't quite noodling. I noodled one spoonbill, and it was like 32 or 34 pounds, and it took every ounce of strength I had, and I felt like my wrist broke.
Yeah,
and
they're strong.
And those fish, I cannot stress how big these things were. The first time I saw one, you're wading through this pool, knee deep water, and these fish have nowhere to go because the pool is like 50 foot. It's a 50-foot around circle. And it's the low point, because that's how these fish live, is they settle to the lowest point of the river. Well, the water's gone, so they've got nowhere to go. And you walk right up to them and just grab them, throw them out of the river. And they did not cut a wake like this. First time I saw one, first thing I thought about, it looks like a dolphin. That's how big and girthy the body was. They did not cut a wake like this. I will say it seems more like whatever it is serpentine, like it's undulating.
Right. Well, and so if you look up the picture of the largest catfish ever caught, right? It's massive. It's hundreds of pounds. But the thing about catfish is they don't swim close enough to the surface to cut a wake.
Right.
Even if it's huge. This is the Missouri River. It's not shallow, right? It wouldn't disturb water on the surface like this. But serpents, on the other hand, snakes, for instance, swim pretty close to the surface, even when they swim.
Right.
Now, they usually have their head up, but they swim pretty close to the surface or on it in some cases.
Yeah. I think we can speak from experience too, that you can get about 6 inches below the water before you lose visibility.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's brackish water, but you could still, if you stuck your arm down there, you'd still see most of it.
So what strikes me is they get so close to this thing in a boat, of all things.
Yeah, and a loud outboard motor, trolling motor.
Right next to it.
Yeah.
And this thing just keeps going.
Yeah, it does not care. It doesn't dart off in a different direction. Also, it seems like it can't move very fast because it changes direction a little bit, but it's pretty lethargic, which I think speaks to its size.
Yes, it tells me it's very large. and it's probably an apex predator. It's never had anything that would ever attack it, which is
Right.
why it got that close.
Yeah, it moves back and forth so much. Like once they're right next to it, like it's really doing a big slow bob and weave, which, like you said, seems more like something that doesn't have a tail, like a
Yeah.
finned.
Yeah, because I feel like the last clip, right when they get up right next to it, you almost see something.
Yeah,
Almost.
it seems like you can see the shadow of a head, but I can't really tell. Now, I will say, divers that dive up here at Beaver Lake Dam, they report seeing catfish that they claim are the size of VW buses.
I believe it.
So I've been told. Now, I've never heard of anybody bringing one up, or or anything like that. But they claim that they're, so even if they're not the size of a VW bus, they're really freaking big, right? And, but again, those guys, they're there at the bottom of at the head of the dam for a reason, because basically everything gets washed down to them, and they just sit there and wriggle in the muck and eat up all the junk that gets washed down to them.
Yeah.
They don't go anywhere. They just stay right there. Like they're not.
Yeah, so that was my initial thought with this was I'm watching the trees to see if it's actually moving.
Yeah.
Because my first thought was it's a log under the water. But no, it's moving. It's moving fast upstream too.
Yeah. And especially since they get so close to it, like a log, even a pretty waterlogged log, you'd see a part of the log.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you could say too, like if the motor weren't on, you could be like, oh, it's a log caught on something, and the water's making a wake, but it's standing still. Like
yeah, that's why at the beginning
it seems, but they're moving because they're making a wake, and it's moving and it's making a wake. Because they're making a
whatever it
wake in
is,
the back of their boat.
That's no catfish. I can tell you that.
No, because that was my first thought. But catfish don't swim that close to the surface,
and not upstream. No way.
No,
they are big and they are fat. Yeah, they sit low and they get behind stuff, so there's no wake pushing them back.
Yep,
that's interesting. Yet, Waka Flocka says water animals can grow to an undeterminable size because of the water. Yeah, it's absolutely true. Look at some of the videos, pictures of catfish from the Amazon. Water is very similar to this, but these catfish come out with heads like this. Oh, I didn't tell you that 47-pound flathead my dad caught. He was so impressed with the size that when he skinned it, of course we took it home, we ate it.
Right.
But he cut the head off and he hung it on a fence post by the trash can. and once it was just cartilage and bone, the head was bigger than my head. Dude, it was like
dude.
Scared me. It was horrifying.
Also, I think it's funny that your dad put it on the fence post. That's very funny.
Very Arkansas.
So Arkansas. Yeah, so Arkansas.
I can remember clearly to this day watching him. He goes, "Oh, I got that flathead. It's right here." And then he struggled for a second, and then he goes, "Got it." And this cat head's mouth is at his elbow, and he's just holding it up. So y'all know my dad. He's you wouldn't call him a built guy. He's a strong guy, but he's not like cut or anything. But he lifted that 47.5 and that thing flopping around. I didn't know what to think. This was the first time seeing a fish get noodled. Blew my freaking mind. I will never forget that fish head sitting out of the fence post. I still talk to my mom about that. That was wild, man. Wild.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Arkansas.
I don't know. Yeah. It was there to the day they left, to the day they moved. Because I moved out right after I graduated high school. And it was there, my mom said, until the day they moved.
Dang, dude.
Because the person that bought their house specifically said, take that catfish head off the post.
That's funny.
All right. I don't know what that is. That's no catfish, but
I don't know either.
That's no snake, man.
Missouri River monster,
It could,
man. That's what dude
could be
says.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's real, whatever it is, but I don't know what it is.
Absolutely, yeah. Here we go. This is Terrifying Post on Instagram. This is also the one that brought us the Uncanny video. It says, if only there was a page dedicated to the most terrifying reels. How about you? Whoa. What the freaking what?
Dude.
Freaking what? Let me try to pause this. Ugh.
Is it a kangaroo? Oh, no.
Oh my God.
No.
It's got a face. I thought it was a kangaroo too. Kangaroos don't have that freaking face.
It's
No,
a
they don't.
gray.
That's a freaking. Hold on. Wait.
Or skinwalker.
Wait for it.
Aliens.
Nice.
But look at the
No.
arm, man. Knobby elbows.
And the dude's
Ugh.
reaction with the camera seemed that so like normally the ones that are fake, right? Like this happens, and there's one guy freaking out, but the other guy's just holding the camera. Right, just filming it perfectly.
Oh.
But this, like the camera goes flying, they're like scrabbling across the ground, trying to get away. That looks like it looks like the door for a horse barn, kinda.
Yeah.
You know? Dude.
Oh, horrifying.
Dude. Yeah, it looks. I mean, I don't think it is a horse barn anymore.
I mean, that's kind of standard build for any wooden door.
Yeah, but they got a storm, the storm bars on it. Dude.
Let me try to freeze it on that frame I just caught. Oh, that was a good one. I should have stayed there. Oh.
Yeah.
That's got a nose, eyes, and a mouth, bruh.
It looks like a gray, dude.
What are some of the comments saying about it?
All right, it says, sorry, that was my sister got a hand over a bag of chips.
That's good. I like that.
Okay, there's something in Russian, but I really, really want to translate it because I feel like it's going to be funny. Hold on. I've got to see this. Let's see what it says. Oh, it just says, what is this? Never mind.
Oh well.
Dang. Someone says inferior quality, nothing to see here. Shame on you, Harris.Rahim.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty good. If it's a fake, somebody put some time and thought into it.
Yeah.
The dude
Someone
dropping
says-
it. I don't know. Something about dude dropping his phone makes it more convincing because all the fakes, they're just like.
Someone says cameraman gets an F. Okay, here
That's
we go.
more like
It's-
what I expected the bridge troll dude to do. Be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
book it.
Drop it? Yeah. He
Yeah,
says, I remember
exactly.
when so this is encore.mad, I'm not going to pronounce this guy's name. I remember when I visited my grandmother in our small town, she dropped some serious wisdom on me. She said, grandson, one day some people will waste their time regarding your comments. Today is that day. 5 likes. Yep. Not today, buddy. A lot of people posting attacking gifts with guns and flamethrowers.
Yeah.
Alexa, put scrap shotgun on my shopping list. Poor cage thing. Yeah, I like the. Sorry, that was my sister. Got a hand over a bag of chips. 131 likes. Way to go. Good job. That.
And I can't tell if that's supposed to be a cage or if it seems like it's something outside, is what I thought.
Yeah, it maybe like a garage door, but in like a crappy neighborhood where he's got bars over the door just to make sure.
Yeah. And he's got something pushed. He's got a lever pushed up against the door. You see that white thing next to it? Or is that
Yeah.
a power strip. It looks like a chalk against the door. Yeah, it is. It's a chalk against the door. Look at that. He's got something chalked right underneath the against the main part of the door.
Oh, it's a half door. So this is a horse barn.
That's what it seems like.
Oh,
Converted horse barn.
That's a gray, my
dang.
guy. That's a gray.
Look at how big its head is.
Absolutely. It's a gray. It's a freaking gray.
But if that's a horse barn, that's a really tall gray, which might be in line with how tall the people in Las Vegas in that recent thing said.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Ancient astronaut theorists propose
aliens.
That's right. It's exactly right.
Yes.
You know, if you all watched Ancient Astronauts,
Ancient Aliens.
Ancient
Aliens, yeah.
You'd know.
I like this one. This is my favorite one so far. That's good.
Yeah,
That is
really
good.
It's very convincing. And listen, if they've just made this up, kudos to them. It's cool.
It doesn't feel made up.
Oh, look at the mouth.
Also, see this kind of plays in. Oh yeah, that's creepy. This kind of plays in a little bit to what I was saying about a tourist thing. Like, what if some just like to come and do like jump scares?
Yeah.
To all to the undeveloped planet. They're just like, oh, watch this. Here, hold my beer.
The punk high school kids. Yeah. Hey, look what I'm gonna go do.
Watch this. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at him peeing himself. Oh, that's cool. Let's go to the next one.
But really, the language was more like people to be able to flip flop, flex on, flex or keep it up, flip, flip, flip. And then he hands him his beer.
Yeah, they hands him his beer.
Watch what I'm going to do, flex on. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
I want to hear the audio all the way through one more time. Ooh, it's making a sound.
It sounds like E.T.
So if this is fake, that is phenomenal natural reacting. Like,
yeah, it is.
I'm, for the first time since we've done rapid fire, I'm having a hard time believing this one's fake.
I mean, I don't know that it necessarily is fake. You know?
Wonder where this is from.
So this is a repost from somebody else. So this is posted by Terrifying Posts. Obviously, they post terrifying stuff.
Yep.
Just I'm not seeing anything. It's really saying where it came from. I mean, I get the vibe, like just glancing at their profile, that they post this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I wish we would get more background. There's not a lot of like comments on this, which is strange. But I don't know. It's a good one.
Yeah.
That's just, yeah, the whole reaction. Everything is great. The reaction with the door, it flies open after coming in contact with the hand.
Mm-hmm.
The scramble of the guy on the ground, like,
yeah.
I mean, they even blurred their faces, which means they don't want to be known.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Trying to get
spooky, man. Yeah, like okay? So like, here's what we talk about when we investigate: is who's making money off of this. Obviously, the guy that filmed the video or the guy that was there doesn't want to be known. I don't know. It's good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with anything on social media is obviously the person posting it is trying to get people to watch.
Right.
Otherwise
Clicks.
clicks.
It's about clicks.
But like you said, the person in the video is blurred out, so I don't necessarily know the person in the video that filmed it is getting any kind of notoriety from it.
It's interesting. That's a good one, though. I really like this one. This is my new favorite.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Let's move on reluctantly.
That's wild.
So this is Kamchatka, Russia, and Russia is misspelled.
What do you mean?
Rusia. It's Rusia, obviously. It's in Rusia. Oh. So this is a very short clip. This UFO is keeping pace with a car, moving at a pretty decent clip.
Uh-huh.
Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Stellar.
Yeah, that's really good. Even even if you watch it close as like the street lights go by, like there's nothing weird going on around the object.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any pixelization, anything like that. The only thing discerning to me is the solid red light.
Yeah.
There's a little tiny solid red light underneath there.
Looks like a helicopter to me.
Oh, you know what? Yeah.
But
there's the light on the tail as well. If it's a helicopter.
But it's a solid light. So I mean anything that flies in the sky has a flashing light in it.
Except Russia has their own things.
Yeah, Russia's kind of special.
Yeah, Russia has their own things about that stuff, so I don't know. I guess it could be a helicopter. That's a good point.
I've never seen a helicopter with the lights on its propellers.
I haven't either, but that doesn't. I don't know. It sure feels like a helicopter. Looks like a helicopter.
So first time I paused it. Let me see if I can get it again. See the trail. It's not perfectly circular. Right. It's curved. Right. It's got a little wobble in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like see it's almost like it's going undulating. See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not I think if it was a helicopter, it would be a perfectly straight line.
Maybe.
Yeah, like look how irregular that line is. I don't know.
It's
I
weird.
see a lot of
the other thing that I thought at first, except that you have the street lights going by, is I actually thought it was, you know how the blimps have the screen that goes around them?
Yeah.
For advertisement? I was like, oh, it's a blimp. They just sped the video up. But these street lamps are going by at like a driving pace.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's it.
I want to say this is a helicopter, but I've never seen one with lights on its propellers.
Yeah, neither have I. I guess you could look it up.
I can't imagine there's an effective way to send power to the end of propellers. That would kind of mess up the aerodynamics, right?
Yeah, I mean, it also might be that that's a reflection. Because that white spot on the back could be, I don't think it would reflect all the way up onto the propellers up there, but I don't know.
Maybe if they got a spotlight on it, it's Russia. They could do anything they want over there.
Yeah.
Helicopter with lights
on blades.
On the blades? Yeah, we'll call it blades.
Rotors. Blades, rotors, whirly bits. Probably also.
Oh.
Whirly widgets.
Okay, well, it's a thing.
Kopp-Etchel's effect.
A helicopter with lights on its blades is typically referred to as a helicopter with rotor blade tracking lights. These lights are installed on the tips of the rotor blades to help pilots visually monitor the blade's rotation and position during flight, particularly in low light or night conditions.
Huh. What was
it's a helicopter.
Paul? You said you pulled something up.
There's also an effect called the Kopp-Etchel's effect, a sparkling ring or disc that is sometimes produced by rotary wing aircraft when operating in sandy conditions, particularly near the ground at night.
Ah.
So I think that those are lights on the end of the blade. I don't think it's this effect.
Look at that. It's even got a red and a white light on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a helicopter.
We got a helicopter, friends.
Yeah, but I can see why they thought it was a UFO.
Yeah.
I get
Oh,
it.
Here's a photo of the one in sandy conditions. That's interesting. Oh, wow.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Was that that blue sparky thing you just had up a minute ago?
It's like it's got sparklers attached to the blades. That's cool.
Right.
It's the sand impacting the
Yeah.
rotors and sparking on the metal. That's
Really
crazy.
cool. Okay, so we got a helicopter. It's Russia. Helicopters. I'm not surprised.
Yep.
Moving forward.
An unmarked black government helicopter.
Bum, bum, bum. Wait, do we have a sound like a bum, bum, bum?
I don't think we do.
No, but this is what Russia gets. There you go, Russia. You're a cootie queen. So this is dailytruehorror.in on Instagram. It says Daily True Horror Moment caught on camera, day 97. Oh. That's a good reaction, but I don't like the movement.
Yeah. This seems more like
It's a little-
someone doing a Blair Witch thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good reaction, but it's a little too fakey for me.
Yeah. Seems like some abandoned explorers doing some Blair Witch stuff.
Oh,
fun.
Look. No shadow.
But it is straight on. Sorta.
Oh, no shadow even on the wall behind it right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's just an insert?
Yeah, good job. Good try.
Huh.
We are professionals. Yeah, it's very good. The movement's too smooth. There's no bob to it.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was a real encounter. It looks like a dude in a gimp suit with scrubs over it.
Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like. Gimp suit.
Doesn't it? Yeah, he's in a latex gimp suit, and then he just put on a hospital gown over top of it.
Well, yeah, everybody in the comments is saying, no shadow, no shadow.
Yeah, that's problematic. The dude's gift, that's racist.
Someone says, no way that can be staged, totally fake. And he responds as, that's racist. Good try. Good try. Kudos to the voice actor. Let's hear it one more time. That was good enough. He did a good job. Good job screaming, buddy.
Also, I feel like it would have been easier to just literally have a dude in a gimp suit and put on a scrub and walk.
Right? You're already
could have done
there.
the exact same scene. Yeah, you could have done the very same scene.
Yeah,
but
good
no.
try.
And
Well,
had
it
it
was a
and had your
low-budget
shadow
thing. They didn't have enough money to get another person.
I guess.
Yeah. It was one guy. Yeah.
Fiddled with his computer.
Moving on. Okay, so this is Mystery Buster 69 on
Of course it is.
Of course it's mystery. Have I told you the story of the time I guessed my nephew's PIN number on his laptop? He was having computer problems and he was getting ready. He's like, hold on, I gotta put my PIN in. And I was like, wait, let me see if I can guess it. I was like, it's 4 numbers? He said, yeah. I said, is it 6969? and he looked at me. He was like 12. He looked at me and he goes, and his face got all red. He's like, yeah. It's like, oh my God. Were we that young?
The Airbnb that my parents stayed at over the holiday, the password to the Wi-Fi was natural state 6969.
Oh my
Or natural
god.
state 69. I was like, for real on your Airbnb? Really?
Yeah.
Come
Yeah,
on. And it's a
I
nice
remember-
place. It's a 4-bedroom house, but the Wi-Fi password's natural state 69. I was like,
Well, this is a lot better than the password for our office Wi-Fi for a long time.
it still is that password, and we can't say it on the air.
Oh no, okay. There was so when I moved into that apartment after we were living together, a bunch of crappy people there. Didn't care for my neighbors. Didn't ever talk to them. And my normal thing was to snoop on people's Wi-Fi's because I've always wanted to work in IT. So I'm always poking at people's Wi-Fi passwords to see what I can figure out. Got a couple of them, and I got a kick out of people's network names. And one guy's network name was "send nudes for password." I'm like, oh,
Nice.
jeez.
Nice.
All right, grow up, Eddie. Grow up. We're not 12 anymore.
Send
All
nudes
right.
for-
Send nudes for password. Mystery Buster 69 on Instagram. This says scariest encounter, unknown creature sighting.
What?
Holy fuck! Wait. Fucking animals! What the hell is that? What the shit is that? Yo, no, what the fuck? What is that? That's not an owl, dude. What the fuck is that? It's giant and it's white. Oh my god.
Oh.
What the hell? Oh my god. What are those? They're making some weird noises. That is not the wind you guys are hearing. Those are the birds making noises. I don't know what kind of birds those are. Those are massive birds. Can you imagine if we were here at 3 a.m. and heard that? I'm not going closer. What the hell is That's not a toy. I've never seen anything like this before.
What is that?
Yeah. Dude,
Oh, dude, they're vulture babies.
Yeah,
they're vulture babies.
I don't know what.
Look at the face.
Some mom's gotta be around here, bro. And if these guys are this mean, imagine the mom. Yo, mama bird. Oh! Yo. Oh, there's another one over there. I told you there's 3. What the heck are you? Bro, they look like aliens. I'm not joking. I don't know what this is. It looks like an alien.
No, you can see its wing extending out to the side.
Yeah.
They're vulture babies.
Boo. This is people just being
Boo.
dumb. Don't know animals.
Yeah, just vulture babies.
I get a sound clip for that.
Maybe. Yeah, because they're all fuzzy like chicks until they actually molt and start growing their wings. Yeah, it's little vulture babies. The vulture laid them nearby, or they, or these guys threw them in there. I don't know. It's hard to know.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's a little vulture. Well.
Or like a turkey buzzard. Because turkey
Yeah.
buzzards are massive.
Yeah, a buzzard. Yeah. Yeah.
Boo on these people for not knowing what animals look like. Here you go. You get the sound clip one more time. Moving on. Oh, so I know what this is.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to kill the audio. I'm going to kill everybody's dreams right now. And I'm sorry, but this is one of the
Ball
rarest
lightning?
electrical phenomena in the world. Yeah, it's ball lightning.
Lightning.
This has only been cited in person maybe a dozen times in the history of the human race. One of the earliest recordings of ball lightning was the same year as the dancing plague.
The what?
The dancing plague?
Is that like
You don't-
where a really bad dance craze catches on for no reason, like the Macarena, and then never goes away, like STDs?
You don't know about the dancing plague? We might need to do an episode on that. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I've
know
never
what
heard of it.
happened. I'll give you a quick breakdown. I quickly forgot how to spell dancing. This was in the year 1518.
Oh yeah.
It was a case of dancing mania occurred in modern day France, I'm not going to try to pronounce this town, in the Holy Roman Empire, July 1518 to September 1518, where between 50 and 400 people took to dancing for weeks, nonstop. And there are many theories behind the phenomenon, most popular being stress-induced mass hysteria. Others include religious stuff, but it started off with one person just in the town square started dancing for no reason. And then it became 2, then it became 4, then it became 10. And the next thing you know, the entire town was just dancing nonstop. And the only time they would stop is when they were completely exhausted. And it was another one of those cases of bad bread.
Ah, St. Anthony's Fire.
Yeah.
Yes, very
Bad bread.
familiar. Yes, tryptamine's gone bad.
And earlier in that year, the first recorded instance of ball lightning was recorded.
Really?
And this was such an extreme case. This is the most extreme case of ball lightning. This thing came down from the clouds. People saw it descend. It crossed the town, went through people's houses, and just strolled its way through the town. And anytime anybody tried to get too close to it, it would shock them, so they would back up. And it would just phase through the walls, phase through the window, and then it would just go up and down and sideways. Crazy story, absolutely crazy story. But it is a naturally occurring phenomena. This is not fake. This is a real thing.
So here's my only thing on this video. So the light is good, right? The light underneath it. Even when you watch it cross the train tracks, the lighting is good. Watch it go across the train tracks. Watch it reflect back on the backside of the train track, even when the lightning comes out. Here's my problem. Right there. Watch the sparks. The next time.
Oh, yeah, I see it. It's a little AI, isn't it? Or not AI, it's a little CG.
Yeah, so up until then, even the bolts, the little parts where it zaps it, but that's pretty easy to fake. But watch the sparks.
Yeah, they look a little shitty.
They don't.
I'm not gonna lie.
They're lit all the way to the ground, but they don't bounce at all on the concrete or anything. And sparks bounce when they hit if they're still lit, and they just magically go out.
See if I could pause it on them.
And
I don't know. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Keep watching. Yeah, but it's when you let it play, man. It just.
Oh yeah, they just phase it. Yeah.
Yeah. And also watch underneath where the light is. Watch how it distorts the railroad ties. They bend. Watch what's right. Look right there. They're bent.
Yeah.
See that.
This is a real phenomenon, but I think this is a really well faked version.
And I want to point out one thing. Look, it's Pikachu. Okay, I'm done.
But those two things, if it was just one thing, I'd be...
Darn, I wanted this to be real
I know.
because I like that phenomenon.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I've seen video of it before, maybe 2 videos. Maybe this is just a ball lightning enthusiast, but
yeah.
maybe faked, but it's really good.
So I saw a show that was talking about ball lightning. There's actually a scientist. I don't know if he's into. I don't know. I want to say he's a physicist, but I can't be sure. But he has this incredibly big power station that he built, and he has a probe. A big probe that hangs down from the ceiling, comes across and arcs across metal. And he makes mini ball lightning.
Oh.
Right.
Does he sell it?
No. So, because they're not sparks, right?
Did you say Tom Selleck?
He said,
does he sell it?
Oh.
Lightning in a bottle.
Lightning in a ball. Wah, wah, wah.
So, but when he makes it arc, right? He shows you on the layout. He cleans the table, right, and then he does it, and he shows you and winds back the video, and he's like, "Look, here are the actual sparks, right? Here are the sparks.
because they leave a little bit of debris where they stop. Right, you can track them. But separate from that, when it arcs, there's a thing about yay big. That's not a spark. It's blue like this, and it kind of roams around on the table a little bit and then disappears, and there's nothing left because it's essentially ball lightning is turning the air into plasma.
Yeah.
Right. That's how it's making that light, which it's funny because this looks exactly like a TIG welder, which uses
to be fair, the sparks do fall in grass.
right.
I think it's real.
No, they don't all fall in grass because it's right next to the cement, and half of them fall over the cement, and nothing happens. Watch.
Look here.
Look how close the light is to the cement, and then look at where they arc at, and then tell me where they go. Also, the bent tracks, but besides that, watch. They should fall on concrete, and nothing. They're not there.
Look here.
I'm not buying it.
We're enjoying ourselves. Pikachu is in there. It's real.
But it's just one man's opinion. Just one man's opinion. It's
Well,
too good. The video's too good.
I think it's the actual lightning phenomena.
I think it is too. And you've been outvoted, so hey,
outvoted.
Because all science, of course, is democracy.
Yes, it's all voting. We all vote.
It's all voting.
We all vote.
It's real. Moving on. We're getting let's see where we're at. Oh geez, we got 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 more. You want to rip through them right quick?
Let's do another one or two.
Okay.
We can do another one or two.
Oh, we're gonna have to mute this one because it's copyrighted music. I know that riff right off the top of my head.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crew 9 captures tumbling object that changes direction and speed.
Who's Crew 9?
Oh.
It's crew going up to the it's shuttle crew from back when that's one of the liquid fuel rockets from the back of the shuttle, I think. There may not be. That might be one of the Soyuz rockets.
Interesting.
Isn't that weird?
But it feels edited.
Yeah, it feels edited.
Video of a video.
Especially the last section. The first section looks like real debris, but making it change that part.
Yeah, look at the green bits on the screen. Watch them flicker when it changes. That's pixel change. That's proof of editing. Whoop, you see it?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's them playing with it. You bastards. Whoa. I guess we don't need audio on that one. It's just a rare animal. Looks like a giant capybara.
So it's a real animal, but I thought it was interesting because this is how seeing animals like this that you don't normally, there's no Discovery Channel thing about them. This is how people think that they see cryptids, right? Like this thing looks like a knot deer.
Yeah.
Right? Like the way its front legs are, it looks like a knot deer.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
See?
Yeah. What's the next one?
Oh, no, we saw this one.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Alien caught on video, huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
And moving on.
Yeah, I've seen that one before, and they said it was a poltergeist, so... Oh, caught from a
Ring doorbell. Huh?
Camera. Yeah, Ring doorbell, yeah.
Wow, look at that still.
Yeah.
Excellent. Wow.
It's one of the cigars.
Yeah.
See, these are what I would think of as like the tour bus of the alien tourism. And they're like,
industry.
be sure to lock your doors until we're safely away from Earth. Right. Right.
They all have guns, especially over that big weird shaped continent they call America.
Yeah. No pictures. Everyone put your cameras away.
No flash photography.
No flash photography.
You don't want to attract their attention.
I mean, that's a good still. I mean, I'm skeptical of them being able to get that still out of that door camera, but it does look similar. I mean, I guess the door camera is just capturing frames, though. It's not really like video.
So it's probably stretched out. So it's probably, so we're seeing 3 of the same light, but the red light, so it's kind of there. It's there. It's not here. So I'd be willing to wager it's a third of the size.
Gotcha. Not actually a big long. Yeah, because it is repetitious, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how the frames work. It stretches, light stretches.
Huh.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Yeah,
Same thing with like the propeller and the light, how it left a trail.
Yeah, right. That makes sense.
Yeah. Still an unknown object moving very quickly through the sky.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we'll leave it at that for the night. We've run for 2 hours. We've run for 2 hours.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed myself. This is the final episode of season 1. It went out with a bang. It's just some good ones. They keep getting better. I know I keep saying it, but they do. They keep getting better. I thought at this point the quality would start to go downhill, but it seems some of them are coming through, and maybe the algorithm is starting to work for us a little bit.
Yeah, and by the time I got down to this many videos when I did this big dump to you, I had gotten better at, if I was pulling bad ones, it's because I knew they were bad and I wanted to give them as an example.
Right.
They were interesting, but I was really, I think towards the end here, I was really trying to pull stuff that was like hard to explain.
Right. Yeah, these were great. This was probably our best rapid fire yet. Next to our first one, of course, which was excellent.
Yeah, the first one's really good.
Go watch it. Yes, we did. It was so good. I'm gonna look at the calendar right quick. Okay, so
the 12th.
Yes, we will be back on the 12th. So we're going to take next weekend off. So which will be the 5th. And we will be back January 12th with episode 1 of season 2 of Beyond the Shadows. And what do y'all want to do? What do you want to cover?
So there's probably, I know there's a lot of UFO stuff out there. I guess we'll have to look. I haven't really looked. If you know of a good myth or famous poltergeist thing, I'd like to do a good famous poltergeist thing, or even not famous, but one that's good. But
so we did
off the top of my head.
So last episode was a UFO. You should go back and watch that one because it ties in very similarly to the episode of the kids from, was it Africa, the school kids?
Oh yeah.
This is a whole group of school kids from the UK that saw a UFO land.
Okay.
So we did a UFO last week, Krampus before that, MK Ultra, Philadelphia Experiment, and then we did Cryptid, Conspiracy, UFO. Yeah, we're due for a good ghost.
Yeah,
a good ghost story. So let's shoot for January 12th, episode 1 of season 2. We're going to shoot for some type of ghost activity. I'll see what I can dredge up and get a good, some good photo and or video evidence. I'm not sure. I'll have to dig and find something really good to start off the season.
Yeah.
But what are y'all doing for New Year's?
Oh,
anything?
I don't know.
Probably getting in bed by 9.
Yeah, we feel pretty crappy at the moment.
It's New Year's Eve is the wife's birthday. And she always says her birthday present to herself is to be in bed by 9. That's funny.
Nice.
We're
Yeah.
gonna get some sushi and then probably go to bed.
Yeah, when we got up earlier to pee, I felt like I had rusted in place.
Oh no!
Everything was sore. I did yoga yesterday, but it's definitely not that. It's not that. I'm sick.
Yeah, I'm
Nah.
sore in places I didn't do yoga.
Yeah.
Achy. So y'all probably got the flu, huh?
Yeah, maybe. If I'll know if it's worse tomorrow.
Yeah.
If it's worse tomorrow, then yeah, probably.
Well, take care of yourselves. If you get some time, listen to my pathetic attempt at taking the episode out last week. It was so bad, and I tried so hard, and I was like, I've got to be really poetic with this because I know Aeon is going to listen to this, and he's going to judge me. It was not good. I tried really hard, but it was not good. So, will you grace us with our final season 1 episode closer, please, sir?
So, in the vast expanse of bits and pixels that is the internet and social media, anybody will put up anything if it will get a few clicks, right? Clickbait.
Mm-hmm.
And so the habit of doom scrolling, which is, a thing that has a name now, that
Guilty.
is what people do, on the toilet and when they're bored or when they're having coffee or there's nobody around, they just, constantly flicking the screen. I think it is possible, in the midst of this doom scrolling, as you're seeing your cat videos and your monologues made to seem like they're by your German Shepherd, which is what comes across Paul's all the time. You might take a moment to slow down because sometimes things on social media may not be what they appear to be. For instance, our videos tonight. Some of these videos, had you just skipped right by it, you might have been like, oh, whatever, aliens, fake, right? Doom scroll past it to the cat video. While it is hard to parse through some of this stuff, because there is a lot, and more of it's fake than not, much like all of social media, more of it's fake than not.
Mm-hmm.
If you slow down a little bit, you might find a whole nother world on social media that you didn't know existed. But it can be confusing. So, if you are finding yourself in a wash of these pixels and bits, you should follow us
Beyond the shadows. I had to do it. I'm sorry. We didn't use that one this season. Anyway, good night, everybody. We'll see y'all.
Good night.
January 12th, season 2. Have a good night.
Creature like this, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
Creature like this, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows. In the wilds of eastern Manitoba, beneath the vast silence of a pine-covered sky, a man emerged from the forest, staggering, burned, and reeking of something not entirely earthly. He was a mechanic by trade, an amateur prospector by passion, and on that spring afternoon in 1967, Stefan came face to face with something that should not have been there. He didn't just see a craft, he touched it, he examined it, and when it responded, it nearly killed him. Burned into his skin was a pattern, precise, symmetrical. Imagine the vent grid of a machine no one could identify. His shirt was torn, his gloves melted, and his body saturated with radiation. Officials from 2 nations would investigate. No one offered answers. What happened next would become the most physically documented UFO case in Canadian history. This is the Falcon Lake Incident.
Yes, that's right. The Falcon Lake Incident. Welcome, friends. Welcome, welcome. Welcome indeed. Welcome to Season 2, Episode 31 of Beyond the Shadows podcast. I'm your intrepid paranormal investigator, Victus. And tonight, I bring to you a conundrum. A query, if you will. Something spooky and unexplained. Yes, tonight we are talking about the Falcon Lake UFO incident. So this happened up in Canada, somewhere near Manitoba. It's eastern Manitoba, if I remember correctly. Yes, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. I'm getting my screen set up here so I could see everything. Fantastic. Fantastic. So, right out of the gate. Right out of the freaking gate. Using the S word. The stupid S word. I did notice this week that the podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and a couple other platforms has comments disabled. For some reason, I'm enabling them, but they're not coming through. So I've got to get on with customer support and figure out what's going on there. So if you've been trying to comment in the episodes, please feel free to shoot over to YouTube to comment on the episodes until we get the streaming platform thing figured out. I don't know why it won't let people comment right now. I'm getting it figured out. And like always, welcome in again. This is Season 2, Episode 31, Beyond the Shadows podcast. We have the week in paranormal news. Here we go. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Without further ado, we do have some new and updating events this week. The Pentagon UAP reports the Pentagon received over 700 new reports of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. UAPs, the term used by the military for UFOs, while many of these have been plausible explanations, balloon drones, etc., 21 cases remain unexplained and require further analysis. These incidents occurring mostly over the last 8 months, involving various shapes, including orbs, cylinders, triangles, according to Pentagon officials. Government investigations at a classified document from the U.S. Department of Defense All Domain Anomaly Research Office, AARO, mentioned in an investigation an alleged hotspot of paranormal activity at a property in Utah. The investigation included reports of shadow figures, creatures, and human consciousness anomalies, and even considered hiring psychics for the study to study interdimensional phenomena. However, the final report was stated no definitive findings of paranormal activity. So, official word from the coroner that did the autopsy and the guy who, quote unquote, died from the Annabelle doll, said he was age of 54. His death, though not deemed suspicious by the coroner, has generated renewed interest in the discussion about paranormal and potential dangers associated with such investigations. Recent sightings and encounters, creepy creature caught on camera. A video from Pueblo, Colorado, showing an unknown creature has sparked speculation among locals and animal experts alike, with suggestions ranging from a raccoon or wolverine to the legendary chupacabra, aka the goat sucker. UFO sightings in Massachusetts. Multiple reports and videos have emerged from Massachusetts depicting a shining, cloaked object moving unusually in the night sky, leaving witnesses puzzled and raising questions about its origin. Personal encounters with the unexplained, stories and discussions about personal encounters with ghosts and other paranormal phenomena continue to be popular online, with people sharing accounts and seeing apparitions, experiencing strange occurrences, and feeling unseen presences. We do have a few things about, some parapsychology, but nothing really. Parapsychology continues to be an area of study exploring paranormal phenomena, including extrasensory perception, telepathy, clairvoyance, and near-death experiences. However, the field has been criticized for a lack of reproducible evidence and is largely considered as pseudoscience by mainstream scientists. And that gets us up to speed with this week in paranormal news. Yeah, well, that's just the way it goes. So I keep forgetting to make the jingle for that segment. I'm going to. I just gotta... I've got to sit down and do the damn thing. However, I do have one very small question. It's very small. And it's a simple question. But what shirt are you wearing today? So I got a cool one for you tonight. Buddy of mine, Hefner. Let me see if I could do the shout out correctly. I haven't done a shout out in so long. This SO. Did that work?
Go check out Hefner at twitch.tv/Hefner and go show them some love. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
Yes, less than 3. Yes, shout out Hefner for this awesome shirt I'm wearing tonight. So check this thing out. See if you recognize this metal band. Anybody? Anyone? Labyrinth of Suffering? Anyone? I know you don't recognize it. And that's because it's not a real band. This has been my Stumper shirt. I wear this and people are always like, "Hey man, cool shirt." And I'm like, "Yeah, cool, yeah. When's the last time have you heard Labyrinth of Suffering's new album?" And they're like, "Yeah, it was pretty cool, nice and heavy. The breakdowns were sick." I was like, "Oh, cool, right on." And I immediately knew they were lying because Labyrinth of Suffering is not a real band. The shirt was made for funsies. It was made just to look like a metal shirt, and it did its job. It looks like a metal shirt. Looks like a metal band. I get looks all the time, but it's a good it's a device to test individuals to see the caliber of that individual. So shout out Hefner. Thank you again, buddy. So I think that catches us up. We are up to speed. We got a shirt laid out for the week. We are down to like our last 10 or 12 shirts, and then we're about to start the rotation over again. I do believe that I have 52 t-shirts So, I said it. I said the word again. Always using it. Yeah, always using the S word. A new popular drinking game sweeping the country. Beyond the Shadows podcast. If you watch and every time I use the word so, take a drink. You'll be just as slathered as me by the end of the show. I promise. We do got a good episode for you, though, this week. We are going to discuss the Falcon Lake UFO incident from eastern Manitoba in Canada. Kind of an interesting subject. I've been trying to see if I can find decent photos of it. Because I want to... yes. Why couldn't I find these earlier? Okay. Well, we'll bring this up later. We'll bring it up later, and we'll talk about it. And when it comes time, we will talk about it. However, it's not time. Not yet. Not yet, friends. Because we've got a mystery to unravel, and so we shall. So light a candle, check your locks, and lean in close, because tonight we're diving into...
the Falcon Lake UFO incident.
Welcome, friends. I gotta sneeze. Hold on. I sneezed. Bless me. Thank me. I'm welcome. Let's carry on. Is everyone ready? Do you have a warm beverage? Is your blanket around your shoulders? Are you curled up on your favorite couch or recliner? Or perhaps you're curled in bed? Prepare yourself for mysteries. Here we go. Oh, I nearly forgot. This is Act 1. Eastern Manitoba is a place where silence isn't empty, it's heavy. The vast Canadian wilderness that sprawls between the Ontario border and the windswept plains is a mixture of ancient rock, dense pine forests, and glacier-carved lakes. In 1967, this region remained largely untouched by modern industry. Logging roads gave way to game trails, gas stations were few, cell towers didn't exist, and deep within this untouched terrain sat Falcon Lake, a cold, pristine body of water named for the birds of prey that circled the skies above it, quiet, isolated, and completely indifferent to human life. Hold on a second. I need to figure out how to pronounce this guy's name. Michalak. Okay. Michalak. This is where Stefan Michalak chose to spend his free time. A Polish immigrant and a veteran industry mechanic, Stefan had carved out a quiet life for himself and his family in Winnipeg, Manitoba. He was known among friends and neighbors as a logical, disciplined man, a tinkerer. A man who fixed things, who measured twice and cut only once. He wasn't the kind of person anyone associated with fantasy or superstition, but he did have a passion, one that pulled him out into the woods whenever time allowed. This passion was prospecting. He wasn't looking for treasure or chasing dreams of instant wealth. For Stefan, it was a technical hobby, something that combined geology, solitude, and manual labor in a way that spoke to his personality. He had no interest in UFOs, He didn't believe in aliens. His primary concerns were veins of quartz, silver, and nickel. And he'd been keeping track of promising rock formations just outside Whiteshell Provincial Park for months. And so, when the Victoria Day weekend arrived in May of 1967, Stefan packed his tools, maps, food, and a notepad, and boarded a bus heading east to Falcon Lake. So I am painfully curious where Falcon Lake is. All right, let's switch some scenes so you can see what I see. Falcon Lake, here it is. Oh geez, it is out in the middle of nowhere. Let's look and see if there's anything that has to do with UFOs here. I'm not seeing anything jumping out at me. I'm still not seeing anything that's like... Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything UFO related here, so that's interesting. Very, very interesting. Something to think about. So we're up here in Canada. This isn't too far from Michigan. Gotta fix my screen now. The first night. Wait, I should do sounds with that. Wait, here we go. Yeah.
Let me do the deep voice. Wait for it. Here we go. Wait for it. The first night.
Yeah, sorry. I get caught up in it sometimes. I just enjoy the production of it. So sue me. He spent his first night in the Falcon Motor Hotel, just off Trans-Canada. Canada. That's a place. Check it out. Just off Trans-Canada Highway. He had a modest room, a decent meal, and mapped out his plans for the following day. His intention was to hike toward a series of rock outcroppings he had marked earlier in the year. He knew the terrain, flat slabs of granite pocked with lichen, shaded by evergreens and littered with glacial deposits. For Stefan, it was peaceful work, quiet, methodical, and rewarding. He set out before sunrise on May 20 of 1967, hiking along game trails and cutting through thick brush until he reached the area he'd scouted. The morning was cool and overcast, the trees still damp from the snowfall, or from the snow melt. He carried with him a geological hammer, a compass, a sketchbook, and a small toolkit for chipping rock samples. He wore thick clothing, including a long-sleeved shirt and gloves, to protect against both the environment and his tools. By mid-morning, Stefan had already gathered several rock specimens and stopped for lunch near a large, flat outcrop. He was examining a quartz vein in the rock, noting its depth and shimmer, when something in the air shifted. What caught his attention wasn't a sound, but a flash of light. At first he assumed the glint was sunlight catching on the quartz or the reflection from a nearby aircraft. He looked up. The skies were partly cloudy with patches of blue peeking through the silver-gray ceiling. Then he saw it. Two glowing objects, oval-shaped and metallic, descending quickly but smoothly through the night sky. They hovered silently, one above the treetops, the other slightly closer and drifting downward. He later described them as lens-shaped, each roughly the size of a bus with a soft reddish glow around the ridges. They weren't emitting any noise, they weren't moving erratically, they were
deliberate.
One of the objects suddenly shifted and zipped away, accelerating in a sharp arc toward the clouds. The other descended directly towards the clearing where Stefan stood, eventually coming to rest about 160 feet away, on the surface of the granite outcrop. He wasn't frightened at first, puzzled, yes, but fear didn't come until later. His initial thought was that it might be a military aircraft, possibly American. Falcon Lake wasn't far from the U.S. border, and 1967 was the peak of the Cold War paranoia. Strange aircraft, black projects, and experimental propulsion systems weren't unheard of, but he was curious. The object hadn't crashed, it had landed. With intention. He waited several minutes observing the craft. It was entirely metallic, dull silver with a smooth surface, no markings. No seams, no rivets, no flag or insignia. It was roughly 35 feet wide and about 10 feet high, and shaped like two saucers joined at the rim. Then he noticed something more startling. A hatch was opening. On the side of the craft, the hatch opened, revealing a softly lit interior. Inside, he saw panels of colored lights, flashing in sequences as though part of a control panel. There were muffled voices, unintelligible but rhythmic, as if someone or something was communicating inside. Stefan's heart raced, but he wasn't paralyzed. He stepped forward. He called out, once in English, then Polish, then in German.
Whoever you are, you may need help,
he said aloud. No response. The murmuring stopped. The light dimmed slightly inside the hatch. And then, without any warning, the hatch slammed shut. A perfectly sealed seam now, invisible to the eye. The entire craft began to rotate clockwise, slowly at first, then accelerating. Stefan instinctively took a step closer, reaching out with his gloved hand. That was a mistake. As soon as he touched the craft, his glove ignited. The fingertips immediately melted, fusing with his skin beneath. He recoiled, stumbling backward, but before he could fully retreat, a panel on the side of the craft opened and revealing a grid-like exhaust vent. Without any sound, without any warning, a hot blast of gas or steam shot out from the vent, striking Stefan squarely in the chest and abdomen. The force knocked him off his feet and onto the rocky ground. His shirt caught fire. His skin seared, his vision blurred. He described the pain as instantaneous and total, like being struck by molten metal. The smell of burning flesh and sulfur overwhelmed his senses. He tore off his shirt and undershirt in a panic, attempting to cool the searing heat. His hands were trembling, his eyes watering. The craft, now fully rotating, began to rise vertically, smoothly, silently, and within seconds it disappeared into the clouds above. Stefan was alone, injured, and very likely contaminated with something he couldn't understand. For the next 30 to 45 minutes, he lay on the rock, disoriented and nauseated. He attempted to stand, but fell. He tried to drink water from his canteen, but immediately vomited. His skin was burning. His chest felt like it had been microwaved from the inside out. The air still carried the smell of sulfur, and his clothes were scorched. Eventually, he managed to gather his supplies and stagger back down the hill. His instincts kicked in. He wanted to get back to the motel, back to civilization. But the trek out of the woods would take hours, and he was in no shape to navigate through the rough terrain. He fell several times, vomiting frequently, his balance unsteady. He would later describe the feeling dizzy, weak, and feverish, with intense stomach cramps. Along the way, an RCMP officer who offered assistance. He encountered an RCMP officer who offered assistance, but Stefan, afraid of ridicule or being labeled unstable, refused help. He didn't want to mention UFOs. He didn't want anyone thinking he was hallucinating. His only goal was to get medical attention. And eventually he made it to the Falcon Motor Hotel. Staff was alarmed by his condition. He was burned, pale, and reeking of something chemical and unnatural. Still, Stefan insisted on boarding a Greyhound bus back to Winnipeg. He arrived late that evening, and his son took him directly to... I'm not going to try to pronounce this name, but directly to the hospital. The doctors were baffled. Stefan presented with first-degree burns across his abdomen and chest, arranged in a perfect rectangular grid, a pattern that matched the description of the vent on the side of the craft. He had burns on his hands, especially where his gloves had melted. His skin showed signs of chemical exposure, and over the next 24 hours he developed symptoms consistent with radiation poisoning: nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, headaches, and fatigue. But there was a problem. When they tested him for common forms of radiation exposure, the Geiger counter readings were inconsistent. The readings at his home spiked briefly, then faded. His burns remained unexplained. His white blood cell count plummeted, then rebounded sharply. His body behaved like it had been exposed to short-term radiation, but no source was found. No ordinary explanation sufficed. So, do y'all want to see a picture of this guy's burns on his chest? It might be a little unsettling for some folks. Not gonna lie, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. Hold on, let me get these pictures pulled up. Trying to find a better picture than this one. Maybe that one? Oh, please. Here we go. And check out this madness. So these are the burns on this guy's... It says this chest, but obviously it's his stomach, which is a little weird. Yeah, look, here's his shirt, too.